네.
그래서 좀 견제 차원에서도 있고 딴 라인을 잘 하시니까 고맙습니다.
피넛 선수로 하겠습니다.
피넛 선수가 이제는 또 이적을 했으니까 네.
저는 한 명 그냥 뽑고
아무나 뽑을 수 있습니다.
조커로 아무나 내려오셔도 돼요.
너무 좋아.
네, 너무 좋아.
엉덩이 사기네.
젠지의 페이즈 선수 뽑겠습니다.
페이지. 예.
베릴, 정훈, 안딜, 플레타 그리고 캐리아 주장으로 팀이 완성이 됐어요.
네.
만족합니다. 아까 정글 원딜 이길 수 있을 것 같았는데
네.
정글은 빼고 원딜만 이길 것 같습니다.
못 나오는 선수들 목까지 열심히 해서 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
And there we have it. These are the results. The best thing about this is the fact that Dudu and Dundun are now going to be playing on the same team. And I don't think that there's anything better.
No,
That's it.
You can't top that.
Nope.
There is no way.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, you really took the words out of my mouth. On that one. When we're looking at actual strength, you got to go to team mid, right? Team mid, you have Chovy, who obviously is
He's a top laner. Yep.
Is a top laner, and particularly the fact that you play a ton of AD carry as well, and you can play your mages and support, I think is going to help a lot.
I think support's going to win, but I think the better players are on Team Bot. But it is now time to welcome the players. Going to make their way out onto the Rift Olympic style, starting, of course, with the top lane. Zeus struggling to wave his flag just a little bit here, but he's giving it his best shot.
Not sure what happened there with that guy's phone, but here they are. Zeus, Dudu, Dundun, Keen and Rascal. All together here. I think Team Top, you know, they're middle of the pack. My expectations for their laning are great, but top laners really are
underrated.
They're solitary creatures. I don't think that this is where they will excel, although I think their laning phase should definitely be looking good.
It is now time to welcome the junglers, led by their captain, Owner. Of course, all of the players voted for the captains for each role. And Owner is the captain of the jungle here with Lucid, Sylvie, and Peanut there as well. Gideon bring up the rear, as you can see. A new addition here to Brion. Excited to see how he's going to do, fresh out of Challenger.
And yeah, I can't wait to see what Lucid will bring. Will today be the day where we truly see what this player is capable of? Probably not. It is a for fun tournament, and we'll see what ends up actually happening, but still cool to see players make their way up.
And here are the Juggernauts. It is Team Mid, led by Faker, who will be playing jungle today. If you've ever watched Faker's stream, you know that he's pretty good at that. His Lee Sin has been legendary for a long time. He can wave a flag with one hand and give you a high five at the same time. And that shows that he can multitask, much like a jungler is required to do. We mentioned already that Chovy's going to be on this team as well, but there's BDD. I mean, this team is massively stacked. Even Karis and Closer, both of these players, absolutely fantastic in their own right, and you can understand why Faker would pick Closer, his former teammate.
Yeah, Team Mid, to me, I think should be the favorites for the day. The amount of individual talents combined with really how many different roles you need to play to be a good mid laner is quite interesting. Here we are, the AD carries. Their main objective, I think, is beat team support.
Yeah.
For team support, their main goal is beating the AD carries.
Indeed, and honestly, as far as like, this is kind of...
They're really good.
This is the top 5 AD carries in the LCK.
Yeah.
It is just them. That's the list. If we were asked to make a list, it would be these 5 players from last year, right? And so I think as far as pedigree of talent, this is the team with the most stacked as far as talent in the bot lane in the LCK is concerned. How it's going to mesh together, we have no idea. Watching an AD carry player play top lane could be an interesting thing, but we know Gumishi's already played Cho'Gath, you know, things like this. Maybe he's already a top laner at heart. You never really know these things. I'm just looking forward to Deft and Viper laning together. That is just a crazy thing to me. And here's team support. This is the dark horse, 100%.
They are. You have a lot going on here. We obviously have Carrier, you know, exceptional support, plays basically
Only
everything.
plays mid in solo as well.
We have Beryl, who is Chaos Incarnate, and then we have obviously just a couple of challenger players. You know, I think it's quite cool.
You're talking about challenger MVP Pleta and also fantastic AD carry here in the LCK.
Oh, yes.
and chosen as a support because now he's playing support. That's cheating.
Yep.
And they've got Jonghoon, who's now renamed to Execute.
He's back.
Yeah, and he's named up. It's like he's got a Pokemon name, although it's spelled differently, and that's really cool. Oh my goodness. I'm actually very, very interested to see which team is actually going to be the best. I think my heart is saying support, and my brain is saying mid lane as far as the winners. But I do think, and if we're going to look on the other end, who do you think your least favorite, or the team that you think might be fifth? I think it might be the junglers. Oh,
it's
really?
Top lane or jungle, yeah. But it probably should be jungle, just given how late face is gonna, or is expected rather, to play out.
Yeah, as Karis said, they're used to playing against the AI, which I think is absolutely hilarious. All of the teams taking a bow here to the audience here at Lowell Park. And now, let's get into our first couple of mini-games to decide seeding for the tournament. We have Race the Rift to start things off, which is basically a tour around Summoner's Rift. Start time is at 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the race course will be race to the blue side red camp, then to the blue buff, then you have to tag a top lane minion, and then you go red buff and blue buff, and then kill yourself. That's basically how it goes.
Now, do note, you only need to tag it, which is why Swain is banned. His W, obviously.
Yeah, completely broken.
Completely broken. We have already talked about this a lot. You can pick whichever rune you want. The only thing you can't do is teleport, right? Because being able to teleport towards the mid lane turret, or to any turret really, not going to be allowed here. And we were thinking about things like Rammus, Hecarim, obviously, for their movement speed. Talon was one.
I'm a Talon believer. I'm a huge Talon believer.
You were big on, but maybe it'll end up being something with a lot of effective range. Jhin comes to mind. Seraph, obviously, his movement speed kind of hamstrings him, but maybe the range can offset that. And then it's the classic.
It's tried and true. Indeed. Mundo Dodgeball will be our second mini-game to help decide the seeding. And of course, everyone is going to have an even start, and then it's who plays the better DDR. It's basically how it goes. And now, all of the players are going to be encouraged to stand behind their representative while they're beginning the race. So they could be getting a lot of feedback, even though they do have noise-canceling headphones, which might be difficult.
Just yell harder.
They're just going to have to yell harder. That's exactly right. And it's going to be the team captains that are going to be racing around the Rift.
If I'm not mistaken, they're also just in the same lobby, so typing speed matters. If you're an old player, you know how this feels. You know how, when you used to go into a lobby, you had to have that copy-paste ready to show everyone that you are going to play the champion, you are going to play the role as soon as you load in. I don't know if they're going to call it out here, if they have already decided upon a picking order, or if it's going to be completely random. We're going to figure out, and I can't wait to see. And it's also a really fun way to see all the changes to the Rift that are without a shadow of a doubt going to kind of overhaul a lot of the pro play tendencies that we've seen over the last couple of years.
Exactly right. And now we will also have some audio from all of the players while we're doing this. It will be in Korean, so we're just...
Oh, I was wondering. So there are also picks that you can pick to grief your team?
Yeah, just disrupt everyone?
Yeah. So in Nivea, for example, with the wall, if you can time that well, you can force early starts.
You're absolutely never going to win them.
No, because you're extremely slow.
And it's also, but it's also very difficult to execute yourself very effectively.
Yeah, I know. So I don't think you should. We'll see what ends up getting picked. There is also the opportunity for players to collaborate and be like, okay, so if you pick this, I pick this, and then it will be between the two of us.
There is that. However, you cannot actually use abilities on your teammates.
Yeah.
So Yuumi, we thought Yuumi was going to be completely broken, but you can't actually press W onto somebody else. So you don't just get to cruise to a first place after using your flash. Carrier might have like some weird tech where he's going to take bubble and just speed himself up all the time, is his theory.
So how does Owner not just win this?
Well, I think he does. That's where I'm sort of at.
He is going to parkour over everything.
Yeah, someone was wondering who leaked Jhin, because of course Jhin, pretty strong, with his ability to zap stuff. Deadly Flourish is pretty powerful.
계단 내려가면
You
부정행위니까.
guys
I'm really just feeling like Talon is just too broken.
Oh!
Don't go down the stairs. They're not supposed to go down the stairs.
Double and red.
Oh,
red
Zayas,
red.
quickly, yeah. Just
Side.
make sure that you get that one up onto your screen.
Side.
Adjust some things so that no one can see. Maybe it's like going down the stairs, like as pathed, and then so now we can't see.
I love
That would
it.
be cute.
So at 1:30 they can leave the base.
Yes.
Now, there are a couple of blast cones, obviously, on the map. So our assumption is that players are just going to immediately ghost and flash.
Yeah.
To try and get to those as soon as possible.
일단 1분 29.99초에 출발하면 그 사람 탈락이다.
A little roadmap in the top right as well.
Oh, don't go down at 2999999.
그림자 너무 앞에 있는데?
That's what they're just like having a little bit of a walk around. Of course, we're waiting another 30 seconds.
Before they can actually...
Nami's shadow is over the line, is apparently what they're saying. I can't believe Faker took Anivia. Is he actually going to just skill W and try and ruin everyone's day? That is
Well,
the
he hasn't
question.
skilled anything yet, but like, why else would you pick it?
I mean, isn't Ona just automatically going to win?
Yeah, because he also can ignore Anivia.
Yeah.
블루 레드.
Okay, let's count down, Matt.
All right, here we go.
3,
2, 1, go! Oh, and they're off to a... And Talon's just going to win. I mean, I think it's just going to happen. Unless...
There's no way.
Unless Jin can utilize the range. That's the real question mark
You
here.
said red Kim.
Because look at that. He gets Blast Cone access immediately, then he can dash another wall. And this is why it's broken, is because the cooldown is based on the terrain, and you never go back to the terrain. But now they're just trying to mess him up as best they can. So everybody else just went to blue buff and skipped red completely. This is chaos.
I am not entirely sure what is happening here. Is the goal now just to ensure that
Have we just assumed
Ona
They
doesn't
need to
get there?
touch it, right?
assumed that Ona is going to win, and then...
Oh, Keria. Lead the...
Okay. This is very perplexing.
So what I'm wondering is, did Keria actually hit the red buff because he buffed up Jin?
Oh, but he can't actually buff Jin. He's not allowed to. Oh no, they're trying to block it so that he can't get it, but obviously he's going to... Okay, there we go. And Ona is the victor here. Even though he was Talon. He achieved victory. I think. I would assume.
I'm a bit perplexed, Atlas. I know what we just saw is revolutionary. I'm
Yes.
just not sure in what way.
Yeah, we're just going to make sure that we have confirmation of everything here. Ona was the only player that I saw that actually achieved the criteria for this. I believe Keria is forfeit because he definitely casted an ability on an ally, and he's not supposed to.
Maybe you can target allies, just not jump to them?
No, you're just not allowed to
I don't-
target allies
yeah,
with
you're-
abilities. I think it was pretty clear. And so I
Also-
think it's actually relatively easy because there's only one person that actually did everything.
This is the-
And let's check out the instant replay. Make sure we know exactly what's going on here. And make sure you just keep your eye on this Talon who gets off to a roaring start.
So just to reiterate, and they, as far as I know, they also needed to adhere to the actual order, which is tag red buff, tag your own blue buff, tag a top lane minion, then enemy
Red.
buff, and then your own.
Enemy, yeah. So enemy red buff, enemy blue buff, and then you execute. All right, so Deft manages to get the red.
Left hit it,
Okay.
Oh, Keria skipped
and
it.
then does that... Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But he hit it with the Nami Tidecaller's Blessing, which Keria is not allowed to press. Deft manages to get to blue buff.
So then at
Faker's
this
still
point,
running.
I think Faker just was trying to have as much fun as possible, which the Anivia pick makes a lot of sense.
And so Deft then gets another Tidecaller's Blessing, which in theory gives Keria another thingy.
And then Keria just gets the auto.
Yeah. But going back to the original point, which is you're not allowed to cast abilities on your teammates.
And then Deft tries to go, does hit it.
So he does manage to get it. Does he get the execute in time? He does. And so Deft wins.
Deft win.
Then it
There it is.
It's got
So it's deft Ona. It'd be hilarious if Ona cancelled the auto.
Wait, so it actually isn't because
Oh,
Zeus also died before Owner.
please, please. So theoretically, yeah, Kerry used his E to do damage to the minions. However, he used it by casting an ability on a teammate, which is illegal from the rules that I read.
I'm not sure. I think we're going to figure out very soon.
We're going to find out very soon. That is true. But I think it's actually Deft that managed to take it.
That's the important part.
Even though he was off screen the entire time we were watching.
We do know that for a fact.
Yeah. That Carrier, the first one who
and Faker was there, by the way. He was there.
Like, I think Faker, at the moment he... Yeah, okay,
so Deft is first.
This we knew.
And so is it Ona second or is it Carrier second?
Because it'd be Zeus, right? Because Zeus actually... It is
Oh,
Zeus.
it is. So he managed to get the extra one.
Yeah, so Zeus using the range of way to actually hit everything as well. And getting first and second both is a really big win here in the Race the Rift minigame.
I just like how I got it so incredibly wrong that the person I thought was going to get it actually came fourth, possibly.
Okay.
It's a new Rift. It's a new game. I think we get some leeway.
Yeah,
Oh,
leeway. And so theoretically, it is if you're allowed to cast Tidecallers.
He would have still been third.
Yeah. And so Zeus was second, and now. Oh wait, Zeus was second.
Zeus was second.
Yes. No, that already came up. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're trying to work out who got third, right?
I don't think it matters.
Oh, it's just first and second.
Because then
so
they play the next minigame.
Yes.
And I gotta say, after this first one, I'm scared for the rules of this new and cool and interesting game.
I just like knowing very little, and then just having a good time. That's my way. And so now we have the Mundo face-off, the DDR check, as it were. See who can dodge and who can hit. I haven't seen that movie in a really long time.
What? Which
Like,
movie?
Dodgeball.
I've not seen the movie Dodgeball.
Really? No. Don't even understand that if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball?
No, I mean, I played the game in you know, high school and elementary school, but...
I might be showing my age a little bit here. Something
good
like
movie?
that. It's a great movie. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's been a while.
Does it hold up?
Maybe. Maybe we'll have a movie night. We can go check it out.
Dodgeball
Depends how
movie night?
inspired by Mundo Dodgeball we are going to be.
I have never left a game of Mundo Dodgeball and not felt inspired. So I think that movie night is happening.
Inspired to play a different champion.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to reign supreme. And then, especially, to find out who has to play the extra game. Because, of course, there's an extra match to be played. Some teams will not have to play anymore, but there could be a very early, well, it will be a very early elimination at the start of our tournament to decide which lane is the best.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, the team that wins just gets to decide. They can also decide to play more games if they want to today.
Yeah.
So we'll see what ends up happening. Also important is that the team with the higher minigame ranking has the right to choose sides. So right now, Team 80 Carry looking great. And Team Top, maybe I underestimated them.
Well, I mean, they are constantly underestimated as a role. That is basically just how top lane in the LCK has been used. So unfortunately, it is just it's just a thing. But we'll see if they can get some redemption today.
Yes, Deft and Zeus, yes, they're both world champions. But is it not more scary to have a bunch of teammates and direct competitors right behind you, judging your every click?
There's a lot of referees. We are making sure that the competitive integrity of this particular day's tournament is absurd, okay? There is
only has his own team.
Everybody else is just on the other side watching, I guess.
That actually is thematically very accurate for top lane.
Yeah, I like it.
They're just like, we're off on our own. We don't need any help.
Started 115. What are to be places in a straight line at center of the Baron pit prior to 1 minute.
So you're only allowed to use Q. As you would know, game start is going to be at 1 minute and 15. You got to get your line of wards set up.
아니 우리는 동시에 안 눌러.
아, 우린 여기고. 들어가 있어, 들어가 있어.
둘이 한대 둘이. 어떻게 할게요 형?
시작.
이거 잘 깔아야 돼.
Oh, is this an extra hidden mini game where we also
So we've got a
dodge
hidden
the Skittles?
a dodge the Skittles happening at the same time between
think this-
Carrier and Faker. For
Oh,
funsies.
this is the pre-show.
Yeah, we got a bit of a
This is
bit of
the
a pre-show
warm-up,
situation.
the opening act.
Oh, they're getting better. I think it's the Ghost that might be helping out as far as the dodging is concerned.
너가 좀 좁은 것 같기도 하고. 바꿔서
I thought that the Carthuses were supposed to be like referees,
Yeah, I thought they were just
but
there for
instead
vibes.
they're just having a good time, just playing the game themselves.
115.
1분 15초.
Three.
Don't know whether it'll actually mean anything as far as scoring the event is concerned, but it is happening. Got some flashes going on.
아, 만화 없어.
This is
All right,
James.
oh dear. With the Mundo already starting off, Zeus is doing a very good job. Deft struggling a little bit here. Representing Stanley, which is
Oh,
very cool. Oh man, Deft is in struggle street right
oh
now.
my!
탑한테 너무 유리한데.
This is
It's not looking good.
This is not looking good. I feel like Zeus should theoretically have more practice on Mundo, but I don't know whether that really helps out. Oh, the flash comes in, and he's just playing with his food now,
trying
giving
to
him the
protect
thumbs up. Oh, there is so much emotional damage happening here as well. And there's the first blood for Zeus. Top lane, ladies and gentlemen, we thought that they might have been on the bottom rung. However, in these mini games, they are the best.
Is top lane just one big mini game? Dodge the jungler, fight your opponent in a one-on-one battle to the
Absolutely.
death. That was one of the most one-sided games of Mundo dodgeball I've ever seen.
And now, Deft's very first loss on Mundo.
Wow.
Yeah,
This is like when he lost on Jinx.
I know.
One time.
I know. I think probably even worse. Imagine having a 100% loss rate on Mundo in your career. That is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for Deft. We'll see whether he can move past it because he's going to have to very, very quickly as we look to our first full games on Summoner's Rift.
And in case you missed the Raise the Rift minigame, you might be wondering, why is teammate 5th? Because they picked Anivia and played for fun.
Yeah.
So it was just there to have a giggle and bully some of his teammates.
And that rule that I thought existed about not being able to cast abilities on your teammates,
fine.
it's not real. That was a lie that I possibly told myself at the beginning of the day when I woke up. So I apologize for that one. So Carrier is going to be in 3rd place. Not that that really matters because a lot of the decision-making is going to be happening between the first couple of teams. And we'll get our eyes on the bracket very, very soon.
So, yeah,
is
I
this
got
a
to
break?
reevaluate Team Top. Based
Exactly.
on what they did in those minigames?
Uh-huh. I mean, Zeus is pretty good. We know that his Jace is absolutely amazing, and he's going to be playing AD carry today. So, you know, he's got some of those range skills, things like that. I don't know, guys.
I kind of like it.
That's a guess, assuming that he's going to be playing AD carry, but it would make some sense.
I thought I had a good grip on what was going to happen today, but I think it's time to accept that, much like the players, we have no idea. You know, the Rift is a mystery. The item changes. While I like Mythics, you know, for the first year, I'm also not sad to see hopefully greater item diversity come back here in the up-and-coming year. Really excited to see what is going to happen there.
Yeah, and let's now have a look at the interview to see how things are going to go.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here back with a special event to start off a new year. This is a new event called 2024 Season Opening, and we are here joined by the captains of each lane. Hello, I'm the captain of Team Top, Zeus. Hi everyone, this is the captain of Tip Jungle, Owner. Hi everyone, Mid Supremacy, I'm the team mid captain, Faker.
안녕하세요. 원딜 팀의 주장을 맡고 있는
Hi,
데프트입니다.
this is captain of the team AD carry, Deft.
안녕하세요. 서포트팀 주장 캐리아
Hello
류민석입니다.
everyone, this is Karia, the captain of Team Support.
네, 이렇게 미니 게임을 한번 진행을 해봤는데요. 일단
We
우승을
started off
한
today
제우스
with mini games.
선수부터 인터뷰
And let's hear
나눠보도록
first
하겠습니다.
from the winner,
제우스 선수,
Zeus.
문도
Mundo
피고 압도적으로 이긴 것
dodgeball. That was
같아요.
so easy
아무래도
for
뭐
you.
탑 챔프가
Maybe was
문도여서
it
그런 거
because
아닐까? 문도를 평소에 좀
You got to
치시나요?
play Mundo, a top lane champion? How's your Mundo level?
오래된 것 같은데.
It's been like forever since I last played Mundo, but
데프트 선수가
Deft was kind of
봐주면서 한 것 같아가지고.
going easy on me, I guess.
데프트 선수 좀
Deft,
봐주셨나요?
was that true?
이게 원딜만 하다 보니까 몸집
I only get to
크니까
play
스킬을 너무 잘 맞더라고요.
like 80 carry champions, and
아쉬웠던
playing
것
up against such a
그렇군요.
big
제우스
champion
선수.
was uneasy. I
이렇게
never get
문도
to
피고
play a big
압도적으로
champion. I never
승리를
played
했는데
against a
오늘
big
미니
champion
게임
in lane,
진행해보니까
so it was a little bit
분위기가
awkward
어떤가요?
to me. Zeus, how are you liking today's match today? How was the mini games?
많이 연구하고
We actually like
다른 팀들도 뭔가 좀 열심히 안 한 척
paid so much attention to the mini games because we really wanted to come up with the best strategy, and it was like actually a very try-hard mode for everyone.
제우스 선수는 흐웨이를 가져오셨는데요.
Zeus, you
이때
played
어떤
Hui
전략이 있었을까요?
for the Racer Rift game. What was your strategy?
저도 진이
I thought it was gonna be the most popular
pick.
pick, and I thought Jin would be the best pick though, and then I was late locking it in, so I decided to just play Hui because I was late.
마지막 문도 피고는 승리로 이끌어 가셨습니다.
But in the end, you were able to become the first place by winning the Mundo dodgeball. Now moving on to Owner, how was today's game? I thought Talon was an easy, guaranteed first place pick for the Racer Rift. So I thought I was gonna win for sure, and it was shocking that I actually could even become, one of the top leaders.
미드 황종 미드는 이렇게 미니 게임 해봤는데.
What about you, Faker? I felt like you were having some fun on the Rift. I was gonna just make someone go last on Nivea, but it failed. My strategy didn't work, so it's a bummer.
첫 번째 미니 게임 협곡 달리기에서는 1등을 하셨습니다.
You were able to be the first one to actually get executed in the first game. How was it?
최대한 빨리
I was trying to, take advantage of the range of Jin. So I was just so ready to type in Jin once we were able to go into the blind pick mode.
좀 붙어가지고 가는 그런 전략을 가져온 것 같더라고요.
And then
이때
Kyria
달리실 때 기분
decided to
어떠셨는지
actually,
궁금해요.
take advantage of Jin by using Nami E on him.
나미로 2등을
I
노려야겠다
thought
생각했는데
of going for the run-up
저 아까
strategy with
대기실에서
Nami
서포터
from the
선수들이랑
get-go.
한
I was
30분
having a
정도
conversation
달리기
with
될 줄 알았는데
the
제가
support
실수해가지고
players, and
마지막에
also we were actually
죄송하네요.
playing some practice games with the support
네,
players in
이렇게
the green
다른
room.
선수들이
But I'm so
이렇게
sorry that I was not
미니게임인데요.
making
자,
to
그래도
first or second to
1등을
all of my
했던
support
제우스
teammates.
선수에게 엄청난 특권이
Now Zeus, you
주어지게
are
됩니다.
guaranteed a special,
원하는
a
대로
great
대진을
privilege
결정하게
of
될
the day. You
텐데요.
will decide all the
어떤 기준으로
matchups
대진을
today.
정할 예정이신지 궁금하네요.
Tell us about it.
제가 또 데프트
start off,
선수와 연합을 했었기 때문에
I was teamed up with Deft,
드리고
so I
싶고요.
want to make sure that he gets a good matchup
근데 어떻게
possible.
될지는 잘 모르겠어서
I
일단
can't really
저희
promise,
팀이 이제
but
브레인들 또 섭외해놨기 때문에
we have some of
같이
the
이제
most
브레인스토밍하면서
잘
준비해 보겠습니다.
intelligent players of the LCK on my side, so we will make sure to make out the best draft possible. No, we were supposed to decide it right now on stage right now. Did you say right now? I didn't know about that. I thought we got some time to plan it out, but Deft or Karia, do you want to say anything to Zeus before he
어제
decides?
우재랑 라스칼 선수가 봇듀오라서 연습을 되게 많이 하는데 제가
I watched
퇴근도 안 하고 새벽 4시
Zeus and Raska playing bottom duo, but I didn't, get off work. I was actually helping them practice the bottom laning phase, so, keep that in mind, Zeus. I was there to help you. Anyone else?
입을 꼭 다무는 두 선수 있고 데프트 선수?
Deft, maybe?
Rexus remove.
Zeus.
항상
Well, you're such a great player. I always
Bummer.
respected you.
롤 모델로 삼고 있습니다.
You have been my role model forever. I love you.
감사합니다.
You're the best player.
제우스 선수
Thank
이런
you.
멘트 어때요?
You like that,
잘 못
Zeus?
들었습니다.
I was not able to hear that. Sorry, what was that
약간
again?
공정함을 유지하려고 하는 제우스 선수의 모습이고요. 혹시 오너 선수 지금
Owner?
마이크를 만지작 거리는데
They want to say
하고 싶은
something?
말씀 있으실까요?
처음부터 또 우재랑
I mean, we're best friends. We're buddies. We've been together forever.
줄 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
I trust him.
아 그렇군요. 마지막으로
Lastly,
선수
Faker.
하고 싶은 얘기 있으실까요?
저는 없습니다.
Nope. Nothing to say.
아 좋습니다. 자 과연 어떤 결과를 가져오게 될지 궁금하고요.
let's see how
자 그럼
everything
제우스
turns
선수와 함께
out.
대진표를 만들어
Zeus.
보도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 총
What do you have on
4번의
your
게임이 준비가
mind?
되어 있는데요.
We have
먼저
4
첫
matches
번째
to play
매치
today.
B와 C에 들어갈
Who's gonna
두
be
팀을
Team B
골라주시면
and Team
되겠습니다.
C that will
저기가
be
이제
playing
세판
the
하는 거죠?
first match.
그렇습니다.
That team gets to
사실은
play
이게
3 matches
이미
today.
좀 정해진 게 있긴 한데
오, 그래요?
I actually have
네,
the
이거는
master plan in mind, but
저의 그거라기보다는
it
저희
was not
팀의
my
의지라고
plan. It was the
생각하셔도
team
좋을 것
top's
같습니다.
plan, so don't blame this on me,
저희
please.
팀원. 네.
네 좋습니다.
Our teammates
자.
brought this plan.
말씀해 주시죠.
일단 팀 B
Team B
네.
will be
정글.
Team Jungle.
정글. 네, 팀 B에는
There you
정글이
go. We
들어가게
have Team
됐고요. 자,
Jungle
그렇다면 첫 번째 매치
as
정글과
Team B
함께하는
in the
팀은
bracket.
누구일까요?
Now, who's gonna be
팀
Team C?
C 서포트.
It's gonna be support.
Definitely opposition.
서포터. 아, 팀 서포터가 첫 번째
The
매치에
very
들어가게
first match of
됐습니다.
the day
첫
will be
번째
Team
매치는
Jungle versus Team
정글 대
Support.
서포터의 대결이 완성이 됐고요. 자,
Now
그렇다면
we
두
have
번째
it. Now
매치로 한번
moving
넘어가
on to
보겠습니다.
the second
팀 D와
match.
팀 E에 들어갈 팀을 골라주시면
Who's gonna be
됩니다.
Team D and
여기는
E?
이제 그 저기 이긴 팀이랑 하는 게 아니라 그 반대편 조인 거죠.
그렇습니다.
자,
So let's see.
팀 D는
Team D will be
원딜.
Team Bot.
원딜, 네, 팀 원딜이
Team AD carry will be
B로
taking the
되고요.
Team D
그럼 두
spot.
번째 매치 원딜 팀과 붙을
And who
팀은요?
will be going up against Team Bot?
아,
It's gonna be Team Mid.
자,
Which is
그렇다면
both.
원딜과 미드의 대결이 성사가
So match
됐습니다.
2 will be
자,
Team
그렇다면
Bot
자동으로
versus Team Mid, and
팀
automatically we're gonna
세
have
번째
Team
매치에
Top
들어가게
playing the
돼서
third
첫
match,
번째 매치에서
going up
이긴
against the
팀과
winner
Support
of the
versus
first
support,
match.
자, 좋습니다. 그렇다면
Now we
저희
have the
완성된 매치 다시
updated
한번
bracket.
확인해
Let's take a
보겠습니다.
look at it.
자, 제우스 선수가 1등으로 이렇게 대진을 만들어 주셨습니다. 시즌 2024 시즌 오프닝
Was the one
라인별
deciding all the
토너먼트
matches
대진
for the
결과입니다.
season
첫 번째
2024
매치,
opening of the
정글과
day.
서포터의 대결
First
준비되어
match will be
있고요.
Jungle
두 번째
versus Support.
매치는 원딜과
Second match will be
미드,
Bot
세 번째
versus
매치는
Mid.
첫 번째
Third match will be
정글과
Top versus
서포터
match
중에
1
이긴
winner.
팀과
And
탑
finals
팀이
will be the
맞붙게 됩니다.
match 2 winners
자,
and
이제
match 3
본
winners.
경기가 펼쳐질 텐데요. 여러분 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 자, 저희 본 경기로 넘어가기 전에 네, 여러분들의 뜨거운 함성 들어볼까요? 네, 뜨거운 응원과 함께 중계석
Okay, so there you have it. Thank you so much to G-Sun for the fantastic translation. And it was absolutely hilarious to watch Ona just get completely owned by his teammate, his best friend.
His face.
Oh, said it all.
He
It
gets
absolutely
top
said it all.
so much as well.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think this is justified. So what you do is you have bot and mid, which are expected to be good, eliminate one another, you know, and then you set yourself up against what are expected to be the weaker teams, right? The weaker laners. Now,
This
I
is
think
where my dark horse comes into
this
play.
is it's team support, right?
I have a feeling.
Would
I have a
you-
feeling that things are going to be difficult for Team Jungle in game 1.
Does that have to do something with a certain support player that you
Might be playing a different role where he could be doing all sorts of crazy things around the Rift. It may have something to do with that, but it also could have something to do with the fact that they have multi-role players
They do.
all over the place. Andil is famous, and this is why Koma picked him, famous for getting to Challenger in every role. So, you know, there's method to the madness. And of course, because Carrier had COVID, it was Koma that stepped in, right? He is there as a brain tank, as a man full of knowledge. So he chose these players for a reason.
I like it.
You know?
Good sell.
really thinking.
Good sell. I don't know if they'll win. We're going to have to see whether that's going to be the case. Take a look here again. And
Not in order.
yeah, no,
Haven't put anyone in their roles just yet.
I mean, they might even not decide until they know the champions that they're playing,
Might be true.
depending. And it also makes scouting obviously a lot harder. Although Lucid has already given away he plays one champion, so I imagine they won't put him in mid because then they ban Akali. It's the end of the world. But Plata obviously exceptional AD carry in challengers, so he to me
And in the
feels-
LCK.
And in the LCK also did a great job.
Managed to get a
Although
POG.
DRX obviously struggled a bit more. So to me, that's the only one where I'm like, you gotta just put him in the AD carry position. That's the no-brainer to me.
Yeah.
And also do carry out because
I mean, it's hard because Pleta and Beryl are both AD carry players.
Yeah, okay,
Beryl,
but
of course,
Beryl
starting his
was-
career as an AD carry.
yeah, okay, but that is what, 6 years ago?
Yeah, it was alongside Hoyt back on Dom 1
it's a
in
while back.
Challenger. Yes.
But it does count. But you know, he can also just carry out because he's been playing 80 carries for a year now.
I mean, he's been playing sort of everything.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, it is going to be jungle. Gideon, Lucid, Sylvie, Peanut, and Ona. A little bit less as far as historical champion diversity, role diversity is concerned.
Hey,
there have been a few players that have done the switch, but Score is unfortunately not here in the LCK outside of being a coach. And so therefore we don't have the role swap junglers in the LCK.
You know, you have Kindred and Graves. Those are 80 carries.
True-ish.
Those can be played top. You've Brand, which technically can be a mid champion.
I mean, Twitch is technically a jungle. Ezreal, he can jungle.
Okay, I feel
Karthus,
like I started
there's lots of
off
things that are definitely
earnest.
different. Yeah.
Karthus isn't even a mid laner. He's just a jungler.
Yeah, but like you could play it in mid.
You could.
You know, I'm just saying multi-role champions, Brand, another one. You can play that all over the Rift.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just name the champions that can go into almost every single role. Like Jace. Yeah.
Jungle Jace.
Good old Jungle Jace. I think that's the only role that he hasn't been played in competitively.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. A lot of knowledge on this team.
Yeah, and a lot of like shot calling ability and things like this as well. There's a lot of leaders coming from the jungle role.
Is there a laning phase? Generally not where junglers excel. And even though mechanically, I think a player like Lucid is really exciting. I think Owner also, even though he did have a tough time for some parts of last year, obviously mechanically extremely impressive when it came to his world performance. So we know that mechanically these players are good, but yeah, laning phase against some of the better teams might be a problem. Against team supports though, I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. I feel like team support might come out and surprise everyone, but that is
they
just
really
me.
are.
That is just me. Remember,
I am all in on team support.
Well, kinda. I mean, my theory for anything Beryl related is Beryl's going to win until he doesn't, right? So we could get that out of the way very, very quickly. But first, it's time for the interview. Let's jump over.
다들 너무 집중하셔서요. 제가
Everyone's
인터뷰를 해도
so
되나라는
focused
생각이
up
들긴
for the
하지만
first
그래도
match to
침투해
keep
보도록
up
하겠습니다.
today, but
2024
I'm
시즌
here
오프닝
to have a
무더
chat with the
리프트.
players
자,
while they are
지금
setting
여기는
up for
팀
the
서포터인데요.
game. Now I'm
제
on the
옆에는
side of team
엑스큐트 선수가
support,
나와
and next to
있습니다.
me is
지금
Execute.
마우스 세팅을 하고 계시네요. 안녕하세요.
Hello.
네, 오랜만에
How are
이렇게
you?
놀파크 오셨는데 기분 어떠세요?
How does it feel to be at Old Park? A little bit nervous, but
긴장되고 재밌으세요.
I'm excited.
이렇게 마우스 세팅하실 때 가장 중요하게 생각하는
What's
점이
the most
있으실까요?
important part of
일단은 제가
computer
하는 거
setups when it comes
계속
to
생각하고
competitive games?
제가 세팅 계속
I just have to keep everything in mind about my routines and like how I'm gonna like control this. So yeah, you have to be focused up. Team support, are you feeling confident today? Yes, of course.
이어서 다음 선수.
Next
반갑습니다.
up
플레타 선수.
is
안녕하세요.
Pleta.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 오늘
Hello.
원딜을 맡게 되신 거죠?
Now you're playing
네,
80
원딜
carry
맡고
day, right?
오늘 승리 전략
Yes, I am.
있을까요?
What kind of
일단 제가
strategy
원딜을 경험해봤기
do you
때문에
have today?
제가
I
좀
have
잘해야 되지
been in,
않을까.
in the past, I was an 80 carry player, so I gotta
어깨가
play well for
무겁지
my team.
않을까 싶습니다. 자, 이어서 서포트의 주장인
Now,
캐리어 선수 한번 만나보도록
Carrier,
하겠습니다.
the captain of
선수.
team support.
미드를 맡게
You're playing mid today?
미드를 맡게 되셨어요.
So focused.
좀렉 걸린 것 같은데?
Oh, my PC is
This is
lagging, sorry.
한참 연습하고 계신데
warming
뭐
up.
하고 계신 거예요?
What are you playing right now?
팀 헤드셋 다 꼈나요?
Is everyone wearing headsets? Because I was
오늘
warming up.
준비된 픽이 있을까요?
What kind of champion are going to play today?
11가지 정도
I have like
준비해가지고
11 different
저녁 때
options,
할수 있을 것
so I can
11개
just play
정도
whatever.
와, 11개의 준비된 픽이 있다라고 하셨습니다.
11
자, 과연 오늘
different
캐리어
picks
선수의 미드는
prepared.
어떤
Let's see
모습일지
which one he will
한번 보도록
play on the
하겠습니다.
Rift today.
오늘 이제 주장으로서 이 포지션 선택을
Carrier,
어떻게 하셨는지 궁금해요.
How did you decide to, put your
일단
teammates on each lane
이제 드래프트 하면서
during the draft?
이제 플레타 선수랑 정훈 씨 같은 분들이
Players
이제
like
좀 오랜만에
Pleta,
LCK 오셨으니까 좀
They
이제
made
개막하기
it
전에
back to
한번
LCK
이제
after a while,
팬분들한테
so I wanted to
좋은
make sure that they can
경험했으면
show an
좋겠다고
appearance and good
뽑았던 것
performance
같습니다.
before LCK starts.
그러셨군요. 아무래도 바텀에 좀 힘을 실어준 그런 모습입니다.
Looking forward
매우
to
바빠
see the bottom
보이셔서요.
field
다음
performing
선수
today, and
만나보도록
Carrier looks a
하겠습니다.
little bit busy,
자,
so let's
베릴
move
선수,
on to
안녕하세요.
Beryl.
오랜만이에요.
Hello, it's been a while.
오늘 이렇게 정글을 맡게
Now you'll be
되셨는데
playing
좀
jungle.
달라진 협곡 베릴
And there are a lot of
도사님의 전략이
changes
있을까요?
on the Rift.
저는 일단
What are you gonna focus on the most?
팀이 벌써 두 라인이기 때문에
I'm playing against the junglers, and I'm the jungle representing team supports. So I'm just gonna make sure that I can just survive.
네. 그래도 자신은 있으신가요?
But are you confident though?
어차피 이제 주라인 있는 사람들은
I mean, they main jungle anyway,
할 거라
so
생각하기 때문에
they're gonna
다른
do
라인의 사람들이
really well, which
정도
means the
잘
other
해줘야 되지
players
않나
of my team
싶거든요.
has to do better.
다른 팀원을 좀 믿는 듯한 그런 베르 선수의 모습입니다. 자, 그럼
That
마지막으로
logo.
안델
Now,
선수
lastly,
모셔보겠습니다.
Andil, the top laner of team support. Never seen you sitting on the top laner seat before. How are you?
네, 오늘
Hi.
탑을 맡게 되셨는데 이 포지션
You
어떠세요?
are gonna playing top today. How do you feel?
새로운 또 포지션이라
It's a new, position for me, new role. So it's gonna be fun. My goal is going 50-50, and our bottom deal will just carry it all.
서폿의 전략은 좀
So I guess team support, the main strategy is, going for the bottom lane hyper carry, right?
선수의 활약도
Exactly.
기대해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 팀 서폿을 만나봤는데요. 이어서 팀
Now
정글도
let's hear
만나보도록
from
하겠습니다.
team
굉장히
jungle
활발한
players.
토론이 이루어지고
A lot of
있습니다.
communication happening already.
Some is your mid gonna win the tournament.
자, 이제 팀 정글을 그대로 만나볼 텐데요. 아, 탑을
Next to me are the team
기동
jungle
선수죠?
players. First, the top
네,
laner,
반갑습니다.
Gideon on the
오랜만에 또
side
롤파크
of
오셨는데 기분
OK
어떠신가요?
Brion. How do you feel to be back at Low Park? Yeah, it's been a while, and I'm really honored to be able to participate in such a great event like this.
준비해왔다. 어떤 전략이 있었을까요?
What kind of strategy or pick did you prepare for today? Yesterday, I played top lane a lot, In Champs Queue, I was playing up against the professional players
좋습니다. 그럼
to,
오늘은 좀 자신 있다. 내가
become a
안델
better
선수를
top
상대로
laner.
압도할 수 있다. 이런 자신감 있나요?
Do you think you can beat Andil and own the top lane? Of course, he's a support player, I have to win.
아, 좋습니다.
It's
아주
not a
자신감 넘치는
problem for me.
모습을 확인해 볼 수 있었습니다. 자, 이어서
Now,
이
next
팀의
up.
주장이죠. 팀 정글의 주장이 우노 선수
Owner,
만나보도록
the
하겠습니다.
captain of Team
우노
Jungle.
선수가 원래 정글인데
You
정글을
are
맡으셨어요?
a professional jungle player, and you are playing jungle today.
사연이 있었습니다.
Sadly, there was
아무래도
some,
팀장이다 보니까
unfortunate
어깨가
incident
무거웠던 것
happening.
같은데요.
I had
이
to
팀
play jungle
정글은
again.
어떻게 포지션을 이렇게 배치할 수 있었나요?
Then who decided to kind of allocate all the roles?
하나씩 있어가지고
Everyone had their main
그렇게
role
재밌었던
outside
것
of
같고,
jungle, so it was not too hard to decide who's going where. So as a captain, I decided to, be on the jungle duty one more time. Who do you do you think will be the most powerful player on the side of team support?
모르겠습니다 저.
I don't even know who's on
팀
team support,
서폿은
I don't
존재감이
know.
없는
I don't
팀이다.
just care.
뭐 그런 식으로 받아들여도 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah,
네.
you can take that.
자신감이 느껴집니다. 그렇다면 우리 팀에서 가장 기대되는 선수는
Then
누굴까요?
who do you think will pop off
또
on the side of team
기동
jungle?
선수가 굉장히 또
Gideon,
챔피언석이
he has a very
넓다고
wide
생각해가지고,
champion
네,
pool,
잘
so I
걸어오고
think
있습니다.
he's gonna do
아,
great.
좋습니다. 아주 여유로운 모습을 볼 수 있었습니다. 자, 그렇다면
Next up
이어서
is
루시드 선수도
Lucid.
만나보겠습니다. 루시드 선수 롤파크에서 만나게 되네요.
Finally, I got to say hi
오늘 이렇게 롤파크에서 직접 경기
at Low
준비해보니까
Park.
세팅해보니까
How do you
기분
feel
어떠신가요?
to be on stage of Low Park today? It's my first time here, so I'm kind of nervous. But I'm debuting as a mid laner somehow, so
좀
it's very
당황스럽다라고 이야기를 해주셨는데
confusing
그래도
to me.
오늘을 위해서 좀 어떤 걸 준비를
Did you prepare
해오셨을까요?
anything special for today?
옆에서
Well,
쇼메이커 선수가 하는 거를 보고
I always watch Showmaker
옆에서
play
직접 배워왔습니다.
and learned from
오,
it.
쇼메이커 선수의 좀 도움이 있었군요.
Did he give you any
플레이
tips?
보고
I just
보고
watched him play,
아, 기대가
I just
됩니다.
learned from
오늘 활약 기대해
his
보도록
plays.
하겠습니다. 자, 이어서 실비 선수 만나보도록
Sylvie.
하겠습니다. 실비 선수 반갑습니다. 오늘 이렇게 또 중체를
Welcome,
맡으셨네요. 또
welcome.
원딜을 하게 되셨네요.
Now we're gonna play
제가
AD
또
carry
중요한
role
역할이기
today.
때문에
Yeah.
역할 잘해보도록
I
하겠습니다.
gotta, put all the
네,
responsibility on my
오늘 이렇게
shoulder.
또 아무래도 피넛 선수와의
And
조합도
you are gonna
중요할
go to the
텐데요.
bottom lane
어떻게
together
피넛
with
선수가 조언을
Peanut
좀
as
해주던가요?
support. Did he give you any advice?
서포팅 알아서 다 해주실 거라 믿기 때문에
I'm pretty sure Peanut
그냥
will
믿고
just, do
가겠습니다.
everything for me. I trust him.
피넛 선수를 믿고 가겠다라는 실비 선수의 이야기가 있었습니다. 응원해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 마지막으로
lastly,
피넛 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Peanut
안녕하세요.
over here.
네. 피너
as
선수
support of
서폿을 하게
Team
되셨어요.
Jungle.
어떻게 이 라인을
Who
배치하신 건가요?
decided this
저희
lane
다 잘하는 라인들로
allocation? Did you decide to go support?
그리고 팀장의
Yeah,
오너
we just made
선수가
sure that
정글을
everyone
진짜
gets
가고
to play their
하셔가지고
best
네,
role,
저희가 네
and
명이 다
you know,
양보했습니다.
owner, he was so vocal about
그렇군요.
playing jungle
지금
one more
세팅을
time, so
열심히
we, you know,
해주셨는데
we were just being
세팅
nice to
중에
let him play
아무래도
jungle.
이제 베테랑이시다 보니까 루틴이 있으실 것 같아요.
Do you have any
어떤
specific
루틴이 있는지
routines
궁금해요.
when it comes to setting up your PC?
바탕화면이나 뭐 그냥 추가
You know,
세부적인
maybe
세팅들
desktop,
그냥 남들도
wallpaper,
하는
and
했습니다.
everything what everyone else
뭐가
does.
있을까요?
What are those?
뭐
Like,
해상도라든지
you know,
이게 롤
resolution.
해상도랑 바탕화면 모니터 해상도랑 달라가지고
Because the
그런 거 맞추고 있어요.
resolution of
그리고 제가
the
이 자리는 처음
window
와보는데
and
우리
resolution
피넛
of your
선수의
client is
마우스패드가
actually different, so
굉장히
I want
오래된
them to
듯한
be
그런
unified.
느낌이 들거든요.
And
애착
Peanut,
마우스패드이신가요?
I think your mouse pad is kind of old.
연습생 낮은 때부터 쓰던 마우스.
This is the one that I've been using since
몇 년이나
Najin
된
when
거죠?
I was a trainee. It's been
와, 이게
more than 10
아무래도
years since I
오늘
used
또
this mouse
행운을 주지
pad.
않을까 이런 기대도 해봅니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 팀
Now we
정글까지
were able to hear
만나봤습니다.
from all the 10
벌써
players
본격적으로
performing
세팅이 된것
for the
같고요.
first
게임
match,
바로
so I'm
시작하면
gonna
좋을
pass
것
it back
같습니다.
to
준비팀분들
Atlas and
나와주세요.
Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation of all 10 of the interviews with the players as they get ready to jump onto the Rift for the very first time in 2024 at LoL Park. Very exciting stuff and a lot of information now to go through. I think team support, the allocation of role, beautiful. It's like a symphony. It all makes sense. Jungle, not entirely sure. And I don't know whether the options are all that obvious. Chronicler, what are your thoughts?
I liked Owner's approach, which was I have saying I have no clue who we're playing against, and my team made me play jungle, which I do not want to do because I always play jungle, and I really love that the rest of the team also made sure that we know that it definitely wasn't voluntary.
Yes.
And everyone's like, I'm gonna play this role.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I guess, sure.
Yeah, Coco and Sumi in the audience here, making sure that they get all of the research done. And Tina, our photographer, as well. Everyone, bated breath
but
here as we get into the first match.
Yeah, the more I see and the more I think about it, I kind of feel like you're onto something else.
Oh, you have
But
no
I've done that before. It hasn't always been correct. But I like the look of team support in this matchup. When it comes to the larger skill tournament, I'm not so sure. But specifically against the jungle, that should be winnable.
I do think that Team Mid is probably the most formidable opponent in general.
Yeah.
But in this matchup, jungle versus support, this is probably the one that support should have the best opportunity of winning. But we never know. These are all absolutely fantastic players that are jumping onto the Rift right now.
It's also a best of one, so anything can happen.
Oh,
so,
yes.
Dundun fan there, very good choice, always. You'll love to see it, as it is a blue side here. The team with the higher ranking
Yes.
in the minigame is the team that does have side selection, which means that thanks to Faker's shenanigans, teammate will never
Yes.
at any point pick where they're gonna go.
But they do get to go on one of the sides of the Rift. That is how it works. Let's jump into pick and ban here for our very first game on Summoner's Rift 5 versus 5 for 2024 here at LoL Park. Support versus jungle. And if you subscribe to Team Beryl, the understanding that he always wins until he doesn't, then this should be an easy one for support, but you never know what could happen. And oftentimes, I've heard in solo queue that games are decided based on the better jungler. And I think the Team Jungle has the better junglers.
Yes, they should. By all accounts, as we do see Graves Lee already taken away.
Just banning junglers. Whereas Jungle's banning 80 carries. It all makes sense now. Maybe that's a nod to the tank Varus that you told me about earlier on today.
It might be. Obviously, we are on 14.1, so what is going to happen with itemization? What is going to happen in terms of champ priority? I'm not so sure. The tank, or the Gragas rather, is a specific ban towards Gideon.
Yes.
I was kind of waiting for the ban of Akali, because we know that that's the only champion that Lucid can play mid.
No,
And I'm betting it just yet.
He's been watching Showmaker play, so I imagine he's got a mean Katarina and Yasuo as well, you know? That's what I would assume. Ash, of course, banned away. Does make a little bit of sense here, as there is the Lucian lock-in. For Pletter, of course, Pletter, a pretty good Lucian player, so that does make some sense. See what it's going to be paired with. Of course, now, considering the fact that we are on 14.1, Lucian is one of those champions that does benefit from both Quick Blades and IE that you can now build together, which could, you know, make for some powerful stuff. We don't know a whole lot about how this new patch is going to roll, though, so I'm going to try and leave the analysis to you, Chronicle. You can take that one away. As Nautilus, there it is, a jungle something flex. Beautiful. That could be going all over the place.
Honestly, with you on that one, because the only real play we've seen on this patch has either been on, you know, PvE or on in-houses, very small skill stuff, no pro play to speak of as of yet. Also, no solo queue, and even though solo queue obviously doesn't always translate one-to-one, with what we see in pro play, at the very least, creates so much more play and generates an incredible amount of data, which we can use. Not going to be the case here, as it looks like with the Gragas taking out Gideon, instead going to opt into the Cassante here. I also like that a lot of the AD carries that were banned have at some point been played as support.
Yeah, they're all
and they're like, we're not risking it. We're not giving you the comfort.
They're like, Carry is the captain. Let's ban his champions that he played in support.
Yes.
Even though he's a mid laner. And if you ever peruse Carrier's solo queue account, he basically just plays mid. Lots of LeBlanc, lots of Vex, things like this. Aatrox now going to be locked in, though, here for most likely Andal, who is jumping towards that top side of the map here for team support. And Lucid's Akali is up and available. I don't know why he wouldn't just lock that one away right now. He did say, I would like to play Akali, please. So he may as well pick it.
Please, it's the one champion I can play in this role.
There it is.
They're going to give it to him, and they can also use some bans to maybe take away some of the rougher matchups. We'll see if that is going to be enough. And you already mentioned Carrier's LeBlanc, and
he has also played at support.
Sure he has. Vi being denied here, and it makes sense. I want to try and deny some junglers to Owner, who then will be able to set up very well with either mid lane, provide some CC for Akali to do some considerable damage, or play around that Nautilus. That is going to be piloted by Peanut.
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah, that's what we're assuming. I mean, Nautilus can go in a plethora of locations.
Could go jungle?
Yep.
I guess.
80 carry Nautilus. Haven't seen it before, but I'd be interested to find out. Ziggs, consideration here for the 80 carry position. Sylvie, see what he can do. Of course, we have a lot of Ziggs enthusiasts here at the LCK broadcast. If he was to lock it in, we'd be pretty happy about it. But there is Jhin to be locked in. I'm not enthusiastic about it, but it's just some of the things that have to happen. Pleta hovering some Rammus. And Beryl with a sly grin on his face.
Okay,
Are we getting
but Rammus never dies. He actually, like...
Against his team, yeah.
Against his team. He never... There is no way.
Okay, that's a Nico.
Yeah, that's a Nico. Could go, obviously, in multiple roles here.
I mean, Carrier has played that professionally before.
Yeah, we're going to assume it's mid, right? That's a wombo combo.
Now we get to find out whether the new item... Never-Ending Despair actually does lock your W into being on, if he does actually lock this in. Oh, he just did it. He just did it. Of course he did.
Okay.
Of course he did. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Beryl, everyone.
Because, yeah, I figured with what they have drafted thus far, they were going to look towards... that is really...
This is a very jungler mid laner type situation, or jungler anything type situation, but that is going to be Kindred.
So the benefit of Kindred is that obviously you do have a better way of dealing with the Nico ultimate in a 5v5 scenario. I also think Owner wants to try and be really aggressive early game. In that regard, Kindred does have a lot of value.
Gives you tank shred as well, which you wouldn't have if you were playing Lethality Jhin.
Yeah, but...
Which is, like, in theory, what we'd expect the build to be, right?
But that would be my assumption. We'll see what it is. Right? With the new optimization, maybe they'll go for something else. But I think the brand also provided you with a reliable way to actually kill Rammus. And I think that Kindred, no matter the build, still is never going to kill Beryl.
Yeah, I guess.
You have a little bit more, right?
So Brand
think
would have been a pretty good choice.
It would have been a great jungler, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Brand's in a good spot right now. His jungle clear is insanely strong, but it's going to be Kindred instead. Now, saying that the champion will never die in the hands of Beryl, that's a bold move.
I mean, it will die. It should theoretically take a really long time for Rammus to die, and with a lot of physical damage on the enemy team, that is how that one works. You've got a burst mage not necessarily known for being able to do a lot of DPS in the Akali, so should be a great pick. But like you say, Beryl does tend to change up all of our expectations. This will be team support though. The Milio Lucian, actually very powerful there towards the bottom side of the map, with 2 players playing their main role in theory, which could make things difficult on the bottom side for Sylvie and Peanut.
And on the other end, I think a lot of skill expression in both these 2 compositions. I'll wait to see what will happen.
Okay. I keep saying okay when Rammus is in the game, but it's time to jump onto the Rift here. Game number 1. I was expecting some fan chants, but didn't quite get them. That's absolutely fine. Jungle, going for a jungle invade.
Because they realize the importance of having control over the jungle.
Exactly.
Starting from minute 1.
This is their realm. And execute. Feeling
Maybe they
something
never
in the
leave
waters.
the jungle.
Whoa, they just quintuple jungle the whole game?
Think of the camps. Think of the clear speed.
Think of how bad Beryl's time is going to be, if that is indeed what happens. As Pleta, ooh, they do spot Peanut, who's standing outside of the brush. Suboptimal play at that point in time. And do spot Owner as well. So Beryl going to sweep things out. Everything is going to be all right. Carrier pretending to be Pleta right now. And they don't catch the ward. They're going to get a bit of a leash here, and that means that Owner does have the opportunity to get over here. 5-point strike, not able to steal away the Raptor camp, and they have full information. Beryl doesn't have smite though,
no smite.
So that's going to make things tough. So Owner is going to be able to grab that one very comfortably. Nice little double tap on Sylvie as he's coming around. Owner hops over the wall though. The hook finds the middle. That's 6 points in my country, but it's not great here in this game. As Beryl's just going to get onto the camp, he's just not really interested. And now we have the laning phase. Pleta doing a lot of damage.
And that is the early aggression that we were expecting to come out of Owner very early on here. And immediately trying to turn this into a gank. Does have red buff available as well. No CC for Lucid, and Carry has full health, but even just a decent amount of damage can be quite big here. Does show himself on the map though. My expectation is that he would, immediately continue his invade. And Beryl, he's rolling!
Oh, he's coming for the gank. He's going to find some minions, but he skirts out of the way, and then he's back up the river one more time.
Out.
There we go. Bought some space for his bottom.
Oh, that's really good.
I like that Beryl's play conceptually is very similar to his support play.
I mean, he's just Beryl. His play isn't based on a role. It's based on Beryl.
Things are.
Oh, nice hook there from Peanut. Everything else was just to bait them into that moment. As you can see, Pleta taking a lot of damage. The Ignite finally wears off. Dashes through, though. Gets a bit of double tap with the Light Slinger on to Sylvie. And Owner continues his invade ever more. Even on camps, though, at the moment. 3 being picked up by both junglers. As let's check in on the top lane. Andal going to be landing some abilities, but Owner's going to turn up. Andal trying to get out of there, but this might be the end of the Aatrox. It might be first blood, and there it is, and it goes to Owner.
And Owner running a jungle here early on. And as you point out, right now, camps relatively even. But if we look at the respawn timers, Owner has a full jungle that he gets to clear through, and the rest of Team Jungle should just play safe, not take any big risks, and then Beryl can take a crab. And that'll be about it. The one small win here for Team Support is that Owner, you know, he won't be able to pick up his mark right now.
True.
Which is something, but I also don't know if Beryl can get anything going really. Is Peanut already roaming?
Yeah, Beryl wanting to pick up this Raptor camp. Should be able to do so. Does get the smite. Rolling on out of there. 5-point strike connects, but it's not going to stop him. Hook going to land here as well, but Carrier does manage to block that one. Bit sneaky, as he does manage to lock down Peanut for a little while. Get some decent damage there as well. Peanut's going to make his way home. So Owner coming down, grabbing himself a crab. That's going to be a mark as well. And Beryl just desperately trying to find some camps to kill on this map.
Yeah, and that's Mark here for the Kindred. Let's take another look at the play here in top. Just a really good setup, right? As mentioned.
And a lot of enthusiasm. That's the main thing.
쉽잖아. 아이 서포터가 갱을 어떻게 피해?
Team support is, or team jungle rather, their vibes are good.
The vibes are very good. And of course, that is Peanut in a nutshell. So it does make some sense there as Pleta is chasing after Sylvie. Peanut, speaking of which, is going to turn up here. Pleta's going to have to hop into the alcove for a moment. You can see him playing very aggressively here towards this bottom side as Andil hunting for another Q does not get it. Teleport back from Carrier. And we do have the Void Grubs. They have spawned. It is, of course, a spawn at 5 minutes. They've been up for 13 seconds. Hook going to miss. Does get the Relentless Pursuit out of Pleta there. Who's running a little bit low on mana, I guess. About a wave down as Beryl getting into position to back.
I don't think they are aware of the ward that is currently there. Also, is important to note that even though Pleta, as mentioned, has played support more recently, has been an AD carry before that for like 2 years.
Yeah.
So him and Execute are kind of expected to do a good job as Peanut finds the hook.
Yeah, Execute taking so much damage. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way. Shields himself up though. Should be all right from the Ignite here. As Cozy Campfire for Pleta. The Relentless Pursuit's okay, but Ona turns up in the nick of time. They make it under the turret though, and they should be all right. At least for the moment. Sylvie is very low, but Pleta's lower. Not going to get any counter kills, but no one goes down just yet. Gideon behind the turret on this Cassante, having just the greatest of times. Protecting a mark there as well if Ona was to make his way towards the top side of the map. And Beryl.
We are going to see the early Drake being taken here. Even though Pleta and Execute are able to offset the play, nicely done there in the end as well. Pleta trying to look for the all-in, but Owner shows up just at that given time.
Oh, there's the backflip. Does come through. Pop Blossom comes down. The taunt should be there from Beryl, but it is not. And Lucid just dashes his way out with the perfect execution as the second charge as well. The carrier is not going to die. From that one, Owner turns up to protect his mid laner, and Beryl just back to getting that farm on.
He will get a camp. It's something. Yeah, Beryl really having a tough time to try and match, and because of how bot lane has been impacted early on as well, they're now going to be able to continue this invade. And with the pressure point of this Lucian and Ilio lane also being, in terms of farm, they're doing an okay job, but they haven't really been able to find, I think, the early game impact that generally you're going to be looking for. And they can just permanently invade because of the bot lane prio. And Beryl just left to waddle.
He's waddling very well, though, as Peanut. He's going to head splash over the wall. Execute does find out the position of at least Owner right now. And Peanut is looking for the back. Execute is not even going to wander into the brush, and Peanut just makes his way out. Owner is going to execute himself. That is not proper noun execute. It's the verb execute.
Heist successful?
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, one got out, the other got executed, so...
And they took a red buff.
You'll take it. Good enough.
I think that killed the red buff, though.
Yeah. But you get the gold, and you deny the experience to Beryl.
Yep. Beryl is going to struggle to get that giant bouncing bowling ball ability. He's one level away, though. He should be able to get there.
He's been soaking a lot of lane experience.
He has been doing a little bit of that. And look, he is a support player. Soaking lane experience is kind of his bag. Owner, though, making his way up. See all the changes to the Rift, man. It is really good that we have this tournament to kind of get a little bit of an idea as to how this one's going to go. Owner is just going to dance some arrows over that wall. Vision going down, and he'll spots everything out. Looks like Beryl should be able to get at least this Grump if it doesn't continue resetting.
Okay.
Yeah, nice little defense here from Team Support. Putting their backs into it. We have a look. No one really has a big advantage as Pleta goes aggressive. Culling not going to connect there onto Sylvie towards the end as we've got some Void Grubs going down. Only getting some work done. And as you can see, if you're missing some information on these Void Grubs, there it is for you. But we have a bit more action. The taunt comes in. Andil going to try and close the gap. There's the flash forward for Q2. Gideon in a little bit of trouble. The Void Grubs continuing to go down, though. And Gideon will survive. Everything's coming up Team Jungle. And look at that, all those Void Grubs going into Owner's hands. Sylvie having to get out of there, does have to use the flash. Will be able to survive, just has to give away a plate.
And that is the price they have to pay for Peanut, continuously roaming, being really proactive on this Nautilus, but being a jungler, not necessarily as cognizant of when to roam, just roams a lot, so his carry has to pay for it.
He's spent a long time on a team with Lehens, right? Like, and the school of Lehens, as far as support is concerned, is don't be in lane. That is a good support.
He is doing that a lot.
He's doing that. And I think that Lehens also did it at not roam timings. He did it at Lehens timings. And so maybe that's what Peanut is utilizing here.
I like the deep lore.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the theory that I've got going on. Of course, it was a couple of years ago.
I think it's a good theory. And we'll see, as pointed out, right now, neither team really getting a substantial lead here. We do see, obviously, Team Jungle is somewhat ahead, and I think they're looking good. We're able to pick up the Void Grubs with the buff as well. Also, already got themselves to the first individual Drake, but I do think Team Support has plenty of power come mid-game. We saw some of that more lethal explosiveness when Plata execute, try to go for the kill on Sylvie, even though they didn't get him. Still got a cooldown, flash out of it, and bully them off the wave, leading to a small lead for the bot lane there.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to see a contest around this dragon as Peanut, again, up to no good.
Yeah, Peanut, something roaming. That is basically the aim of the game for him on Team Jungle today. Do we feel like Team Jungle does want to get early advantages and try to up the tempo this game, given their team composition? Or do you think late game is something that they can still probably handle? Because I do feel like Team Support has a very well-rounded composition, whereas Team Jungle look to be potentially lacking range DPS later, although I guess that's a Kindred and a Jhin. That's a lot of range. But the team fight is what I'm a little bit worried about. We might have one of those right here, and Execute is in so much trouble. He's going to go down, and it's a second kill here for Team Jungle. In the meantime, Carrier has found Lucid, gets the flash. Perfect execution doesn't land. It's a lot of damage, as that was actually Carrier transforming into an almost dead Lucian at the time, which looked like it did damage, but it did not. It did mean that Pleta died, though, and now Sylvie, he's grabbing some plates, and he's closing that gap. This is a great time for Team Jungle, and they are just owning the Rift right now.
And it looks like Solo Q was right all along as Gideon, looking for the all-in.
Yeah, the World Ender comes down, but the all-out seems to be working a little bit better. Andal is just spinning around, trying to hit some Qs. He might need to get out of here. It's doing some decent damage. Q's landing. Oh, that one's not going to connect, though, as Gideon. Can he find the solo kill? There it is! Andal goes down, and the Cassante... Oh, it's a thing of nightmares. This might have been why Showmaker didn't want to turn up today. Just volunteered to not be on Team Mid. He wanted that extra week and a half of no Cassante to watch.
And Team Jungle now seriously pulling ahead. As we take a look at the play here, they don't know about Barrel, but it doesn't matter. As Execute goes down immediately, look at that! Barrel just shows up and immediately is forced to run away, and this is where we do see the value of the Jhin. A lot of additional damage being set up there.
Too easy is what they all said over and over again, by the way.
Yeah, to add insult to injury. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Gideon goes for the 1v1 against Andil, and with the early lead already going up to the Cassante, this is something that obviously can suffer against as Aatrox. Once you start falling behind, these type of all-ins are going to go your way.
Yeah, and you can see Team Jungle all supporting one another. Jungle is uniting here as they scream ahead. 4-0 is the kill score. We've got Hextech Rift as well. And, of course, the Dragons have all been taken by the Junglers. They are pretty good at being the ones to take these neutral objectives. As Beryl, the very sad turtle, making his way around the Rift, trying to find something. Some Void Grubs up here for the taking, and you can see that support really does want to get there, but they are not going to work out. We will probably change this in-game announcement here, as it is relatively early days.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, good one.
That looks perfectly fine. Now, for Team Support, it becomes about what can they do to recuperate? Because one thing that I am a little bit worried about, as much as I love Rammus and his little spinny ways, when you start falling behind, the champion can feel really tough to have a real impact on. because his team fighting can be pretty subpar. I don't think that he's necessarily going to be a target that's easy to kill. As Gideon is kind of fighting two people at the same time. Beryl really wants Shelly.
Yeah, and there's sort of like no one else here to help Gideon out, so he's not really going to be able to stop this. He's just trying to annoy Beryl as much as possible. Shelly going to have a bit of a poke in the eye to deal with. Now, Hitchhiker's Guide to Rift Herald has now come on through. We'll see how Beryl is going to utilize it. Of course, hop on board while you're trying to take down these structures. Knock up enemy teammates, things like this. It's going to be a little bit of fun to see what he's going to get done here. Bounties are active. That shows just how powerful this early game has been for the junglers.
And for team support, I'm kind of wondering, as Andil does just to try and get through this wave, forced to use his ultimate. If they can find a way back, it'll be kind of tough here to fight your way back when you're not used to playing together from a deficit like this, as burdens are opened.
Yeah.
And immediately closed.
Yeah. So just one bullet there with Curtain Call. Sometimes that's all you need. Try and create some space here as Peanut has got over the wall. Beryl down to 50% as Owner is looking to dance away. Peanut's going to have to escape. That was almost first kill for the supports. And now we've got the ultimate come through. Lucid is looking for Beryl. Perfect execution as he wipes out Butter, and he does not stop there. Double kill for the Akali, and Jungle just looks unstoppable today.
And outside of that one Rift Herald, Team Jungle are on track for a perfect game.
It's everything as Andil just going to dash over the wall, but that may not be enough to stop the wrath of Gideon, who's finding Q after Q. The flash not really doing a whole lot there. Gideon is just going to smash the Aatrox down one more time. This is just turning into a shellacking, Chronicler.
Team support, what could have been, doesn't look like today we're gonna see any of it. No. As we take another look here, Beryl, he just wants to do something, but he can't quite get it done. So much of the initial burst is set up on top of Peanut. And then Lucid, just from watching some Showmaker VODs, gets into the enemy backline. That perfect execution, beautifully done. Let's again, this is the guy's first day in Low Park.
Yeah.
That's big.
And remember, he's not only watched Showmaker, he's also watched Poolbay.
Very true.
Who is also probably currently flanking on Akali as we speak.
You might not see him, but you know he's there.
Oh, he is there. And he's currently in the form of Lucid, who is looking like a mid laner right now. 2-0-0 on the Akali. He does have a CS advantage as well. And now Beryl, he's going for a ride. Okay, Gideon's going to get knocked up. Sylvie going to get knocked up, and he gets the charge. There's a fair bit of value there as he dives forward. It could be kill number one, and there it is. We've got the third Drake being taken here by Jungle, but it's kill number one for support. They're on the board.
Big win for team support. They are awkwardly stuck.
Yes.
Beryl rolling out.
Beryl's decided to take one for the team, or has he? This could be the start of something, but Lucid gets into the backline. Beryl is going to go down. Has he done enough to try and help out his team? The answer looks like a no, as Lucid gets rid of the Lucian. Gideon just trying to keep the rest of the team out of there, as Andil is trying to tank up as much as he can. Does get a decent amount of health back as Ona does take down Execute. And it's looking like Team Jungle are just a little bit too strong. They do manage to take down Peanut, but Carrier will fall immediately afterwards, and Andil will be taken down. There is the ace for about a split second, as Beryl has just respawned, and Jungle continue their dominance.
And immediately Gideon trying to get the most out of this play. Teleports towards the bottom half of the map. Will he care about Beryl? He's very little health. He does actually have to respect, but also can kind of just ignore Beryl.
Yeah, and especially with Ona turning up as well, so Beryl might be out of the death chamber into the death chamber, and there we go. They take down the turret as well. The onslaught of the jungle continues.
I mean, Beryl is still better.
And support, I mean, they're trying to get a couple of members down here. Exactly. Nico making his way in.
In the early game.
As Gideon, very
There
low.
was,
Good ward comes out there as
able to
Split is
keep
trying
up
to get
the
the
level.
damage down. Peanut has
The
found Carrier as he makes his
enemy
way in,
jungle.
and now Lucid's turned up. He's so dangerous.
on,
Lands the backflip. Pop Blossom under 3 though. It doesn't matter because it's just not enough damage. They're so incredibly strong, and Lucid is just destroying them. 5-point strike to the back of the head, and just the shuriken from the shuriken backflip is enough to deal with the Melio. And Andal is finding himself 1v4. Barrel trying to turn up. I just don't think, oh, he's trying to, and then he decides to turn around because he knows that Andal is dead. And Barrel's just out of here. Owner's towards that top side as well. Looking to grab himself a mark, and he might be able to take it, even though Barrel's heading up there. And we're going to get a replay of Shelly getting a couple of knockups and a headbutt into a turret.
And you know what? This got them a kill. I'm calling Worf. A lot of plans here for team support. This was the only one that actually ended up working out. And then this initially looked like Barrel's revenge. Yes, they killed him, but at what cost? But then, unfortunately, Teleport not quite well timed with the rest of the team. If they have Andil there when that ultimate hits, maybe they can do something, but instead, Lucid just is evaporating them.
Yeah,
this is rough.
He is very, very strong. He might want to consider maybe a role swap. You know the Lucid's mechanics are just absurd, and he's demonstrating that. And although just trying his best to clear out some of this vision, as we have Baron on the Rift, the new and improved Baron. Very regular Baron pit there as well, as we can see, as Carrier is going to blow the Bard Horn and hop up into the sky a little bit, putting his R button on cooldown, but I think he looked cool enough for that to be considered worth it. And Jungle going to take that as their opportunity, head over towards this purple worm, and why not? They are so extraordinarily far ahead. It is a 12,000 gold lead. It's just not looking good here for support at this point in time. But Andal is in position. Let's see what they can actually get done here. Carrier looking for some snares. Oh, Barrel changing positions, getting on top of Sylvie, but he just falls down. Execute may just be his namesake right now, as the last Ignite is going to land it. Peanut collects that kill. He is down relatively low. But the dash cannon not going to be enough to save Carrier, as it's going to be a shuriken backflip from Lucid that gets that one done. Pleta trying to escape, and he will do that, but he's the last man standing on his team. And Jungle just going to get back towards that Baron and look to put a dent into this game. And by a dent, I mean finish the game.
Yeah, you gotta imagine if you didn't get that's gotta be it. As Barrel rolls in heroically. If they had an ultimate, you know, from Carrier, could have maybe been something. Goes over the wall, still dies to Jin, because with the lead that Team Jungle has, all that Team Support can do is just desperately try, and that they did. But there are even for you know, experienced teams playing together, coming back from a deficit like this can be very tough. And the game, some might say, was over a good 8 minutes ago. But what I like is look at this ingenuity. This is why you need a support player in your team.
What's that?
For traps like this.
Ah,
Lucid doesn't know. Is he gonna die? Probably not.
Is 4 people enough to kill Lucid? That's my question. He does hop into his shroud, looks to try and escape, doesn't land the backflip, so can't re-engage, which I imagine that's what he wanted to do. Carrier does find him with the Pop Blossom. It was almost a great escape. He tries to dash over. He's very strong right now. The culling can't turn, so that ain't gonna work out. He's still alive for the moment. He's still gonna die, but that was a cute little effort. It is gonna be in trade for the majority of the base here on Team Support. So still hats off to Lucid there. 9-1-1.
That's a win for Team Support, man. You were not getting anything on the rest of the map.
Got the shutdown.
These players.
We need to check all chat for the worths, see whether that actually popped up. That would confirm it 100%. Inhibitor number 1 to go down though, as Jungle look to continue the pressure with their Baron buff activated. Okay, there's the ult out from Execute, trying to keep his teammates alive. As the curtains are being called, Sylvie looks for a few bullets, but does end up deciding that he doesn't really think it's worth it for now. Mid lane inhibitor turret is definitely going to go down. The inhibitor to follow as well. And Sylvie's still at full health. Peanut's at full health. They can go for some sort of re-engage if they would like. Now the regroup to come in. Barrel just not as tanky as he wants to be for now. And Andal quite with his team at that particular moment. Now looking for Lucid if he can find it, but doesn't get him with too much. Infernal Chains will go off, but now the Nexus turrets are under fire, and Team Jungle, it just feels like an absolute wash here. They were dominant from start to finish. Second Nexus turret comes down. There's the Pop Blossom, but is it going to matter? I think the answer is no. Is Lucid, are you going back to that one? Yes, he is. He dives onto the fountain, and Team Jungle will take down Team Support here. Now, first game of the day.
Better junglers win.
Yeah.
Atlas.
And when you have 5 better junglers,
easy.
How are they ever going to lose? I think that I just maybe I'm rusty. You know, it's been a bit of time off, and so I just didn't understand what it means to have 5 better junglers on the other team. You can see some big smiles on the support players' faces, though. They still had a great time, even if it wasn't a great time towards playing again here today.
We saw Rammus, and I'll take that. That, for me, is good enough. Gives the value that we needed to this match as Team Support. They gave it their all.
I just like that they all do have grins on their faces. Looking a bit like, you know, they're just buddies, having a good time. And now they get to sit back, relax, and watch the rest of the games as Gideon.
Okay.
Whoa. All right. Well, Team Top needs to watch out. Because, of course, Jungle is now coming for them. And top laners versus junglers, Chronicler. I feel like there's a lot of feelings that are going to be got out on the Rift.
The big tragedy of this is that we will not see support versus AD carry.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
That is something that I was looking forward to.
Peanut did that and he's like, oh, why did I even?
They're supports, man.
Yeah. It was very cute, though. I think Peanut actually played a great support that game.
He did. Yeah.
He was all over the map.
I was pretty impressed by Sylvie's Jhin.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, the takeaway was, one, Owner being a better jungler, which isn't a surprise, but still was fun to see.
Yeah.
And then 2, Lucid, man. I know this is the only mid champion he plays, and I expect he won't play it for the rest of the day, but this one champion, thumbs up.
Yeah, he definitely looked extraordinarily good. And Carrier's no slouch in the laning phase either.
No.
So, looking at Lucid doing almost the most damage on his team. Of course, Owner absolutely obliterating the jungle, starting off with that fantastic invade, eliminating all of the camps that Beryl had access to, and then made his life extraordinarily difficult. So that is going to mean Team Support is eliminated. Before the tournament even really feels like it got off the ground, they are no longer going to be playing in it. Top versus jungle will be the matchup that has been decided for match 3, but our next one will be Team Bottom Lane versus Team Mid. And Deft versus Faker in theory once again, which is harkening back to last year. But Bot versus Mid. Bot, a lot of pedigree. A lot of fantastic players, probably the top 5 AD carries of 2023. Versus Team Mid, a team full of players that are just really, really, really good. And they have Chovy, who is theoretically one of our more multi-rolled mid laners. Faker, of course, notably playing lots of roles on his stream if you've ever watched it. A lot of options there, but now it is time to go back to another interview.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome to 2024 season opening Rule the Rift. And the winner of the first match was Team Jungle. We are here joined by Lucid on the side of Team Jungle and also Beryl from Team Support. First off, Lucid, you had your low park debut as a mid laner and also as a player. How was it? I was playing up against Keria, so I was very nervous. But my teammates did a fantastic job, so thanks to them, I was able to win. I am very grateful. Well, I think you also carried the Akali. Were you just good at Akali already? I don't think this game I played a good Akali game. I can do even better than this.
쇼메이커 선수가 지금
I think
숙소에서
Showmaker-
경기를 보면서 채팅을 남기기도 하셨거든요.
Showmaker is actually watching this game from home, and he even left the chat. Said, Lucid, you're a colleague, please.
하는 걸 많이 보는데
How do you feel about that?
너무 말이 안 되게 잘하더라고요.
I have watched him play, you know, so many times at the team house, and he is playing out of his mind. So thanks to him, I was able to learn so much. So yeah, I'm just grateful to have Showmaker by my side.
쉽잖아. 서포터가
But today, Peanut was having a good time. He was having a lot of fun. He was just keep saying, this is too easy. How can a support ever absorb a gank? So how was this game? Was it easy actually, just like Peanut said?
너무 즐겁게 게임.
Yeah, I could pretty much tell the other LCK veteran players were having so much fun, so I was able to feel a lot more relaxed and comfortable. In the next match, you will be playing up against the team top players. Any message over to them?
되게 잘 하실 것 같은데
I think they're gonna do great.
잘 해보겠습니다.
So we'll also try our best.
네, 루시드 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
That was Lucid from Team Jungle. Now, let's hear from Burrow from Team Support, who just lost the first match. How was the Herald ride? You know, you were able to actually run into two of the enemy players. How do you like the new Herald?
이제 전령이 바뀌고 나서 저희가 이제 사이온
With the new Herald, it's like Scion ult, you know? You have to steer the Shelly, but it is actually kind of difficult to, you know, drive it. But today, I think I did a decent job. What do you think went wrong today?
페이는 제가 좀
I think my level 2 gank was not a good one, you know? I had too less information, but I still wanted to make a gank over there, and it didn't really work. Yeah, I mean, Owner, he was definitely bullying you in the jungle. Going up against a professional jungler was not easy, right? Yeah, I mean, his jungling path and everything was really difficult for me to kind of, you know, play up against. Rammus is all about hitting level 3 fast, but the moment he stole my red buff, everything was, you know, going down. Any message over to all the jungle players around the world? There are a lot of patches happening in the jungle, so I hope a lot of junglers can, you know, kind of have a tour around our new rift. But today, I mean, this year will be a rough one for you guys. You know, there are going to be so many changes. Then what about all of the support players around the world that were supporting you today? You know, you're heading into the new season, you know, a lot of changes, major updates, but it's become a lot easier for supports to actually, you know, gain and earn golds in the laning phase. So I think it's going to be a lot more fun to play support this year. That was a fantastic series between Team Support and Team Jungle, and we have to say goodbye to Burrow and Lucid over here, with Lucid winning the match as Team Jungle, and we're going to be back with Team Bot versus Team Mid, Team AD Carry versus Team Mid Laner, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Thank you.
저희는 잠시 후에 만나요.
람보스 잘 끌었고 더블 잘 끌었다. 이거 천천히.
천천히 람보스
안 죽여도 돼. 안 죽여도 돼.
라인 미드 라인도 들어온다. 니코궁 없죠? 네. 아 니코궁 이제 돌아요. 이제 돌아요. 니코궁 풀궁만 조심. 니코 풀궁.
더블 한번 보게요.
니코 풀궁밖에 없다. 웨이브 먼저.
네. 웨이브 다 온다.
이거 뒤에 니코 루시안 니코입니다. 뒤에 루시안. 아 니코 풀궁밖에 없어요. 이거.
오케이.
니코예요. 얘 니코. 네. 아 끌게요.
그래. 천천히. 쉬워.
죽여.
그냥 쉬워. 너무 쉬워.
나이스. 좋았어요.
We're really excited to welcome you to season 2024.
Today we're going to be joined by more folks from across the league team. Best of luck on your climbs, and welcome to season 2024.
새로운 협곡에 필요한 건 이젠 너희가 룰을 만들 차례.
He still not play.
Welcome back,
play?
ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 season opening. It is now time for mid versus bottom lane. This is probably one of our most story-rich matchups as far as the players that are playing within it. We do have to remind everyone, though, that it is just a for-fun game, and we'll just have to see how it is going to go once we jump onto the Rift. What's going to be very interesting and very fun is finding out exactly where all of these players are going to be playing. The most curious that I am is about the bot lane options, right? Because these are all 80 carries. These are all players that have honed their skills as marksmen throughout their entire careers. Some of them very, very long. It is now time to find out who goes where. Let's hop down.
Now let's hear from Team AD Carry first before they play the second match of the day, Team Bot versus Team Mid. First up is Viper as support. I heard there was actually a meeting to decide who goes which lane, but you are not able to be there, so you got to play support. Are you happy with this? I'm happy. I'm happy to play support. I mean, Viper, we know you for a deep champion pool. What is your best pick? Best support pick. I I'm a support. You just gotta play whatever.
그냥 하면 되는 게 서포터다.
Just play whatever
또
if you are
명언이
support.
나왔습니다.
Another,
자,
you know,
그렇다면
cool
팀
quote from
원딜의
Viper.
주작이신 데프트
Now,
선수 만나보도록
captain of
하겠습니다.
Team Bot.
다른 주장들은요 본인 라인에 가는 걸 좀 꺼려하더라고요.
Other captains
부담스러워하시던데
were
데프트 선수는
reluctant to
자신
go
있게
their
원딜을
main
고르셨습니다.
role, but you decided to go bottom lane as an AD carry. Are you ready to crush and own the bottom lane?
어느 정도 실력이
Well, in order to you have to be, you know, on a decent level. But my other lanes are pretty bad, so I just had to play AD carry.
데프트 선수의 세팅 루틴이 있는지도 궁금해요.
Def, do you have any specific routines when it comes to your setups? I just play Lucian most of the times. Just like I just run a couple of combos and, you know, on Lucian to see if I'm feeling good today.
바텀은 이기겠습니다.
We'll just beat bottom lane for sure. We're just gonna own the bottom lane.
자, 이어서 에이밍 선수
Now aiming on the mid lane for Team AD carry.
많지 않을까라는 생각이 드는데요.
A hard matchup maybe because you're going up against Team Mid.
괜찮으세요?
Are you confident? I heard Closer will be playing mid today. He's better than me in mid for sure. So I gotta, you know, focus up and stay alert.
루시드 선수도 미드를 했거든요. 루시드 선수의
Lucid also, your teammate Lucid also owned the mid lane on Akali. Did you watch that? Yeah, he was pretty confident on, you know, going mid lane. So I was looking forward to having a matchup up against him. If we get to play Team Jungle, but which didn't happen. But still, I will do my best today.
들려주세요. 클로저 선수를 상대로 한마디 해주시죠.
Anything you want to say over to Closer? Closer, please go easy on me. Please.
달라라고 이야기해 주셨어요. 자, 이어서 페이즈 선수
Next
만나보도록
up,
하겠습니다.
Paze
페이즈
as a
선수가
jungler.
정글이에요. 왜 정글 맡으셨어요?
Why did you choose to go jungle?
정글을 좀
Because, you know, they actually trusted me a lot, so I decided to go jungle.
동선 조언을 얻은
Did
게
you get
있을까요?
any, you know, advice from Kenyon about jungle pathing? I didn't really ask for any advice, but because we are, you know, teammates, I just naturally learn from it.
해가문 대결이 있습니다.
Now it's
페이커 선수에게
Paze
한마디
versus
해주신다면요?
Faker. What do you think about the matchup?
이렇게 말라인으로 해볼 수 있는 기회가
I think this could be like the only chance where I get to actually go against Faker on the same role. It's an honor. So yeah, let's have a great game together.
포지션을 맡은 구마유시
Now
선수
let's
먼저
hear from
나눠보겠습니다.
Gumayusi on the top lane. You used to be a top main when you were an amateur player.
준비 오셨을까요?
Which champion are you gonna play?
예전에 좀 많이 했던
I used to, you know,
챔피언 위주로 오늘 준비해 왔습니다.
I'm gonna play the champions that I used to play in solo queue back in the days.
선수답게 초비 선수에게
And
한마디
Gumayusi will
날려주시죠.
go up against Chovy.
그런 건 준비를 안 했는데
I'm not ready for a banter yet, but I will do my best, you know.
구마유시 선수가 탑에서 열심히 하는 모습 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 팀 원딜을
Now
한번
that was
만나봤고요.
Team
이어서
AD
팀
carry
미드로
getting ready
만나보도록
for their
하겠습니다.
match. Now let's hear from
자,
Team
초비 선수가 이
Mid.
자리에 있는 것도 굉장히
초비.
어색하네요. 초비 선수.
You will be playing top
탑을
lane
맡으셨어요.
today.
사실 LCK 정규 시즌에서 탑 라인으로 출전한
And you
경험이
actually,
있는데요.
in the past, played as a top laner in the LCK as well for a couple of times. How are you feeling today?
너무 설레고요.
I am so excited to play as a top laner.
원거리 챔피언을 들고 오지
And
않고 복잡
we have a, you know, verbal agreement that we are not going to play a ranged champion on the top lane today. So I'm looking forward to the top lane matchup. Anything you want to say to Guma?
황정 미드의 팀에서
You know, mid supremacy all the way, and I am gonna be top lane representing all the mid lanes. So I will make sure that I can, you know, keep our mid laners proud, and I will do my best. Now Faker in the jungle, and also the captain of Team Mid, who decided to, you know, put all the players in specific roles. Who did the lane allocations? We just had a, you know, discussion about this, and this is my first time sitting on the jungle seat, so it's very awkward. We saw you playing Lee Sin and Vi in solo queue. We're gonna play those today. I can play whatever champion, so it depends. I'll see how it goes. Faker, do you have any setting routines? I'm playing jungle, so I'm trying to go for. I'm doing some of the jungle camp clears right now. Now Closer
오늘 클로저 선수가 무조건 솔킬 딸 거다라고.
You said you are going to get a solo kill for sure. I mean, Faker said Closer will get a solo kill for sure. Are you confident? Faker told me to get a solo kill, which means I have to get a solo kill.
클로저 선수고요. 상대 미드가 에이밍 선수입니다.
Now, your enemy will be aiming on the mid lane. Anything you want to say about it? Sometimes, you know, AD carries, you know, tend to say they're also good on mid lane. I want to prove that they are wrong.
클로저 선수입니다. 자, 다음은 원딜을 맡은 카리스 선수가
Now,
나오겠습니다.
Karis, as an AD carry,
베인을 즐겨 하셨다라고
you used to be a
들었는데
Vayne
오늘
main
기대해봐도 될까요?
as an amateur player. Are you going to play Vayne today? Well, today I'm going up against Team Bot, a professional AD carry player, so I'm not sure about this game. But maybe if we make it to the next round, I will try to play Vayne in that game.
데프트 선수와의 바텀 대결입니다. 어떻게
You're going
예상하시나요?
up against Deft on the bottom lane. You know, it's Deft, Viper, bottom duo. So it's gonna be a very tough lane. You know, they're gonna go hard on the during the laning phase. But as long as we can go 50-50, the top side of the map will get the win for us.
자, 마지막으로 서포터를 한 BDD 선수
And lastly,
만나보겠습니다.
BDD on support.
서포터하는 BDD?
I've never seen this before, you know. BDD playing support professionally on stage. Do you normally play support in solo queue? I started as a support player as an amateur actually, so I do have a bit of an experience, you know. BDD, can we get some support Azir today? I think, you know, Deft and Viper, we're gonna go for a very strong lane pick, so I'm not sure about Azir support. Now we are ready for the second matchup of the day, Team AD carry and Team Mid, so I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation there. Great to hear from all of the players. Really good to see that LS-coined Pokemon Trainer Red is in fact back. Chovy is playing on the top side of the map. We have a bit of a fun tidbit as well. In solo queue 3 days ago, Chovy played against Gumayushi, and it was Aatrox versus Mordekaiser. So, a bit of fun. It was a little bit one-sided. And that might have been why Gumayushi decided to refrain from the smack talk at this point in time.
Yeah,
but now they have that gentleman's agreement, melee only.
I'm excited about that. I think that leads more to fun and interactive top lane play like Cassante.
Like Dawn versus Mundo.
Bot lane should ban Lil
Chovy
Zen.
actually, I don't know if you caught this tournament. It was one of the last things I caught before I traveled to the Netherlands during a break. Chovy played top. Genji went to a tournament, I think it was in China, and actually was playing top there as well, and did quite well. So he actually got some extra practice in for this very important.
Whoa. That is dedication. That is absolutely dedication. We know that Dundun as well, even though Team Top hasn't played yet, he has put in a lot of time in solo queue in a different role to the point where he in fact dropped a rank because he was practicing so hard in a role that he wasn't exactly a professional at. So that's dedication.
If you say dedication, if you say reliability, so that completely tracks.
He's not playing in this particular game though, so we'll just have to see how the 80 carries are going to go. These are arguably the best 5 80 carries in the LCK versus Team Mid. A role that just generally comes with a lot of talent. There have been a lot of pretty phenomenal mid laners through all of the years of League of Legends, and demonstrations of skill are definitely things that you associate with that particular role. We'll just have to see how it's all going to go. Of course, we know that Faker has put in a lot of practice in jungle. Previously, we've spoken about that many, many times. Chovy needs no introduction. Closer going to be taking on aiming there in the mid lane, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch. And BDD as support, kind of in my mind, just kind of fits. You know, I feel like the puzzle piece went in relatively well. I just feel like he has that sort of mindset as a player. You know, he always comes in, gets those team fights right for his teammates, and that's what a lot of support is about, right?
So support TF?
Yeah, so I guess it has to be support TF instead of, or support Kassadin, support Syndra.
Okay, you know, to support TF, I think is acceptable. Support Kassadin.
Really? Why would you say support TF?
Well, compared to Kassadin, can't compare the two, Atlas. I'm
Yeah,
sure
support
there's an
Cassidy
angle
probably. I mean,
somewhere.
Yeah, that's a difficulty level that is probably a little
like
bit too
support
high
kill.
against Viper Deft in the bottom lane. That's scary.
Because as mentioned, he has a scary pool of.
He has, yeah, and as far as like players that really do cross roles, you would say that Viper is definitely one of them. Of course, when he was on Griffin with Chovy, they were very scary because of these gigantic champion pools that were very eclectic in those times. And he was the king of the awesome dude meta. So we'll just have to see what he's going to be playing. Already the Aatrox has been taken away. Gumayushi getting some nightmares from that game 3 days ago. We're going to see the Callista banned away as well. And of course, these bans on the red side that we're seeing from Team Mid may actually mimic what we saw from Team Jungle against Team Support, which is a bit weird.
As the closer respect ban for aiming is like, guys, no.
I mean, that's closer and Chovy. That's a 2-for-1 special.
It's a double deal, but I'm telling you, that was aiming. I was like, guys, I will not get solo killed, but if closer gets Aurelia, I cannot guarantee that. And it is going to be, as Deft already mentioned, loves playing Lucian. Not going to be allowed to have that. Varus wouldn't surprise me as well. And now 2 games in a row, might be looking at triple 80 carry bans. This is an interesting one, though. Tristana definitely has fallen in priority compared to where she was last summer, when she was arguably the best mid laner that we had. Incredible prior, really tough to deal with. And it is indeed the Varus that gets taken away, or so. The power pick 80 carries being taken away, because if you're Karus and BDD are just looking to play it safe as aiming, it's like, get me LeBlanc. It's impossible to die on this champion. I need the safety.
Well, it is an interesting one. We'll see how aiming is going to do on the champion. If indeed he is going to be playing it, who knows? Viper could be busting out his world-famous support LeBlanc here for the first time. Set being hovered. We're not entirely sure where that's going to go, but there's Cassante, of course, a Chovy favorite, but not exactly one that is all that inspiring as far as super fun matchups. Could be going to closer, though. See what Faker is going to be locking in, either for a teammate or himself. I think everyone kind of wants the Lee Sin just to be locked right here. We'll see what he does do.
I want Yi.
Yeah.
Give me the Yi.
Would that impact his almost 100% win rate on Master Yi to this day? Well, that's a Yasuo. All right. Well, now we don't necessarily know exactly where that Yasuo is going. Could, of course, be top mid bot lane, in theory, depending on matchup.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of intel here. The most obvious to me would be closer. He does love his melee aggressive champions. The main reason why I say naturally you'd expect that is because I don't see it as a bot lane 2v2. Although we have seen this being pulled out a lot, has not been super successful. Maybe, you know, add a Gragas to it. At least something that can provide a reliable way to proc that ultimate. Lee and LeBlanc, though, gonna be really big here for aiming and pays a lot of power. Like, guys, I don't want to play this game. And Chovy,
look at the fun and interactive top lane that we have. I'm glad we hyped it up before the draft, because hyping it up now is going to be really difficult.
No, but you don't get it. Think about how much grasp that.
And that's probably also Viper playing Scion bot lane. That is a very good point. Inspired by MVP Max from all those years ago. We've got a quadruple in support Scion.
Would you remember MVP Max as much as you do if his name wasn't Max?
Absolutely. Did you see that guy play? He was incredible.
As Gragas does get locked in here. And
idol.
that could be Faker playing Gragas in the jungle, because obviously
the Gragas Yasuo, but that could be the bottom lane. Yeah.
Remember when Faker played Gragas mid and then everyone played it and he just stopped playing it and didn't really make it.
Yeah, he's like, this isn't cool anymore, guys.
Good times. As we just continue, because it goes both ways, right? Because you can be like, okay, so we ban out a lot of the AD carries so that they don't get the power picks. But like, if Deft ends up locking in Jinx, is he sad?
No, I don't think so.
Although to be fair,
Kog'Maw
playing Jinx or any immobile AD carry into Gragas Yasuo,
it doesn't seem fun.
That does sound like a really bad time.
Well, last ban is going to be the Draven. Has been a relatively recent favorite of Deft's. And now one final ban here from Team AD Carry. Let's ban another one. Let's just ban another one. And then, like, Team AD Carry plays mages in the bottom lane. And we're all like, what the heck is going on here? That would be pretty perfect, wouldn't it? If the one team that's made up of only bot laners plays a team that doesn't have an AD carry champion.
They just slammed Talia Pantheon.
Oh my goodness, they actually banned the Azir. Of course, Closer is a Azir player, but I think all of us are thinking, wow, they banned support Azir from BDD.
He would.
Mm-hmm. Kara's considering some options here. Of course, there are still a fair few left up and available. The Xayah, the consideration. Kai'Sa makes a bit of sense to me because she did have a bit of a stint where she was played in mid lane. That is going to be Rakan. Yeah, possibly Xayah.
BDD gonna be playing the Rakan here.
The amount of setup for Yasuo,
I know,
kind of absurd right now.
And also now psyching Team AD carry into picking Xayah here, right? You don't want to play into a Xayah Rakan bot lane. Definitely very obnoxious.
Is Viper going to play his famous Teemo?
I'm willing to say no.
He is one of the only players in LCK history to play Teemo on purpose.
Yeah, but
that's a cow.
He's a support.
Who you know, it could work.
Just max blind and pray.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's been done before. It probably wasn't good.
Okay, Karis.
And some Ophelia.
As a mid laner.
Consideration.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
I like that more.
I also really like Ezreal in the composition, just in general.
Yeah, because
they're self-sufficient.
Yeah, I don't love Ezreal as a champion. He feels to me like unless you really play on the edge and you're a bit of a maniac, he doesn't really have that big of an impact. But at the same time, as you point out, within this composition, very self-sufficient in lane, also doesn't need anyone else because with this comp, you're going to be diving, right? It's Yasuo, it's Rakan, it's Gragas. You're going to be playing very aggressively towards Deft, who has one R button, and outside of that is going to have to deal with all that gets thrown at him. And Karis just gets to play on the outskirts of the fight. Now, the one thing I would be scared of if I am Team Mid is that the moment I fall behind, my composition does not work because I'm playing into Xayah, Sion, and Alistar. So I need to get going early, and then you can blow out the game, I think, very early. If you can deal with that mid-jungle 2v2, the Lee LeBlanc, definitely a combo that you have to respect. Because if this goes to late, I think Team Bot not going to be feeling too bad.
No, I could imagine that as well. Just as a little bit of an aside, if this was a regular game and Karis had put a lot of time into playing all of the AD carries possible, could you imagine the Neela angle that was?
Oh,
wow.
God, yeah.
Kind of absurd.
Man, if only he DM'd Jiwoo.
I know, he should have had a chat to him. Yeah. But you can't have everything. Team Bot with a pretty well-rounded composition by the looks of things. Have to see how it does go. Chovy on one of his all-time favorites, though, and Faker playing the Gragas alongside Closer. Of course, they were teammates. There might be some residual synergy there, which Gragas Yasuo does require. Faker kind of relied upon in this particular game for a lot of the magic damage, as we have a little bit of a pause to start things off. Faker having what looks to be a great time at this point. He forgot to take Smite. An understandable mistake for a mid laner to make, and that's why he was a little bit red in the face when we did pan the camera over.
Yeah,
Smite?
Oh no!
The moment I saw the grin, I'm like,
yeah,
it's got to be something like that.
Yeah.
It can't be, or he's like has default runes, you know, he's playing Comet.
Yeah.
You're gonna
It's gotta be something like
that. Alright, it's okay, I can ignite the camp. No, not anymore.
It's gonna quickly run through it again now that everything has been locked in. Should be happening momentarily. You know what this does? This builds the suspense.
The tension.
Atlas. The
exactly.
tension. Unbearable.
Oh, I can't wait to see this top lane matchup. Sion versus Cassandra. Is this the first time we've ever seen this matchup, Chronicle?
I really would not. I would like to refrain from going into it too much because it is
I haven't seen it at all this year. Like this whole year, I haven't seen it.
We're having such a good we're having such a good time. Why you have to go? Why you have to go and make me mad? we're doing a for fun tournament. We're not costing for real yet.
Because
you tilt me.
You're so much better when you're mad, Chronicle. You know that.
I don't want to be. I was having such a good time. I had a break. It was wonderful. That joke was so bad.
Yeah, I know. But, you know, what can you do? It's what you have to do at the beginning of the season, all right?
I know.
And it's a pause. it's the time for it. And this person came from Busan to see Faker, and she got to see him also not take Smite as a jungler, which is kind of cute. Cool, you know? There's only so many times you can do that.
And that's historical. That's probably the only time that is ever going to happen.
Exactly.
In the history of League of Legends.
Although, to be perfectly honest, I feel like every game Faker plays, he doesn't take Smite.
Yeah, but in this one he was supposed to. That's the big difference.
Yep.
You gotta get you gotta smite. To dismay.
All right, we get the Faker reaction cam. Or the bot lane reaction.
Wait, what? No, he got teleports.
I really like Viper's reaction.
Faker.
No way we're remaking. It's not happening. But they, in fact, they did. The fact that Viper saw it immediately and just lost his mind, that was fantastic. Get a bit of a zoom in onto Gumayushi.
I didn't see who it was, but someone else typed zzz.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It might have been Deft, because he was the most quiet one, so maybe he was
No, he immediately said sorry in caps. He was very, very apologetic. And I think Guma was like, ah.
He was like, mid laners get it together, or something like that.
Yeah.
But they're getting it together now, because we are rushing through this draft and getting back into the game, double checking that Faker is indeed going to have a Smite this time around. And this is going to be an interesting one, because I feel like what we saw last game was a case of jungle really taking over, and that it was difficult for support to really do anything after that stage. But now we've got Faker versus Pays, not exactly a jungle matchup that we're used to seeing. Could be a bit of fun.
It's interesting because we talked about the junglers and how hard it should be theoretically for them to try and match other teams and other players rather in lane. But it also goes the other way around. As far as any other role goes, trying to slot into jungle and understanding on a role that on a fundamental level is so different from anything else in League, and the way that you path, where you need to plan your turns ahead, it really doesn't work well, I think, for anyone to try and play jungle. So maybe that alone is enough. And as everyone in solo queue knows, better jungle wins.
Yeah.
And
when you have 5 better junglers.
Yeah.
I mean, I tweeted this out. I mean, I was just stupid.
You should have
to think
seen it
that
coming.
support
But
had
you were
any hope at
blinded
all.
by your love for Beryl. Which
Well, no, not blinded by my love for Beryl. Blinded by Beryl and his existence and how it warps the fabric of space and time.
Is that really different than what I said?
Not really. It's just the way that I would say it. But now, I think we're going to check in on what happened on the mid side of things. Let's see Closer's reaction.
Wait.
So Closer was the one that found out that he didn't take it. So now he's like pausing it. And we get the caster reaction cam as well. And yeah. Good guy Closer, finding out immediately so he doesn't waste too much extra time. Maybe if Faker like gets to the camp and he's like halfway through, he's like, I'm trying to smite. Oops. You know? Then that would have been worse. It would have been a fair bit more time that we would have had to deal with. But Closer finding out immediately, letting Faker know. Faker going a little bit red in the face as he pauses and says, what do we do?
We
remake it, of course.
To the best of us.
Indeed.
You know, this is a thing. If you play it in solo queue, you automatically get the smite.
Does this say, like now, are we kind of okay with Beryl's relatively lackluster performance? Because at least he took smite.
Not all roads lead to Beryl. Come on. He did take smite.
He did have a really hard time. I'm just trying to redeem him a little bit.
He did play Rammus, which I will really be appreciative for, as Andil actually stuck
Andil's
around
in the crowd having a watch,
supporting the gang. Although I'm trying to think, I know Dudu's obviously still playing next.
Yep.
We'll see. I'm kind of interested in Team Top as well.
Oh, Team Top is, I mean, Dundun and Dudu at the same time, and it already looks like they have great camaraderie. Very excited to see what Team Top can get done. They are going to be playing next up against Team Jungle. Jungle versus Top just feels like such a poignant matchup. Absolutely fantastic. Love that. Getting some revenge on the junglers that may or may not have ganked for them in the past. But this time around, We're just waiting for the game to load up. I believe we have gotten through Champion Select, having a look at... we're still getting through. We're still getting through. Locking in champions.
Going through it.
Oh, we actually had another issue with Champion Select, and so we're remaking
But
the
this one
Champion
wasn't
Select.
due to a player.
This was not a player's fault, unless it was Pays that this time forgot to take Smite, because that would be adorable. I'd
Also
really
would make
like
for
that.
great symmetry, because now, right now, if your team AD carry, you got the mental edge already.
Oh yeah,
Straight out the game hasn't even started yet, and you're already there.
But I feel like at the beginning of the tournament, we saw like Faker had pretty unadulterated confidence. You know, like there was nothing really shaking him at that point. So maybe this has helped get them on a level playing field confidence-wise. Because I do think that a lot of people, if you were to see the mid lane roster on paper, you'd be feeling pretty confident with how they would be able to go. And I do like their creative draft as well. Very cool. Gragas Yasuo compositions, one of my all-time favorites. As Chronicler is trying to pull everything off the desk at this point in time while he's having a little bit of a sneak peek what we might be getting into here.
I have security information. We're on the final picks.
Ooh.
So shortly, we should be going in. And this is, again, this is just building the tension. The game that you're about to watch can surely only be incredible.
Oh, yes.
Now, should I hype it up that much after seeing what happened last game?
Oh, absolutely.
No, probably not.
Yes. Yes, you should. That's what we're supposed to do. It doesn't matter about the result of the game. What matters is how excited we are going into the game.
Well, very.
Exactly.
This is gonna be great. There's no way that this is a one-sided stomp like the last game.
No, it can't be. There's absolutely no way. It is only going to be peak League of Legends. Amazing
50
moments.
minutes.
Mechanical outplays.
Base races.
Oh, yeah.
Baron flips.
Loads of kills, but still extraordinarily close. And demonstrations of what can be utilized on the new Summoner's Rift. We're going to be given buffs to everyone. Void Grub's going to be eliminated. We're going on rides on the Rift Herald over and over again.
We didn't really talk about it that much, but you saw that was actually what Barrow was trying to show us with that level 2 drive-by. Not that you need to gank.
No, he was just
didn't.
demonstrating the Rift for us. He sacrificed his entire jungle path in order to make that one happen for us.
And what a gank it was.
It was absolutely beautiful. Checking it out once again, just a reminder, these are the compositions. Team Bot with Sion, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc, big core towards that top side with Alistair, Xayah in the bottom lane. And Team Mid with a classic Gragas Yasuo style composition with a burly Cassante up there towards the top side. With Chovy piloting it, that is very scary. Karis on the Ezreal as well has been utilized in mid in the past. We have to expect that he would have some practice there, and BDD rocking the Rakan. See how he's going to do it. Let's hop onto the Rift here for our second game of the day, Mid versus Bot. We almost had fan chance, almost, but we didn't quite get there, and that is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Faker base skin Gragas as per usual, and we're no strangers to seeing Faker play Gragas. I really liked your Master Yi suggestion because it's been so many years since Faker has played Master Yi. Of course, if you guys weren't playing at the time or just have not been watching League of Legends for over 10 years, AP Yi was a thing back in the day. And Faker did, I wouldn't say abuse it, but he utilized the extraordinary power of that particular pick when it was meta a few times.
Not even the most insane AP chat. I think AP Sion for me takes the cake.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's the value.
Big win.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to be feeling good about that one. Picks up some early experience. And as mentioned, in top lane, it'll be about who can get the most grasp stacks, and the answer is probably both of them about the same amount.
Well, we'll just have to see. Pays, really trying to make the most of this. Leaves it at 3, knows that it's still going to die. Love to see that. And I'm not going to adjudicate Pays' jungle pathing. I'm just going to assume that he's really good. BDD taking a little bit of damage here, but of course, Team Bot lane, this is the lane that they feel like they need to win. They already told us, but we could probably assume it. As Viper going to get a bit of a headbutt on to BDD, but Karis and BDD having a pretty good time, of course, with a decent level 1 advantage as Ezreal Rakan.
Yeah, as we have often said, Alistair, level 1, not really a champion. It will take me a while to get over this mid lane turret thing. It feels
it's so weird. Yeah.
It is not, but it feels new. It feels spicy. As FaZe now clearing his way towards bot, might be able to catch Cars and BDD before they actually get the crash in. And so there were basically two approaches that Team Bot could have taken, right? And I think that we saw, and they would have preferred to go for a really aggressive bot lane, flip it early, win just through lane experience, and then run from there. But because of the bans of Team Mid, they went for the opposite direction, which is we have an actual AD carry that if we get to a mid to late game, will win the game for us single-handedly. Right? And I think especially with the sign, with the alley, there's a lot there, but Deft let's take a decent amount of damage here.
Yeah, decent chunk. BDD getting the heal, and that is going to keep him happy. Viper coming on over, clearing out wards. We do have to see, we did just see that Viper set up Deft beautifully for all of those minions. Deft managing to get all of them under turret, which is absolutely fantastic. FaZe looking for a little bit of a gank opportunity. There's the flash forward from Viper. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's still got his foot on the gas. FaZe making his way in. Does get the safeguard. There's the flash forward. Tempest, cripple, and that's first blood for the young bottom laner. BDD gonna have to flash to get himself out of there, and Bot's already on the board.
Really nicely done there, and this is exactly what I was worried about. Team Mid doesn't actually get the crash there. Deft and Viper are able to keep the wave just in front of their turret. Without a bounce, Karas and BDD are in danger. They don't really respect. Faker is still clearing. Not as fast with the Gragas, obviously, as Lee is going to be. And the setup here from Viper, really, really nicely done. Means that so much damage is done already. I think you saw as well, Faker could have roamed here at this point, but they were never going to be able to save Karis.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice Q flash from Viper. Really understanding the ranges beautifully there as well. And of course, bot lane feel a little bit more interchangeable than a lot of other roles. But man, really nicely played there by Viper. Gumushi and Chobi. This is the no breaks top lane matchup that we've been looking forward to.
Without waiting the games to
BDD,
end.
is that one of the new elixirs that he's picked up?
Let me check it out. All the new icons have still thrown me for a bit of a loop, obviously, as mentioned.
Oh yeah.
With thus far not having access to or having access to PvE, but PvE being PvE, comes with its own, especially in Korea. Comes with its own challenges. And right now, with that early kill on FaZe, I think that Team Bot not going to be feeling too bad, especially because, again, I think Team Mid need to build big leads early on. Because if they don't, I think that they're going to have a really, really rough time as FaZe.
The opportunity here as the chain is going to come through. Another FaZe gank looking pretty good here. As aiming looks for it, gets the flash out. Sonic Wave angle was good. Closer is going to escape, so loses his flash, but not his life as Team Bot continuing the onslaught down here. About 5 CS the advantage with a wave coming in to Team Mid, so it's not a CS difference, but having the extra assist gold onto the bottom lane here for Team Bot, definitely good news as FaZe roaming down. Control Ward here in position. He's now going to be spotted. Faker knows exactly what's going on. Closer just doing his best to clear up these minions where he can.
I am a little disappointed in aiming.
Oh, why?
Because it looks like he's building a pivot long.
Again.
Yeah, it will never be freed.
No, we won't.
Might also, though, which is also something that we've seen happen a lot, just be Kerchai's in. No, okay, never mind.
No.
Like, you know, you go Fleet and Kerchai's for extra early game harassment, but then you just pivot to a more AP heavy build.
I mean, if you are going to accept that someone's going to weave auto attacks, it's probably going to be an AD carry player. Is Def going aggressive, but Faker is here. Great knockup from BDD as well. The double body slams, gorgeous from Faker. And that is going to mean, FaZe making his way in. They do manage to get a kill back as Viper is now alcove gaming, but he gets body slammed and booped to death. Faker now looking for FaZe as well. But FaZe is pretty dangerous, trying to find some Qs here onto BDD. Still manages to connect one, but Resonating Strike is interrupted by the body slam. And Mid on the board as well, evening out the kill score really nicely here.
Really big play there from Faker. Make sure that they trade 2 for 1. Pace was there, but not quite in time. Not able to actually get more done than just trade a single kill. And with that, Team Mid retaking some control. And again, want to reiterate, if they can pick up some Void Grubs here and get Faker ahead, this is a full AD composition from Team Mid outside of the Gragas. So getting him fed would be really big.
Ooh, Q connects, but Karras gets back towards the turret. He'll be absolutely fine as Deft is just farming by himself down here in this bottom lane. A long way for Karras to go. As Gumayusi and Chovy once again. The top lane exists, guys, but let's have a look at this replay.
And you can see Pace actually backing there, but thanks to BDD, sets it up. Faker, really nicely done there. The flash body slam to lock them both down. Is able to, at the very least, get a kill. But then here, Viper unable to actually, doesn't have the cooldown yet to cancel the body slam, and then Faker here ensuring that BDD doesn't get tagged. If BDD gets tagged by Q, might actually end up dying. So very nicely done there. Team Bot still with a slight lead, but really important play there to keep Team Mid in the running. And now that ult combo is available.
Yeah, Closer getting hit by the chain, but does break it. As Distortion was on cooldown for a moment. There it is, the last breath coming down, but aiming, getting towards the turret. Does get the passive as Faker fights the barrel and snipes aiming, taken down by the Gragas Yasuo combo.
Faker there, cashing in on Closer, hitting that tornado there, absolutely huge. Really nicely done, because normally it's the other way around. It's the Gragas setting for the Yasuo, but now Faker getting really fed. And again, want to reiterate, if he gets fed, he's able to build a ton of AP damage. Itemization for Team Bot becomes a little bit awkward. You really don't want to try and build MR. You're playing into a team that is outside of that, mostly focused towards the aggressive or towards AD. And here, Faker doesn't have his flash available. Doesn't matter. That flash, aiming gonna regret that one. Nicely done. And now Team Mid finally in a substantial lead.
Yeah. And really impressive play. And this is sort of exactly how these Gragas Yasuo combinations were played, especially by D plus Kia, or Darm1 at the time, where they were playing most of it, Canyon and Showmaker together. It would be all about trying to build up Canyon as much as possible to make him into that AP carry. They utilize this with Diana, Nidalee, things like that as well. And there are teams that have been doing this for a long time. And Faker is now going to be able to do a whole lot of work here for Team Mid.
Okay. One good kill
So
from
looking
mid
forward
team.
to seeing how Bot are going to try to get themselves back onto the board. Faker looking for some Void Grubs, does already grab quite a few of them. He's just breaking barrels over the top of them.
And as mentioned, if you kill enough of the grubs, you're able to summon Void Mites as the dive comes in.
Yeah, they managed to get the knock-up onto Karras. He's trying his best to stand his ground, but that is the feather pullback from Deft. They lock him down. Void Grubs go over to Team Mid, but Team Bot managing to get that dive to work out. Pace still looking for more headbutt pull from Viper. And BDD going to get flashed on. That is going to be a second kill. Stuck around for a little too long. As now Gumayusi could be in trouble as well as Chovy looking for an opportunity. Gumayusi is now ghosting, trying to get himself safe, but the knock-up is still going to land the barrel to stop him. And Zombie Scion not going to find any joy as Chovy is going to toy with him. So a bit of a response here by Team Mid.
Not sure what happened there, because Guma was aware, I think, of where Faker was at that point in time, but really nicely done dive here. Really big is that even though they don't actually have minion aggro initially, and even with the double knockup, Viper with his ultimate can tank so much damage so that when they are able to eventually drop the aggro, they've already been able to take down Karras. And I think this is a trade that you take if you are Team Bot. Aiming's also like, yeah, good job, guys.
Yeah.
As Viper did die, he also took the kill, which I think is, you know, as an AD carry, understandable. As an Alistar, probably want to give that to your Lee. His pace goes in. I'm not sure why.
Safeguard does come through. He just got a little bit annoyed at the wind wall there. As of course, it stopped his Q from really doing anything. Yasuo does have some answers into the Lee Sin, you have to say. And you can see that Closer is having a really good time this game as well. This Yasuo certainly could be getting online pretty soon. Could be pretty scary. So we're going to have a look at this again. As Gumayusi underneath the turret.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just ulted away.
Yeah.
So that's why he was there. He didn't want to be there. He was just there.
Yeah, as I was about to say, the
Faker.
thing against Cassante is that stuff like this can happen. Unfortunately, not a lot of setup. And the moment that you get dragged through the wall, there's just no way for you to really survive. And then here, they're trying to look for a possible 2v2, and then instead, yeah, Viper just gets comboed and probably dies. Also used his ultimate again on a great diving bot. That does mean that he gets very easily dealt with as, yeah, now every time that Chovy's going to dash in, Guma's going to be like, oh no.
Yeah.
Gotta respect. One of the big players that benefited from everything that's been happening though has been Deft, because he died once, but outside of that has been able to farm, been able to pick up a lot of plates thanks to the continued attention of pace towards the bot side of the map. So it becomes kind of a question, who has benefited more? Is it Team Mid who have a very fat Faker, or is it Team Bot that I think in the late game should definitely have an edge with a very straightforward front-to-back teamfight composition with a lot of built-in safety for Deft?
I swear, Viper is just having the best time ever, though. He feels like he's got all of this agency to start fights, to press buttons. Look at him, he's going once again. The knockout from BDD, who's now looking for that quickness. Gets it onto Deft. The teleport to come in from Closer. Now Team Bot are just trying to get out of there. Closer taking a lot of damage. The feathers get pulled back and he's destroyed. Faker not quite there in time. As you can see, Viper is just trying to hoof it out of there. He's going to do so, aiming in the meantime with his static shivers, trying to get some work done as Viper. He gets a knock up onto Faker. He's still going to go down, but the Q lands here from Pays. Can they manage to get an answering kill is the question. Distortion comes in, but the chains will not land. The Sonic Wave will not land. But Faker is going the wrong direction, so he may still die. Some more shots landing, some Qs not, but I think that Faker is still big time dead. He's just trying his best to waste as much time as possible, and Viper's going to deliver the kill over to Aiming, get himself an assist in the meantime. So, bot lane, back in the lead as far as gold, but it is not a considerable one, and Chovy might be able to extend mid's advantage by taking first turret.
Yeah, big thing there is that with Guma heading down, just, I think, as the plates were dropping. So there wasn't actually an opportunity for Chovy to get a lot going. Initially, this looked like an overextension. Karis and BDD are ready. And here, with Faker coming in, it looks like everything is fine, but Closer crucially oversteps. Pays and Deft set up a beautiful combo, kicks him back into the feathers, no counterplay there. And if Closer plays it a little bit slower, I don't think you come back from that as Team Bot, right? They're able to play with a man up.
하람씨 먹어. 자, 밀어줄게. 밀어줄게.
Get the bounty. Viper was delivering the kill over. He said, I'm going to push it in for you, and he manages to get himself an assist. And that is confirmation as well that Viper is indeed just having the greatest time. He's also playing incredibly well. Yes, he's died 3 times, the most out of anyone on the Rift, outside of Karis, who's even with him. But it just looks like he's really enjoying this. Hopefully he stays as AD carry, though. He's a fantastic AD carry player. But maybe this is his true calling. Maybe it is just support. Closer, okay. Yeah, Aiming, taking a bit of damage. Windwall going to be protecting Closer for the moment.
Something's never changed as a rule pace. Is spotted by Faker and BD. Faker indeed takes what is served up to him. Chovy is sitting at 174 CS at 15
from Chovy.
So, you know, it doesn't matter if it's mid or top.
Surprise, surprise, everyone, as there's the last breath, the delivery, as Aiming does flash the wall to get himself out of there. In the meantime, Chovy is getting to work on this Hextech Drake, second dragon of the game. This one will even out the Drake count between the two squads. Viper gonna get knocked up. It's a headbutt down as well, as Deft is now here to get a bit of damage in, and he is the scary one, like you've already mentioned. He is really starting to stack up the gold. Flash out here from Closer. Not wanting to risk it against the kick flash opportunity of Pays.
Yeah, that was a preemptive one. If he doesn't and Pace kicks him back, I think the wave was also mostly gone, so it would have been kind of a disaster as... Oh, the combo?
Yeah, Aiming turning up. BDD was here this time, so Closer is going to have a little bit more bravery to show here.
So initially it looks like that's a really good trade, but I think it's another Demolish proc, and maybe he doesn't even need that. This is great for Team Bot. Like, yes, they give up a single Drake, but the lead that Chovy had literally disappeared right there.
Yeah, it's gone.
His bounty's gone. And Team Mid, I think, needs to go for these explosive plays if they want to match the inter-late game power of Team Bot. Now, they still have a lot of power in this composition. I don't think that the timer has quite run out for them, and there is still, particularly with that combo, always an opportunity to find your way back into the game. So Chovy's still in a great spot. But right now, I gotta say, for Team Bot, I think you're feeling pretty good. You're not that far behind when it comes to objectives. On the opposite, you are 1-1 in Dragons, even in kills, and you got first turn blood. Chovy is proxying. Guma comes in.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity here as Chovy's going to absorb the CC. Goes all out as well. And that is going to mean that he will stay alive. Does manage to absorb that one as well. Aiming, coming on over. Running out of buttons a little bit, but Faker is there with the barrel. And now we've got a quickness knock-up combo. Good use of the ultimate there from Deft to dodge the true shot barrage. But now that's on cooldown. Deft, which is a very Deft thing to do, didn't use any summoner spells in that moment, just the ulti. And that was going to be enough to keep him alive. Certainly good news. As Rift Herald's going to be taken here by Paze.
I gotta say though, aiming, I know you're an AD carry. But you're also, now it's Closer. Is he gonna, he's delaying.
This is looking like
on the way.
It's a difficult moment though here for him. Doesn't land. And that is going to be the kickback. Closer is still alive though. Good double knock off. The last breath coming in. They get smashed down by the explosive cast from Faker. And there's the knock up. They do manage to kill Closer in the end, but it could be more value here for Team Mid as they're chasing down Viper. This cow is pretty nimble though. And he's still looking to try and make his way out of here. He's going real quick. The Grand Entrance does not connect. Karras is landing Mystic shots, but it may not be enough. The headbutt to Taxi. Faker is looking to come through. Finds the smite. Deft is here, though. And I think Viper's made the great escape. A teleport to turn around the pulverized flash. And Faker is taking so much damage from the Blade Caller. Deft turns it around the headbutt back. Free delivery to Deft for the double kill. Viper, I mean, we have voting for MVP towards the end of this. All the players that are playing are going to vote, and my vote, if I ever had one, 100% for Viper. He's playing so well.
Let's pick up.
That was two subsequent plays that looked like they were going to go one way and then completely flipped around. Here, Closer, not able to hit, crucially, I think, this knock up there. So it looks like he might end up going down, but there is no damage. Guma doesn't actually get the Q hit, and then the rest of the team arrives. Faker does an incredible amount of damage with BDD keeping him alive. Eventually, yes, they're able to get the kill, but now on the follow-up of that, there is Viper's great escape and subsequent turnaround. Ultimate is up, so he knows.
He's like, can we go? Ball flash, go. And I've got headbutt. Oh my goodness. In the meantime, Closer is doing Yasuo things. He will go down towards the top side. BDD is going to quickly get himself out of there. Chovy is fighting Gumayushi yet again. We've seen this one before. Dashes forward, finds the knockback. Viper is in trouble once again. Or is he? Yes, he very much is. Q going to connect onto Faker though as Paze is looking to try to get some revenge. Chovy's going to finish the job there towards the bottom side. Thanks Observers as Paze continuing the onslaught. Chains going to connect onto BDD who doesn't have the ulti anymore. Is still going to be able to dash away. Q not going to be followed there by Paze. Really good diligence there by the young player, of course. Not a lot of pro play Lee Sin experience, but still going to keep a level head.
And unlike last game, this game is back and forth. Yes, there is a small lead here for Team Bot, which might be getting worse and worse if they're able to get some of these side lane picks. With Closer just a little bit too far out this time around. This is not Shiv, this is just straight up AD LeBlanc.
So he's just
an AD carry.
Yeah.
But well, no, because now they're full AD. So it makes optimization for Team Mid a lot easier. And then the question becomes, does that matter? And I'm gonna say probably not with how a lot of these fights are playing out. It feels like both teams are just very happy to play very messy skirmishes as opposed to a more classic front to back. And right now, we do see though that Trophy is also keenly aware of this, and he's building just armor.
Yeah.
Because again, who's gonna match him? But RS carries in a good enough spot. Yes, Faker is in a great position, but both Closer and Karras definitely falling behind their counterparts here. As Viper, he's on a long flank.
This is a big mission. Gumayushi is extraordinarily tanky though. He can stand in the front here for quite some time. Does get knocked back. As now Faker, he knows the Viper's coming on over. Spotted on a control ward as he can see, and Faker is looking for him. He gets smoked. The rest of the buttons don't really land, and Viper is just going to hoof it out of there. Does so pretty comfortably, although the Ignite going to be used here. He's wanting to escape. The ulti comes in. There's the headbutt. Sorry, the Pulverize. The headbutt going to be coming in next as the train lands. The station is bottom lane, but there's the combo! Knockup lands. Viper is alive for a long time, but it's not going to be enough. Knockup chain continues onto Gumiyushi towards the bottom side. He's tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough. The wind wall coming in for some reason, just for fun there from Closer, as Gumiyushi is going to go down. And Team Mid finding a lot of value. Aiming has just decided that he's a split push machine. And that's kind of working. Manages to get an inner turret here, which is why you can see that Bot is still in the lead as far as gold is concerned. Another Dragon, though, looking to be taken here by Team Mid, who are looking for the long game.
There are a lot of schools of thought when it comes to playing Sign. I'm glad to see that Gumiyushi is adhering to the one where devs don't matter. As big win there for Team Mid, but with the push still going to the opposing team and I'm only giving up 2 kills, I'm not sure if it's enough. As we take another look here, I'm really happy to see Team Mid proactively make use of the power of this combo. But yeah, this teleport here, a little bit ill-advised. Already the Gumiyushi attempting to pivot the play when the teleport is still available. This time it's Closer joining the rest of his team as opposed to him getting picked off by himself. Able to chew for Guma, even with the healing that he's doing from his despair. Not quite enough. As
Chovy looking a little bit scary here, does manage to find himself the Q. That is going to get the last breath as Pays just safeguards himself away. Aiming going to do the same thing with the distortion. Viper going to keep himself alive, does flash the cask there, had the unbreakable will, so wasn't taking a lot of damage. Team Mid not able to find any success in the combo this time, but it might have gotten them enough cooldowns to look for a bit of a play. 24 minutes. And the Baron is on the table, but could be a scary option, especially with the game still relatively close.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded if they started it up just to force maybe a teleport out of Guma. Now it is a Scion, so could have also just pressed his ultimate and then try and make his way over. Not going to be enough as Team Bot looking maybe for a punish. They do a vision of the ward there.
Yeah, Aiming was on vision himself, yeah.
And they actually started up. Kara's going to scout this out, though.
Barrage does get vision.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to take this.
Gumiyushi in mid lane. Chovy has found him, knows that he's pretty strong. And we know that as well. For that Q3 opportunity, decides that he wants instead head back towards the rest of his team. And Team Mid, I think that baiting Baron is exactly what you want to be doing over and over again when you have those buttons up and available. Because I feel like that is their avenue to victory. It's like, try and find wombo combo team fight. If team fight do good, then kill Purple Worm, win game, right? Am I onto something there?
I think it's a good flowchart.
And I feel like Team Bot kind of want to just keep aiming in a side lane and get him to continue killing these turrets. He's got his Trinity Force completed.
He does. And I kind of feel like they put themselves in this position with the build that they've gone for. And to be fair, between LeBlanc and Gumiyushi playing this Scion, you do have an incredible amount of turret pushing power. Scion, obviously, just with Demolish and his giant health pool, is able to chew through turrets relatively quickly. Then you also have Aiming, and you have a lot of safety in the trio of Pays, Deft, and Viper, so you can try and 1-for-1, but the engage, like snap engage on Team Mid, is so good. I feel like you're never going to be able to actually deny them the ability to start up fights. Because like you have Faker who can ult, Faker who can flash body slam, Chovy who can try and knock people back. And then BDD on the Rakan, right? So there are a lot of traps that are set up here for Team Bot. You can also just try to 5v5 anyway and not be bothered by the fact that they are very one-sided when it comes to their damage type.
And also, all of them probably have a fair bit of faith in what Deft can do. As you can see, Team Mid looking for that angle once again. Pulverize comes in, headbutt back onto BDD. The cast going to connect. But Viper, with that unbreakable will, is very tanky. Q going to land onto BDD. The teleport in from Gumiyushi, but immediately he's down to 50%, aiming over the wall, but can't really help out here as Chovy is just mincing this Scion, who wants to be tanky, but he's just not enough. Goes into zombie mode, not going to be really helping out here as Aiming just trying to be tricksy.
He's auto-attacking. Look at Jovi's build. He's doing nothing.
No, absolutely nothing. And now the turret going to be taken here in this mid lane. The map opening up now for Team Mid. As Viper going to have to get out of there. He has barely any health. Aiming can hold a wave. But you can see Team Mid are still pushing forward. They've got a whole bunch of minions, and that is 2 in a row. And that lead that Bot had, as far as gold was concerned, has now just evaporated. And it is nothing between these two squads. Aiming does clear out the wave.
Guma would have never done this to us if he was playing Cho'Gath. I'm just saying.
Very true.
Ooh, Aiming is drawing a lot of attention.
No, Guma should play.
They might try to escape.
Or Karis might just kill him. We'll see. True Shot Barrage is going to miss.
Enough.
Does manage to get the Gronk onto him, maybe, as the minion is going to be taken down. Bot are going to try and use this, though, to take themselves a Baron. But Team Mid, they know exactly what's going on. Viper once again down extraordinarily low as BDD. With the quickness, he gets the Flash Grand Entrance. They're looking to take down the cover. Viper survives. And now Deft is looking for the autos. Knock-up is fantastic, but the wind wall position was good enough from Closer. Hayes is just going to get destroyed as they find him. He's the straggler. Good timing by Deft on the Featherstorm. That is just going to put it on cooldown, and Mid, it's now their opportunity to go for this Baron.
Not sure what Pace Flash there was going to die nonetheless, but he knew if he dies, that is a free Baron here for Team Mid. We'll see if they have enough damage. Deft and Aiming both still alive. Maybe they can try and push them off of this.
Yeah, Windwall getting a fair bit of value.
And then the second
Tornado
one,
not really doing too much, as now Chovy's looking to try and get them out of here. Aiming gets into that backline, but the Baron is secured by Faker. Good smite. Deft has to flash to get out of the way of Chovy. The headbutt to move Chovy back, but Viper looks like he's mincemeat for now. Closer looking for that opportunity. He gets in there, and Team Mid are destroying them. Team fights are what this composition's built for. And they are winning them left, right, and center. Gumayusi down once again. And Team Mid with their Baron can really do some damage now.
Might be able to try and push for an end here. 30 seconds at least for Deft before he's back. No Guma. We'll see if they want to try and risk it. Team Mid all started with a teleport from Guma. And from there on out, it quickly snowballed. Pace.
Oh, it looks for it. It doesn't quite get there. Karis, True Shot Barrage flying away, but it's more in celebration. Nexus turrets will be taken down, and Team Mid, I mean, there were some rough moments in this game, but in the end, they find those team fights they're looking for, and most importantly, they will find the Nexus, and they'll move on to the final.
And Team Bot tried their best. But man, Team Mid in those team fights.
Yeah.
I think the laning phase looking a little bit rough. Bot lane not really looking too comfortable. Faker keeping it together for the rest of the team. And then when we got to mid game, Chovy's tanking in the fights. The way that BDD and Faker were able to both set up and execute off of the plays for the Yasuo. Very nicely done, Team Mid.
I have
looking
to say,
really good.
BDD, Chovy, and Faker all having absolutely incredible performances in that game. Didn't mention too much about BDD's Rakan, but looked very, very good. Found those quickness angles he was looking for. Faker, especially in that early game, really in the right place at the right time. And Chovy, I mean, we know what his Consarte can do. He's been playing it for all of last year, all of the year before, ever since he was released. Felt like it was a Chovy champion, and he loves this. He can play top lane, and he just always gets to play the melee champions that he's looking for.
Yeah, I was already preemptively scared for the full AD team into Ocean Soul Cassante. That, fortunately, we didn't have to witness, but was still basically impossible to kill. And I think we also saw why Guma role swapped to AD carry. I don't want to fully put it in. I think
he was initiating those fights, and it just didn't quite work out.
I mean, that is the problem with Sion, right? Like, once you're in, you're not getting out. And I think that to me was actually the biggest difference between these two teams. It was when and where they decided to fight. And I think that's where, over the course of the game, we did see a really big edge. I think in laning phase, I was really impressed by Team AD Carry. But then, once we got to the mid-game, some of their calls just didn't really quite work out, and a couple of key mistakes. Once Baron is up, not going to be able to get away with those.
For me, huge shout out to Viper, though. That guy's plays were awesome. Even if they weren't game-winning plays or even play-winning plays, they were fun. and it was really good to see him look like he's having such a good time on the Rift as well. So Team Mid, they do manage to take it. Faker with massive amounts of damage. My goodness. And that is what a graph of a composition like this should probably look like as well. Just shy of 30 minutes, and the Gragas, the AP Gragas from the jungle, doing absolute work. And the coordination for a team of players that haven't been playing together at all, very impressive stuff. And so Mid will move on to the finals. They'll be up against either Team Top or Team Jungle. Team Jungle looked formidable against Team Support just earlier on into the day, but we're yet to see what Team Top can do. And in the mini games, it looked like we may have already underestimated them. Just have to see whether that is going to translate to Summoner's Rift as well.
At the very least, they should be feeling like the favorites against Team Jungle, just because this is what they set up for themselves.
Yeah.
Right? They tried to put themselves in the most beneficial position, but I gotta say, game one, jungle diff. In some ways, 5 jungle diff. But then this game was also kind of jungle diff.
Mm-hmm. And we know that Faker's a fantastic jungle player. Pays, I think, in the early game was great, but missed a few key moments later on in the game. But I think still showed a pretty decent Lee Sin performance. We'll have to find out who's playing jungle for the top laners to see exactly how this one is going to go.
Yeah, that's I think going to be.
Is it Rascal because he's the Lee Sin guy of top lane?
Don't know. But I do think when it comes to laning phase, Team Top should be feeling a little bit better than Team Support did.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. It's now time to head down to the interview though and see what the players felt about that game.
Thank you very much, guys. We're back after Team Bot versus Team Mid, and the winner is Team Mid. Congratulations. We're here joined by Faker and Viper. How was that matchup? I played jungle, and yeah, it's so stressful. Like, I'm exhausted, but you know, my fellow team mid laners are doing a fantastic job, so I got the win. Viper, too bad that you guys were not able to win. What was the kind of the most regretful moment? We were going for a flank play in the middle, and then like a lot of scary people were like chasing after me, so it was really hard to position as an Alistar. Faker, there was a bit of an issue before the game started, and you did not take Smite as a jungler. What happened? I was not aware that I had to manually choose to take Smite, you know? I thought it was automatic, so that was the problem. What came to your mind when you realized that? I thought it was a free win, and then turned out this is not a, you know, serious competitive match, so we decided to accept the remake. Faker, your Gragas is actually undefeated in the LCK and also at the season opening event. Why did you choose to play Gragas? Closer, he said he really wants to play Yasuo, so I was looking for a synergy, and Gragas was one of them. Viper, let's take a look at this Viper Alistar wombo combo play. You found the Raptors to survive, and then they didn't, you know, give up chasing after you. And then you made a huge turnaround. That was a fantastic Alistar play. Were you expecting that kind of a, you know, two-man knockup? Not actually, but after that play, I was pretty confident that we were gonna win, and then Team Mid was too strong. Faker, you're also very well known for your Alistar. How would you like to rate Viper's Alistar? If I were playing support, I would have, you know, displayed a really good Alistar play, but too bad I was not playing support today, but, you know, I could tell that he was having a lot of fun.
다음에 안 할 것 같아요.
No, I'm not playing Alistar anymore. Never.
알리스타가 막 막타를 야무지게 드시더라고요.
And you were pretty good at, stealing some kills, Does that imply supports are also allowed to take more kills from you now?
싶어서 먹은 건 아닌데.
Well, it was not my intention. Somehow it just happened. I just ended up, getting the last hit. 1 or 2 kills are fine.
한두 개는 괜찮다. 페이커 선수 이제 팀 미드가 결승에 안착을
Faker,
했습니다.
team mid is now.
누가 결승에
We'll be waiting
올라가나요?
for the finalists. You guys are already at the finals. I don't even want to go up against junglers, Maybe top laners, I'm expecting top laners to win the upcoming match, but I'm playing jungle right now, so beating owner in the jungle would also be really fun. So I'm excited for both matchups.
어떻게 예상하시나요?
Viper, what do you think will the final matchup will be like?
미드랑 탑이 왠지.
I think it's gonna be team mid versus team top.
네, 미드가 했으면
And
좋겠어요.
I wish mid
미드가
can make it all the way and win it all.
오, 어떻게 두 분 한번 악수하실까요?
Any handshakes?
분위기가 훈훈한데요? 네.
Very, heartwarming moment between, two competitors. Although Viper, as part of the team bot lost the matchup, he's still supporting team mid to win it all. And that's it for the interview. And the next up will be team top versus team jungle, the rivalry that had existed the entire League of Legends history. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Thank you.
칠게요. 자, 궁 있어서 리신 마크 들어온 거.
내가 배티 마크 할게요.
네.
그러면 할 듯? 피해주고 이거.
내가 몸 당구만 조심. 아. 궁 킬게 오면. 오. 와우. 아, 멋을 탔네.
잠깐만, 90초긴 한데.
한 번? 오야. 말렸어.
이거 르브랑 10초긴 한데. 르브랑 5초긴 한데, 형들.
궁이 빠졌어요, 형. 황정민드. 블랑? 아, 까비 안 됐다. 재밌는데?
나이스요.
뭔데요?
Hi everyone, I'm Nazala Taha.
And I'm Chris Greeley.
And we are so excited to kick off the 14th season of LoL Esports. And we want to give you a look at some of our plans for 2024. So let's start by talking about our global events, MSI and Worlds.
We want our international events to have a strong regional representation so that the best teams from each region can fight it out on the global stage. This year, we're making it so that there are 3 base slots for the LPL, LCK, LEC, and LCS at Worlds, with new ways for teams and regions to earn additional slots. The LLA, CBLOL, PCS, and the VCS will have their slots remain unchanged.
And we're keeping the same double elim format from MSI 2023, but we're going to up the stakes even more this year. For the first time ever, the winning MSI team will be awarded a guaranteed spot at Worlds, which also counts as an additional slot for their region. And the next best performing region at MSI will secure an additional world seed for their region.
Yeah, and we can't wait to see the increased competition at MSI this year.
And while we're talking about MSI, we wanted to share that this year's MSI will be held from May 1st through the 19th in Chengdu, China. This is the first time we've brought a global LoL esports event to this vibrant city, and we're so excited to see the amazing crowds there cheer on their favorite teams. And we'll be back with more updates on MSI the closer we get to the event.
Last year in Korea, we announced that Worlds would be returning to Europe, with the finals taking place in London, England at the O2 Arena. Today, we wanted to let you know where the rest of the tournament will be held.
Well, we'll be kicking off Worlds in Berlin at our newly remodeled esports arena for the play-ins and Swiss stages. Then we'll head to the Adidas Arena in Paris, France for quarterfinals and semifinals. Fans brought so much energy to the Paris finals in 2019, and we're really excited to see what you all do for not just one, but 2 stages of Worlds there.
Worlds will run from September 24th through November 2nd. And we'll be back later this year as we get closer to the event to announce ticket sales dates.
Now, as we embark on the 2024 season, we are so proud to commemorate 14 remarkable years of LoL esports. Throughout this decade and a half, we've witnessed pro players from around the world leave their mark, displaying incredible resilience, mastery of League of Legends gameplay, and inspiring millions of fans across the globe. To celebrate those who have made a lasting impact on the game, the sport, and the community, and really honor their legacies, we are proud to introduce the LoL Esports Hall of Legends.
There are a number of pro players worthy of being inducted into our unique version of a Hall of Fame. So we've gathered an independent voting panel of esports industry veterans and experts from every region around the world to vote and select our very first inductee.
Each year, those inducted into the Hall of Legends will have their historic careers celebrated both IRL and in-game. Now, we're currently collecting votes, and we'll be back later this year to share more.
And finally, all of our regional leagues are gearing up for the start of the 2024 competitive season. You can tune in on lolesports.com beginning January 13th to keep up with all of your favorite teams and pros.
We can't wait to watch the 2024 LoL Esports season with all of you. Good luck and have fun on your climbs. Thank you in advance for tuning in and supporting your favorite teams and leagues.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 season opening of the LCK. We're celebrating with a whole bunch of players from very similar roles playing together, seeing whether they can pick up some wins. And now we're up to our 3rd game between top and jungle.
Some might even say the same rules.
Exactly. And now it's time to head down to the stage and see who's playing what.
Now it's gonna be Team Top versus Team Jungle. The 3rd match of the day. The players are getting ready for the game. Now let's hear from Rascal. On the side of Team Top, it's been a while. Now you're playing support, I guess, you know, based on where you're sitting. What made you decide to play support? Looking at the lineup, you know, already, I was thinking maybe I can go like bot with Keen or Zeus. I can just beat, you know, even Team Bot's bottom duo easily. So I was seeing this, I was able to see this coming. Then you're gonna be going down the bottom lane together with Zeus. Any message over to him? We even practiced yesterday, you know, and you know it always pays off in the end. So let's just see how our practice, you know, comes out. Then let's hear from Rascal's lane partner, Zeus, playing AD carry, also the captain of Team Top. You were able to decide all the, you know, matchups and brackets. Were you expecting the outcome as well? Yeah, this is pretty much what I was expecting. Anything you want to say over to Team Jungle? I don't even care about Team Jungle, you know. I guess we're going to be playing up against Team Mid after this, so I'm already, you know, thinking about our strategy to beat Team Mid in finals.
자, 다음은 미드에 서게 된 기인
Now,
선수
Keen on the mid
기인
lane.
선수. 전 팀원인 에이밍 선수가 탑이
Aiming
제일 쉽다라는
said
이야기를 했기 때문에
top is the
기량을 잡고
easiest
싶다라고
role,
이야기하셨는데요.
so I want to
우선
teach
에이밍
them a
선수
lesson.
경기
And
어떻게
then,
보셨나요?
how did you enjoy watching Aiming play mid? I could tell he was suffering during the laning phase, so you know, I wasn't happy for sure.
보고 싶었던 팬분들이 많거든요. 오늘
There were so many
어떤
LCK
각오로
fans
임하시겠습니까?
looking forward to watching you play mid lane. This is my first time to sit in the middle at Low Park and feels pretty good. I like it actually. I will do my best.
정글을 맡게 된 든든 선수
And jungler on the side of Team Jungle, Dundun.
솔로 랭크에서 정글을 맹연습하시더라고요.
You have been spamming jungle in solo queue, and it was not going well. You were losing a lot of solo queue games. Are you confident going into today's game? Solo queue is all about, you know, luck, getting a good team and stuff, but team game is different.
오늘 팀 정글을 상대로 선전포고 한번
Anything you want to say over to the Team Jungle?
저희 전부 정글은 딱히 생각 안 하고 있고 그냥
We are not worried about Team Jungle at all, you know. We are all focusing on Team Mid in the finals. This is a free win for us, basically.
탑을 맡게 된 두두 선수
And Dudu on the top lane for Team Top.
제우스 선수가 두두 형이 14분 전에
Zeus
이미
already in the interview said Dudu will be able to take down enemy tier 1 turret on the top lane before 14 minutes. Is that going to happen? It is going to happen. I'm confident. I'm going to show you this time.
그렇다면 오늘 제대로 보여주겠다. 각오 한마디 들어보겠습니다.
Any last words before we start the match?
다음 게임 하고 싶네요.
I can't wait to play up against Team Mid at the finals.
보니까 지금 팀 탑은요. 팀 정글이
I can tell Team Top, they're not worried about this match up against Team Jungle. Now let's see how Team Jungle thinks about this.
아까 이제 세팅 인터뷰를 나눴기 때문에 이번에는 대표에서 주장과
Let's hear from the captain of Team Jungle, Owner.
팀 정글의 주장인 오너 선수. 아까는 정글 자리에 있었는데 왜 지금 탑
Owner,
계신 거예요?
you are sitting on a top laner seat. What happened? Gideon said he also want to play jungle one time, so we decided to kind of lane swap.
탑이 마음에 안 들었다 이런 거 아닌가요?
He did a fantastic job on the top lane already. I was like 5 levels ahead in that game, but Gideon told me he can easily make 7 levels ahead, so I wanted to, you know, give him a shot.
자신감을 보였다고 하는데 맞나요?
Gideon, 7 level different. Is it gonna happen? That's a rumor for sure. That's a fake news. Owner was the one asking, begging for the top lane opportunity, so I was being nice. Now you're playing on the jungle. Any resolution for this match? Maybe a 2-level difference easily in this game for sure.
자, 그렇다면 2024 시즌 오프닝 룰더리
Now it is time to see Team Top versus Team Jungle matchup right now. So back to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation there. Great to hear that both of these teams don't even really know who they're playing against. They're all just focusing on their match against Team Mid coming up afterwards. So this, like the bans, for example, they're just going to throw random things at the wall because they don't really care about this matchup because it's going to be easy on both sides.
My favorite part was Gideon and Owner both really throwing each other under the bus. Yeah, you get 7 levels ahead. Yeah, it's fine. No, he was just begging me. He hated playing jungle. He wants to be freed.
Yeah.
Freed from his shackles. Now for me, it's about Dundun. You know, he's the pivotal point of this match because as we saw last game, better jungle wins. And if Team Jungle seriously wins this again, like we will know.
Oh, absolutely.
We will know it actually is just the only role that really matters as much as any analyst will tell you, it is only jungle.
That's how it works.
Solo Q was right all along.
I do need to point out as well that the only team that has selected red side is top lane, and I love that. I love it so much because it's only top laners that need counter.
Yeah, give you R5, R5.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Oh, it's just so good. It's so perfect.
If Dudu now doesn't pick Fiora or something similar, I will be very disappointed. I
want Riven. I really want Riven.
Oh, yes. And if we get Cassante versus
no.
Sion, I will.
No, if it's Cassante, it's Dundun playing jungle Cassante. It's got to be.
The lucid respect. You gotta
love to see it. You love to see it. The grade's going to be taken away as well. Big giggles from Dundun, but that is to be expected. He's Dundun. Of course, a big shout out to a couple of years ago, where in the Challenger final, Dundun faced off against Lucid.
and beat him.
And beat him as a 0-7 Jax, if I remember.
Yeah, 1-7 or 0-7 by split pushing. And if you're like, why didn't they just stop the split push? It was challengers. They didn't know what hit them. You know, these kids were like 16. They like haven't seen League where split pushing was a thing. Has not been around for a while. And mad genius Dundun was able to make it work. And of course, Team
Owner is
Jungle,
100% playing top lane.
No, of course you. This is what I love, is that every role is such a cliche, but it just of course Team Jungle is gonna be one Lee.
Oh, and Dudu is gonna be one Cassante.
Oh, don't do it.
Oh no, the Varus has gotten through for the very first time.
Zeus? Or for Dudu.
For anyone. Keen, thinking about the Orianna, I was kind of selfishly hoping that he just played Ryze because his Ryze is so incredibly good. We've seen it multiple times, even at Worlds last year. But it is going to be the Orianna in his hands this time around.
Why did you have to remind me of KT at Worlds? Oh. They were so good.
They were.
They didn't matter.
They had a pretty rough draw time, but it was so
they were
beautifully
genuinely
KT.
Good.
They were, yeah.
It just wasn't enough as Dundun will be locking Nocturne here.
Actually, if you're not very used to playing jungle, Nocturne is exactly the right champion. It is in fact my default jungler because you can never really get it wrong.
I just figured you'd play Garen.
I've played Nocturne with you multiple times.
I know.
But I would try to play Garen at any opportunity. That is going to be a Ziggs lock in here. Could be Sylvie, could be Lucid, could be anyone. But likely to be towards the bottom lane if history or recent history says anything.
Yeah, Sylvie also said that was one of his favorite champions to play off-roll. And Team Top, this composition, I kind of love it already. You have a lot of backline dive. You have Orianna to set up with the Rakan or with the Nocturne. Both can really make sure that you can go for these big type of shockwave plays. We'll see to what extent Keen is able to make it work. But LeBlanc and Lee, that's a strong combo as long as Lucid doesn't also go full AD LeBlanc.
I have a feeling he may not do the same thing as aiming.
I don't think he will.
I think the inclination will be less skewed towards trying to turn every champion into an AD carry. So I expect that this will be more the burst variety.
Yeah, I know AD LeBlanc also has been like, it's like kind of the revived Shiv LeBlanc, but
I believe a lot of the changes did they get reverted eventually or not? We don't have like the full official patch notes, but we did see that was a consideration.
Yeah, and also in theory it makes sense, right? Because you can, but I think Split Push specifically just relies so heavily on you being able to coordinate with your team and
he took an inner top lane turret.
Yeah, he did.
They had
so this is obviously AD carry. There is no way Team Top Lane is going to blind top.
Oh, heck no.
They would never.
And that is Azario. So from what I've seen in his solo queue, this has been the champion that he's elected to try to play.
How do you know?
The success levels have been middling at best, I think would be a nice way of putting it. However, he's been playing it. That's the main thing.
He has locked it in before.
Uh-huh. And you get to press a lot of buttons. And we know that Zeus is very good at pressing buttons. Oh, man. I was half expecting Jarvan support, just because Peanut actually played it competitively as well. I believe Peanut has played it once competitively. I know Spirit definitely did.
Oh no, I don't know about that. I don't know if you should pick a skill matchup into Dudu. That is
blind pick.
He's not afraid. I mean, to be fair, if you're playing a tank, that's also bad.
Okay.
And he's doing it. Okay, Dudu.
Or okay,
This
Lucid.
is a dream.
Top lane LeBlanc.
Oh my god, don't remind me.
There we go. Why not? It was Dundun.
You're right.
And he had a great time when he was doing it. It's just so sad that he can't build Divine Sunderer anymore. Oh dear. Well, Rascal, what do you have for us, or what do you have for Dudu, is the question. Doesn't fully know what he's against, but there are some opportunities, and there is the Jax lock-in. And Owner, you can see nodding to himself. He's like, yep, got this, got this. We'll see whether he's indeed got this, as we expect that it is going to be a Yone matchup. Because it does look like Owner has relinquished the Lee Sin into the hands of Gideon.
Yeah, it's got to be. And
unless it's Jungle Blitz,
I can't wait to see what is going to happen. No. There we go. Everything's okay. So I quite like the composition of Team Top, but the Wombo, I thought the Wombo was going to be better for Team Top, but with how it panned out, it's more of a 1-4 style composition. You have...
Yeah, the Dundun has been confirmed. It is the top lane LeBlanc.
Wait.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be
So
a big
Dudu
matchup
thought that he was
for
going to have an
Lone
honest
against
matchup
Jags.
into another fighty guy, but instead...
But doesn't he... I don't know. I don't even know what to expect from that.
You don't know the Jax LeBlanc matchup?
Well, I imagine that it should be good for LeBlanc if you play perfectly, but what I think will happen is Owner will overstep and die to Jax, and then it'll be a bit of a disaster.
I haven't seen Owner's jungle LeBlanc that much, so I'm not sure how many games he's put in on the channel.
But this is the true top laner experience. Thinking you get a fun counter matchup and then dealing with a ranged top laner.
Yeah.
But Team Top, I think the composition is quite decent, is somewhat reliant on getting some mid game going. We'll see if they're able to.
Exactly. Let's jump onto the rift here for the next game. We're not even attempting fan chance this time?
No, they gave up. I think after the last ones didn't quite pan out.
Yeah.
So we are just full AD LeBlanc again.
AD LeBlanc.
But this time it's actually, I like it a lot more because they do have Ziggs. So I'm okay with it now.
Yeah, it also doesn't have to be full AD. I guess you could just go like the Shiv at the beginning, get out of lane type situation, but it will be full.
We both know, unfortunately.
Yep. And maybe this could actually just be very much a sign of things to come in the 14.1 meta, assuming some of those changes have been reverted to the LeBlanc, letting her back towards her relatively oppressive, more AD-biased ways. To put it as lightly.
Also means Lucid is playing a melee mid laner again. And I think some of those skills, you know, maybe they're transferable.
100%.
See if he's able to do well. As Akali was very impressive. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay.
Because Dudu swapped.
Oh, yeah,
He did.
Well.
So
And
he's
then
in
they
mid.
followed.
And so they're like, all right, I guess we will just do it that way. As the orb comes in, Lucid gives Keen the thumbs up.
Okay.
And we just have a bit of a change.
But this should be better for Dudu.
But also, I just love it that even now, we've got Keen playing a mage in top lane. Once again. Even though he's a mid laner, he is once again back to just playing a mage in top lane. This is just how it should be.
Yeah, and now Lucid is having the unfortunate situation of being in a much longer lane. So while I think on that one hand Dudu is going to be happier, because in mid lane, even though obviously you're still going to be playing melee into range, which can be quite tough, in a longer lane, setting up super oppressive lane states is so much easier. Because you're able to zone your opponent off of the wave way easier than you otherwise would, because if the jungler shows up, you need to really respect. Doesn't help Dudu right now though, and I expect that as we see Owner, you know, if you can choose to lock...
Oh, yeah. He misses the cannon.
He misses? Yeah, as I was
but
about
he's
to
a
say,
jungler,
he's a jungler. Yeah, that's kind of to be expected. And Dudu also isn't CSing, so it's a win.
No, absolutely. 100%. We actually haven't seen the champions get switched over just yet. The Observer's not going to go that far.
Yeah, they might also have more swaps ahead of us, so...
Yeah. I can't remember the exact year. Was it 2019, where part of the game of being an Observer was getting the lanes correct?
Because of the lane swap meta?
Yeah, it was very difficult. Jonas Strong got very good at it in the end.
As he does at everything.
As Dudu just trying to get the CS where he can find it. Oh, that's shot going to be taken here by Ona, so that is not great news.
Yeah, that's big actually, because that also was bone plating gone, so Dudu might look for an all-in on the level up here. We do see Dundun match Gideon, but with mid lane going the way it is, I don't think he can really contest. Will mean that there might be a double crab angle here for Gideon. As a bot lane.
Could be in trouble here. Zeus trying to get on over, looking for some zaps onto this Blitzcrank as Rascal just dances on over. Yeah, we do have Gideon lurking.
And Peanut didn't even have to use a summon. He's just fine.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just Blitzcrank, I guess.
I think the threat of Gideon running behind them and violently murdering them definitely a good deterrent. Lucid is doing his best, but this matchup in mid already kind of painful. In top, definitely worse. So then the question becomes, is it worth that Dudu is now feeling a lot better? And I'd say probably is. Dudu's Jax?
Well,
he does need to not die.
Yeah, he may be feeling worse now.
But he's fine.
He's fine. He's alright.
Whenever deep in
Ona gonna have that passive procced once again. Now Dudu is looking for a little bit of an escape. Rascal rotating towards this mid lane. This is pretty cute. See whether Ona does go overly aggressive.
In theory, lane ganks also should be a lot better, given that setting up side lane ganks is way harder as Lucid. He's holding on to his teleport for as long as he possibly can. He pulls the wave as well. God. Oh, yeah, this is not fun. Post 6, though, it should be a little bit better, because Keen at the very least has to respect a lot more, as you can see that Ona really wants to get the cancel, but Dudu is ready. See if they're able to actually get a collapse onto Ona here. I'm getting really confused, by the way, Chronicler, because I looked down and I instinctively assumed that Ona bought 3 daggers.
Okay, no.
I was like,
yeah,
that is a new LeBlanc build, but that is in fact Yone, and that makes complete sense. Void Grub's going to be taken here by Gideon. He said 2-level lead, currently has a 1-level lead. Of course, Dundun wants to be farming, probably wants to be farming at a bit of a higher speed than this. I think Gideon has been making his life a little bit difficult, as these Void Grubs are going to be taken down. So Gideon able to provide a little bit of extra help to his team. There we go. Secured. So we'll see whether he can actually get enough in order to get these Void Grubs out. As King going to get ulted here by Lucid. Finds a knock-up as well, but does have to rebind. Now Gideon and Peanut, they're looking for the opportunity. Shockwave comes in. Lucid gets another knock-up. Keen gets the bad news. Turret is going to get aggressive onto Peanut here, but it looks like they've juggled enough. Flash out from Gideon. That is going to secure the dive. Lucid will also get a plate and give the good old thumbs up. Keen with no teleport either. All bad news for the top laners.
And even with the new Rift, not an opportunity for Keen to stay alive there. And this is the flip side to what we said earlier. In the 1v1, going to be feeling a lot better playing towards the top side of the map with the Orianna. But in this type of situations where you're getting dove, it is a lot harder for you to stay alive when you are in the longer lane. When the crash does come through, not a whole lot you can do. As Dundun sees Owner, he is a level down, and I think in general, I don't know if he wins this. There is Lee, but they are a member up. Dundun is just, he's just going.
They know exactly where everyone is, as now Dudu dives in. Ona distorts away. Gideon is just going to put a T-Towel on him. This is safeguard. That is going to get them out. So, Crab secured by the top laners.
As Zeus trying to stay alive here. Can't take too much poke damage, but currently sitting at full health, so not going to be too worried. And one of the benefits that we didn't really talk about of the Ziggs, as we saw, is that Peanut has a lot more time to roam due to Ziggs' innate wave clear being as good as it is. Does mean that Zeus built up a little bit of a lead, but nothing too spooky as of right now. And you see Team Jungle with a slight lead thanks to the kill that they were able to pick up. And some of the laning leads is Dudu.
Okay, the ulti does come through here from Dudu, but he gets chained up. And it allows Owner to get out. Doesn't have to use Flash. Not too much to worry about there.
At the same time, though, this should even up the farm. This is Dudu going to be able to get this next wave pushed in and make his way back as all Keen. He is getting the top lane treatment, even though he's back in mid.
And it doesn't matter where he goes. It feels like Keen always has this experience. Oh, phenomenal sidestep. And there is the paranoia. In goes Dundun. Finds the shockwave as well does Keen, as Peanut is not long for the world. Ulti comes through from Lucid, but it's not the greatest one that we've seen. And now Zeus is in there. Extendo Beam doesn't find the mark. The junglers scatter. That is an answering kill here from the top laners. And this one's feeling neck and neck, Chronicler.
And it starts off with an attempted play towards Keen. Flash forward.
But top laners stand by top laners, Chronicler. Keen will not be abused in this game. It's not happening. They all know how it feels.
Reinforcements were there. Starts off with Dundun. Now we saw that combo with the Orianna as Peanut goes for round number 2.
Let's see whether he can find it here, as Lucid's relatively low. Keen doesn't have a lot of buttons available, nor does he have a flash. And the hook, it's going to go wide, and Key gets out! Oh, they just didn't have enough.
Doesn't even have phase rush.
He doesn't look phased at all.
No!
Still too far.
All right.
Unbothered is the man in the mid lane. Keen absorbing 2 ganks. Owner will be benefiting from this just a little bit. But I gotta say, this one looking really close thus far. And I can't wait to see what happens when we get to the actual fights. I would expect Team Jungle to have a little bit of an edge there if they can line up those ultimates, particularly Lucid and Sylvie's, but there's a bit of a finicky comp on their end. I think the composition of Team Top, it's so straightforward. You press R on Dundun, and then everyone dives. And if you can get an ultimate, you know, if you can get a Shockwave or a Rascal with some setup, you're going to be feeling amazing. Now, Dundun wants to try and deny picking up too many Void Grubs here, because if you pick up enough, that does mean that Team Jungle is going to be able to use the pushing power of these objectives, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, Dundun is going to deny it. So there we go. You need 5 out of 6 at least. And so we are going to split them down the middle. That means that no extra power going to be going over towards the junglers. And Dundun staying within touching distance as far as farm is concerned. 7-8, so still that 1 level lead. And Zeus here down to... Oh, Sylvie in a bit of trouble. The flash comes out, and the hook is not going to land. Zeus just pops him like a balloon. Peanut not going to be able to do anything here. And Sylvie, you can see a bit of a grin on his face, looking a bit sheepish after that one, as Zeus going fully aggressive in the bottom lane.
That's that top lane killer instinct. Just sees an opportunity, all ins, and that's one of the situations where as Zig, you're always got to be extremely careful. If he's actually able to knock Zeus directly away from him, might have been enough. Also, fortunately for him, Peanut not able to stick with his bot laner. That's a big win. And that will also mean a dragon being taken here. Dudu's still taking a beating.
Gideon getting on in there. 2 versus 1 in the pit right now as Peanut's trying to get on over. That is the flash in, steals away the Drake. Now Dundun has to flash away as well. Paranoia comes down. Dundun realizes he's not long for the world, and Lucid's trying to ult his way forward. Shockwave to push them into the wall, but Team Top are scattering. That is a beautiful combo from Gideon. Manages to take down the Rakan. Peanut will just get burnt to death. Peanut gives him the good old thumbs up as he goes down, and Team Jungle with a team fight win. Meanwhile, Dudu towards his top side trying to deal with Owner, but Owner just puts him on a leash and is going to be able to deal with that one quite nicely. Lucid grabbing more plate gold 2 minutes before they fall.
It just all comes back to better jungler wins.
I know.
I'm a bit flabbergasted. Team Jungle with the turnaround there, even though the individual play of Zeus towards the bot side, very well executed, right? Able to take down Sylvie, flashes after him. Sylvie, unfortunately, doesn't quite find the knockback that he's looking for. But here, that's not even with a Q. That was just a combination of ult and smite, and Peanut finding the hook there. Really, really big. And Gideon gets to play jungle. Looks wonderful. Look at Peanut here.
Walks up. The good old walk away ignite. And G-Sun just informed us. Gideon said, this is me. This is what I've got. And look, I think it's fantastic that they're sharing around the jungle role between the junglers. Because all of them, you know, want a chance to be the kings of the rift. And they're demonstrating right here. 3,000 gold the lead. And Team Jungle, not to be underestimated today. Already taking down Team Support in our first match. And currently in a good position against Team Top. Although, not the same one. As a hook will connect. And he's trying to get out. The lead strike does get interrupted. The flash has to be used, and then Owner finishes him off. Beautifully played between Peanut and Owner towards the top side.
And now the game is starting to become harder and harder and nigh unplayable here. Once you start losing in this 1v1, you lose so much pressure. And Owner is going to get first turret blood here. Zeus, and maybe he gets Peanut, but I don't think he can really go for anything. And the fact that the top lane team gets kind of boomed by a lane swap is very funny to me. As we do see here, oh, that was just on the edge.
And the knockup right as the leap strike was coming in as well.
Cancels that. And
He's the god of LeBlanc, that's what he said. Can't confirm or deny, but he's playing very well in this game. Zeus going to join the rest of his team. Top laners have set up to try and take down Shelly. Ona is in the area, just trying to be annoying. Peanut, all the bomb flies in, but Dundun, great smite there. Try and lock that one down. Lucid doesn't find the ulti yet again as the quickness is in there. Doesn't quite charm up too much though. The Rakan's already dead. Dundun's going to go down as well. Keen is on the floor. Zeus the next one that they're looking for, and it's an ace here from the junglers. You may have got Shelly, but you ain't escaping with your lives. Clean ace! It's a quadra for Ona. Maybe he is the god of LeBlanc.
We didn't know. How are we supposed to know?
He's been shackled by his role this entire time. He just wanted to play LeBlanc, Chronicler.
And the key thing here is that by the time that we actually do have the Jax join the fight, it's already lost, right? Keen, Dundun already taken down completely. And then Lucid, even though he doesn't end up doing that much in the initial fight, what's key here is he draws a lot of attention, which gives Owner the room to just keep hammering down these auto attacks, and then they look how much damage they focus and cooldowns into trying to kill Lucid, and it doesn't matter. Gideon with a really nice kick to buy time.
Oh, gorgeously played. Then the knockup, they managed to find Zeus, and look at the enthusiasm from these boys. There is, so the jungle role here in the LCK is probably the most vocal, and so maybe that's just what it is. It's just a plethora of yelling at each other.
It's the vibes.
And it works, and the vibes do work. As Keen misses a cannon, and we all know what that means for Keen. Not exactly his favorite thing in the world. Still trying to stay safe, trying to clear out this wave as much as possible.
And Team Top, they were in the best spot.
Yeah.
Crushed the minigames.
Yeah. That's why but that's more of a solo experience, isn't it? So maybe that's what the problem.
That is the core problem.
Yeah. Gideon gonna find Rascal, doesn't waste any time diving in. All right, Kick Flash manages to find Keen, and he's dead. They wanted to give the kill over, but he's dead a little bit too fast. Gideon looking for even more here as Ona trying to go up against his teammate here towards the bottom side of the map. It's not quite working out, especially with Dudu there. But with Dudu there, it means that the Ziggs is unchecked. And Ona's going to be able to get out. Teleport to come forward here from Lucid as well. But it's not exactly his favorite moment. Still, he's going to be able to keep the turret alive. And Team Top, they are on the road.
Wow.
Yeah,
Sylvie already got one turret. He's being ignored.
He's living his best life at this point in time as Peanut. He might be in a rough position, or maybe this is exactly where he wants to be. Zeus in trouble. Lucid has closed the gap, and down he goes. The unbound. Solly wants to get back though, gets a nice knock-up as that's a decent one from Rascal as well. They managed to take down the Yone, but can they do better? Dundun's trying to get the work done, and they get two at least for now. There's the third one as Peanut goes down. Ona now trying to do what he can, but they're splitting the DP. Oh, never mind. They managed to get one onto Keen. The dive forward. Dundun is trying to be unleashed, but Sylvie turns up and is going to be able to take down the Nocturne. Now he has a health advantage. Yeah, leap strike to get Dundun out, and oh, there's the triple.
Rascal.
Team Jungle are too good, man. They're just too good.
Rascal with the assist. and Team Jungle, I think this is actually why they're psychopaths. Gideon goes into Fog of War, into a Nocturne, knows that he has the backup. And I want you to watch Sylvie while all of this is going on. You might be thinking that this is about Gideon, you know, setting up a play, or Owner almost getting taken down and then Lucid teleporting out. No, the real story is Sylvie just pushing and then getting a double.
The fact that Rascal had Battle Dance pre-channeled is pre-cut is just not. It wouldn't make you feel that great. You can see on the player cam there, he was smirking just a little bit as Dundun not going to be bringing the dusk to
It should have been Rise. That's what I'm learning here.
Yeah.
For doing that.
That being said, it is not over till it's over. Even though it is looking pretty over. Have to see whether the top laners can keep their Nexus alive.
I do have mixed emotions about a team made up of 5 mixed junglers being able to utilize Ziggs's kit better than many LCK teams that I've seen in the past.
I didn't want to mention it, you know, but
No, but there's actually like both the pushing and then setting up the dive and then immediately following up with the ultimate, like do quite well.
I mean, I just feel like Team Jungle has demonstrated really great macro calls at the same time.
Team Jungle all along?
I think it was. Better jungler wins.
Should we have known?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we didn't have to know, but that's what we're learning. And this is all about learning here today. We're experiencing the new Summoner's Rift. There are a whole bunch of new gaps and holes and brushes, things like that.
Items as well.
Yeah, items, all sorts of things. There's Void Grubs.
Full
and
80
the
of
Baron is
them.
going to swim on up to the... I'm so glad that we managed to get this. Get the full vision.
Oh my god,
it is
That's
terrible.
so sick.
It's a lot of arms, Baron. And there we go. So Baron is here, an opportunity now for Jungle, because they are very, very strong. And they also have a whole lot of damage, just in general.
Baron speed change and different attack for each Baron variation.
What's your favorite Baron? Mine is all seeing Baron.
For every Baron that has been slain.
That was territorial and hunting as well.
I guess I probably like hunting.
You are a good monster hunter.
Yeah. And in other games, I have played hunter-esque characters. So maybe that's me.
Oh yeah, in one of the board games we're going to be playing, I have a hunter, but he just uses axes instead. You're going to love that.
That's cool. I'm into that.
Yeah. He also yoinks away all the money from the rest of his teammates as well.
Ooh, that sounds like a bit of a me thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're
Apologies in advance.
Nah, it's fine. That's how you're supposed to play.
We do have a team building board game day tomorrow. And the reason why we're talking about it is because this game feels well and truly over. We are very quickly approaching a 10,000 gold lead. And Mountain Soul on the Rift, a couple more Drakes, and then the junglers can pick that one up. I don't know whether we're going to get to a couple more Drakes. We'll just have to see. Top, they're relying on a miracle now. We'll see whether they can find one. Quite able to deal with it. Hook is going to connect here onto Dundun, and he's just not having the greatest of times here today on the Rift. Nocturne will be taken down. Dudu diving on top of Lucid, but Ona's there to support the flash forward. There's the ulti, and he gets tied up. The chains connect as well, and Lucid's the one that grabs the kill credit. Great support from Ona there at the same time as Zeus. Not a lot he can do about this situation. Rascal, he is grand exiting the whole situation as best he can. And this calls for a teleport to the Baron on full vision of Team Top. And I think he can do that with the smite still dead for another 8 seconds. Rascal might just die, but is able to use that grand entrance to escape. And this Baron just going to be taken here by Team Jungle, and it could just be a repeat of what we saw in game number 1 today.
And we were thinking that team support, you know, they're just not that good. Maybe we were wrong all along, and what we really should have been saying was how incredibly good Team Jungle is.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I thought they were going to get clapped in laning phase in this one, but that wasn't even the case. And obviously, they did get some matchups that I think caught Team Top really off guard. Because I was not expecting Owner to pull out the full AD LeBlanc and actually be really good on it.
And fill my water.
There's a lot of unexpected things that have happened in this game.
Break
Peanut as well has just been... I feel like he's gone back in time to his, you know, his childish, his whimsical playstyle that he did have in on teams past, talking like Najin and Rox, where he was that young man with the hands. He's just having a good time here on this Blitzcrank, and was in the previous game as well.
You can't play Blitz, right? It's like Blitz, Bard, you have to play these champions like you're a silly man.
Yeah.
Just a silly gamer running around the Rift.
And just make them plays.
And even the
feels like a lot of the players today have just been really enjoying support. As Dundun goes in for what is an attempted hero play. They get a decent knock up there onto the 6, but Sylvie, he flashes away, and now it's Team Jungle's turn to engage. The Mega Inferno Bomb is massive, and Team Top are just left scattered on the ground. Dudu makes it back to the fountain, but he has barely any health. That's a brilliant hook from Peanut. Manages to lock him down. Zeus on the fountain will be able to keep himself alive, but you cannot really keep your Nexus alive if you're relegated to that location. And there's the knock up from Lucid as well to finish it off. Another hook from Peanut, and there goes the Nexus. Team Jungle will meet Team Mid in the final.
Like that.
Unexpected excellence coming out from Team Jungle. And you gotta imagine after those 2 showings, as Rascal's not used to
Yeah.
He's usually not in the support position.
And he's also just, he's feeling it. It wasn't his greatest Rakan performance, but it was also his best Rakan performance that I've personally seen on this Lol Park stage.
Oh, the player's having a great time as well.
Peanut, of course, always wears a smile, so it's hard to know whether this is any different amounts of fun from the other games that he's been playing, but it does really look like these guys are having the greatest of times. Hats off to Sylvie as well. That's his performance, like you say,
quite good.
one of the better that we've seen over the last 12 months.
Yeah, he had the one bomb that wasn't perfect against the Zeri. It happens.
But then he
Outside of
saved
that,
what was a basically over team fight in their enemy's favor and turned it into a triple kill.
And Team Top, we will love them nonetheless.
Oh, yes.
But what we learned is that when it comes to the individual performance in the minigames, exceptional.
Like a
You know, Owner has gone from trash talking to just making that face.
Like
4 levels. 4 levels, by the way. So Gideon doubled his promise. Although, if Owner is to be believed, he's 3 away from 7. And Lucid just had a great time on Yone. Missed a couple of ultis, but honestly, the performance was great. We already sung all the praises of Sylvie, and Peanut has just been classic Peanut.
Yeah, it's having a great old time.
And this is like, because Peanut recently, over the last few years, has been humble Peanut. You know, he's like, I am the older player. You know, I'm the one. I'm the mature one holding my team together. And now he's just like, no, I mean that was never me.
I'm just a silly man playing a video game. And yeah, Team Top, you can see some defeated faces. But what can you do? You're a top laner that gets countered in lane.
Yeah.
And from there, it was unfortunately quickly downhill.
There was the one beautiful moment though where Keen, he managed to survive in that mid lane, and then he had the teammates coming to back him up and things like that as well. And so that was nice. But that was one of the only nice moments because Team Jungle has been really good at closing out these games.
Zeus had his 1 kill.
Yeah, true.
But then we also saw, and I think that's
this one.
Yeah, that's the one good moment for Team Top. To me, the most key moment was the ice cold, this moment from Gideon, where he just like goes over the wall and smites. He doesn't even need to Q, just times it well, and I think that's where you really see the difference. And we joke a lot because this game was over pretty quickly, right after this sequence of events. It was
and Gideon's top play as well. I don't know whether we're going to see that, but that one was really clean.
This is where I think the game was kind of over. Team Top just not on the same page.
Yeah, and we saw Lucid there as well. Like, he absorbed so much from Team Top and then got snapped back, but then found that flash Q opportunity to get on top of Zeus. Nicely played. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Lucid's going to be able to do when he does play his first game in the LCK. It's going to be starting very, very soon, 2024, about to really start kicking off.
Oh, I'm
our first taste test of the new Rift.
I think and we didn't have as many new players join. We have a couple of returning players, right? But as far as new players go, Lucid definitely my player to watch
We've been waiting for him for a really long time. As Rascal, that was the replay you didn't want to see. This synergy. Maybe junglers are just built with new synergy. As we have a listen to Team Jungle's victory.
They're so excited.
They're so jungler, you know?
You know what this team needs? Lands. Just put it behind them.
Yeah. I feel like they kind of have Lahans based on how Peanut has been playing.
They're so loud.
It is actually just a cacophony. It's beautiful. It's exactly what we expected. Just to confirm, ladies and gentlemen, as well, because Team Jungle won, they now have side selection against Team Mid as we move to the final game of the day to decide exactly which position is the greatest of all time. That is what this guarantees, is you get bragging rights. If you're a jungler at home, by the way, if Team Jungle wins, then you are playing the best role in League of Legends.
Yeah, but that gives people even more reason to flame you if you're not doing very well.
Exactly. Let's go to the interview.
2024 시즌 오프닝 룰 드리프트.
We're back after Team Jungle versus Team Top matchup, and Team Jungle is the victorious winner of the semifinals, and they will advance to the finals. They will be playing up against Team Mid later on. Before we head to the finals, let's have a chat with the Team Top and Team Jungle players. Peanut, you mentioned it so many times that this is just too easy for you. How do you feel right now? I was expecting, playing up against Top and Mid will be a lot harder, but I think our strategy worked really well because it's a best of one, so it kind of, kicked in. Zeus, before the game started, you said you're not even caring about Team Jungle matchup, and we had a very tragic event for Team Top. How do you feel at the moment? After the champ select, I was like, my Zeri will carry. But Team Jungle was really clever with the lane swap on the top and mid lane, and you should not never get to, cocky like this. A lesson learned today. Team Top, yeah, they were really confident. They were overconfident, about this matchup. Anything you want to say to the top laners or Team Top as a whole? New season, new start, and junglers, are most of the time they're the smarter ones. So, you should not feel too small about this. You should not feel too bad because you're a jungler. You're just smarter than you. Zeus, Team Top decided to go red side. Why was that? Because team support got eliminated. So we were actually sharing green rooms with team support to bring some better strategy. And then we were like, because on the red side we have wider champion pool, so it would be easier to do drafting and so on. Anything you want to say to the team support, because their strategy obviously didn't work? I think the bottom lane worked fine, but I was not expecting the Peanut blitzcrank. And watching our Keen Orianna dying over and over, it was heartbreaking. Peanut, Team Jungle gets to play the most games today, which means you get to adapt to the new stage, new meta, new rift, right? Well, during the rehearsal, I actually asked one of the league offs whether I can go home early if I get eliminated, but somehow I made it all the way to the finals, and now that I'm here, I will make sure to win the finals as well. Zeus, you were the one decided all the matchups. Do you regret it? Well, I'm a little dizzy right now. Peanut, now it's the finals. Team Jungle versus Team Mid. What do you want to say about it? This is going to be a hard one. But our captain, Owner, he said he's going to go back to the jungle role for the finals. So he's going to easily carry up against Team Mid Jungler, and he's going to bring us the trophy. Zeus, before we go, anything you want to say to all the top lane players? What happened today is something that can happen in best of ones, like an upset. It doesn't really mean that much. It's not that deep. Let's keep going. Thank you so much, and thank you for such a fun and great game. And we will be right back with Team Jungle, Team Mid, the finals, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, I'm Lexi Gao, aka Raya Lexical, the Champions team lead.
And I'm Soap May, also known as Soapbox, production lead on the Champions team.
We've been working on Skarner's update for a while now, and we've been polishing him up to be ready for his big day. Meanwhile, he's getting ready for some fun too. Last time we talked about Skarner, we showed his gameplay, but but we never really talked about his lore.
Skarner was a founding member of the Yuntal, where he helped guide and shape Ishtal into the prospering region it is now. He is, however, very suspicious of the outside world and believes that Ishtal should be isolated to be safe, and he will not hesitate to run down intruders to keep it that way. We are currently finishing up Skarner's VGU, and we can't wait for you to skitter across the rift in the first half of the year.
After Skarner, we're working on 2 other champion updates. The first one is for a champion we haven't talked about before, but plays a pretty big role in a show that maybe you heard about, Arcane. We want to bring their Arcane version to the Rift with updated visuals and VO, while also giving some love to their gameplay. You can expect to see them early next year after the second season is over. As for what comes after the Arcane-inspired VGU, we're excited to announce that we'll finally be tackling Shyvana.
She has a great theme and has become an iconic part of the League roster. Thus, we're thinking about refining and progressing who she is and tuning up her gameplay instead of a complete overhaul on her narrative and themes. Think more Udyr and less Skarner. But we want to be transparent about her timeline. Shyvana's VGU will not be released until 2025, after the Arcane VGU.
Okay, now on to the new champions. We've been teasing a cute, small ADC that will be swooping into the Rift soon. Meet Smolder, the fiery fledgling. Look at our cute little son.
Oh no! It's a dragon! Run away! At least I didn't end up in a tree again. Hi, I'm Smolder. Oh, my mom says hi too. Who's the best dragon? I'm the best dragon. Hey Mom, what are the fire thingies next to my ears called? Oh, okay. Was that me? Whoa! Look what I can do. Foolish mortal! Hey, where'd everybody go? Oh, yeah! Did you see that, Mom? I smoked them! Fine.
One of the goals we had for Smolder was to make a straightforward ADC. As all of the recent ADCs we've released are high-skilled champs or very non-traditional. Aphelios, Samira, Zeri, Neela, we want to fulfill the fantasy of a little dragon who can focus on honing his fire-breathing skills.
And while Smolder may be working on his skills, his mom is never too far in the distance and is always ready to make an appearance when he needs her the most.
After Smolder, we'll be heading further north to cool off from all that dragon fire. Our Vestayan solo laner is someone we've been wanting to bring to the Rift for a while, but the last time we tried that development took a bit of a detour and we ended up with Silas.
But not to worry, the Champions team is back on the case and is focusing on making a new mid-range mage. We have another champion in the works who should be a familiar face to all of you. But we're gonna hand things over to Riot Brightmoon and Meddler to talk a little bit more about our new upcoming champion.
Last year, we shared that Arcane Season 2 would be releasing globally this November. Everyone at Riot is really excited by the show, and we've been inspired to bring Arcane into game more. We're excited to show you a small preview of one of the things the League team's been working on. So the first bit of Arcane you'll be seeing in the League will be Ambessa Madara. She'll bring Noxian domination to the Rift. And much like how she is in the show, she won't be for the faint of heart in game. Don't let her large stature fool you though. She brings both strength and speed, sidestepping attacks with surprising agility.
And Ambessa is only the first piece of Arcane coming to League this year. To celebrate Arcane Season 2, we'll have Arcane-inspired gameplay and a new VGU, new skins, as well as a few other surprises. I am so excited for the new season. I hope you are too.
자, 이제 대망의 결승전만 남겨두고 있습니다. 팀 정글 대
Now,
팀 탑의
we're getting
대결이
ready for the very
준비
last
중인데요.
match of the
선수
day.
한번
It's gonna
인터뷰
be
나눠보도록
Team
하겠습니다.
Jungle versus Team
팀
Mid.
정글의 주장입니다. 오너 선수.
Owner, as a captain of Team Jungle, you are still playing top, I guess? We had an in-depth discussion about the lane allocation and we decided to put me on the top lane one more time.
오너 선수 이제는
Owner,
첫 번째 매치부터 시작해서 풀 세트를 치르고 있는데요.
you are playing the third one of the day, a very long day for you. Are you confident about the finals?
24번 게임을 두 번이나 했다 보니까
We played, you know, a 24-minute long game twice, which means we're on a good momentum, you know, back-to-back victories. So I think we are on the right path to win it all.
일단 시즌 전에 이렇게
It's
많은 사람들 앞에서
amazing that we get to
경기하는 것
perform
자체가
in
너무
front of
좋았는데
such a large crowd before the LCK season started.
최선을
And
다해서
if we can
좋은
actually
모습
win it
보여드리도록
all,
하겠습니다.
it would be
좋습니다.
even better.
이렇게 해서
So
팀
I will make
정글의
sure to
주장
stay
오너
focused
선수와
until
인터뷰를
the end of the
나눠봤습니다.
match.
자, 이제는 팀 미드의
Now on the side of
주장도
Team
만나보겠습니다.
Mid, the captain
팀 미드의
Faker
주장
will have a
페이커
chat
선수.
before the game
이번에도
starts.
정글 자리에 있는데요.
Faker, one more time in the
페이커
jungle.
선수 이제 결승전에 팀 정글이
And this
올라왔습니다.
is the grand
예상하셨나요?
finals. Were you expecting Team Jungle to make it to the finals?
몰랐는데
Not at all.
생각보다
I was not
다들
expecting
저력이
them
있는
to
것
make it to
같아요.
the finals, but I guess their potential is pretty good.
라고 평가를 주셨습니다. 자, 이제 팀 정글만 꺾으면 최고의 라인에 등극하게 되는데요.
And if you manage to take Team Jungle down, you will be the champion.
유저분들을 위해서
For all the mid laners out there, I will make sure to win. There is no way we're losing to junglers.
네, 이번에는 강타 꼭
We're gonna take smite this time.
이번에는 꼭 드리겠습니다.
I promise.
좋습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서
Amazing. Now it is time for the finals. Now back to Alice and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation there. Great to know that we have a guaranteed smite to be taken here from Faker. But more seriously, very interested to see how Owner is going to do once again on the top side of the map and whether or not the better jungler wins theme that we've seen for all of today is going to remain true even up against what we considered from the very beginning of the tournament to be the titans of mid lane.
I'm feeling pretty good after what they've shown us, after both the laning prowess and the fact that they're able to actually play the map well.
Yeah.
No other team has been able to do that. Even, I think Team Mid, what they showed individually looked really good, but they did have a couple of moments where they were outpaced, where they were caught off guard by some of the ganking paths that were taken early, and now they're going to be facing a real jungler.
Indeed, but I do feel like Faker has been the best jungler out of the not jungler junglers.
Agreed.
If that makes sense.
Is it enough?
We'll just have to find out, because the junglers don't have very many laners, but that just hasn't seemed to be that much of an issue, as a lot of these players just extremely skilled in general. Plus, what we heard in the comms was an extraordinary amount of communication. And so that might be
Was it communication?
Well, I mean, if that's what a hive mind sounds like, then it is, I guess, theoretically communication. I heard cacophony, but perhaps it was indeed something that they all understood.
Sometimes the message is received even if the words are completely indistinguishable because everyone is yelling.
Yes, 100%.
That's how we play League.
Exactly. Yeah, commentators playing League, that is just a loud affair. That's how that one goes.
Commentators doing anything is a loud affair.
Well, it's very true. Jungle, going to be on the blue side. They decided to be over there because, of course, they're the ones that have been winning all this way forward. See what Lucid's going to be playing this time. Looked good on the Yone. His Akali was fantastic in game one. Has seemed to be the one that he's been the most confident in. And LeBlanc being respected here by the junglers, not wanting the mid laners to take that one away.
Makes sense to me, especially after last game. I imagine that either you have to B1 it, which kind of would maybe take away some of the possibilities that you could otherwise have. And if you don't B1 it, then Team Mid will take it. We also have Ziggs being banned away from Sylvie.
Ooh, a lot of respect. And actually, like, playing it very well in the last game. I think deserving of the spot on the ban list. Nautilus going to be taken away from Peanut as well in game one. He looked very good on that champion. And Cassante not having to deal with Chovy's Cassante, definitely going to be a boon here for the junglers. It does mean that all of these 80 carries that we've seen banned over and over again will not be Callista, the big one, as Aurelia taken away from Closer and Chovy. Both of these players absolutely loving that champion. Closer, most notably, a big fan of playing Aurelia at any point in time. Last ban will be the Blitzcrank against Peanut. Wow, that is a lot of Peanut focus. My goodness, his whole champion in support has been taken away.
I do think this is a great identification of, I would love that. A great identification of Team Mid, because the thing that both games had in common was there was a very safe 80 carry for Team Jungle, and then from there, they then proceeded to have Peanut just roam. And roam and roam and roam. And it works out really well both games. As, yeah, again, Team Jungle, you got to be one. You're Team Jungle. You can't not be one Lee Sin. This is, of course, a flex pick for Chovy and Closer.
Oh my! What if they did a double brothers, like the Yone Yasuo and the Gragas? Man, that would have been fun. Instead, it's going to be Lucian for either Closer or Karis, but most likely Karis there towards the bottom side of the map. Melio Lucian, a very strong bottom lane that we saw not exactly win, but did look powerful in the laning phase in our first match of the day. See what Jungle is going to be able to do to try and counteract it. The Akali from Lucid and Akali Lee Sin, tried and true. Even when Akali was a completely different champion before a rework, and this combination was good.
Look at the vibes. You know, Lucid's like, oh my god, I get to play Akali again. We're all giggling, having a good time. As
whoa.
Oh, I was saying,
I'm pretty sure Peanut knows how to play Rel.
Well, yeah, I was thinking Owner, yet again, unfortunately for him, relegated to Rel duty, but won't be him this time around. Top lane Rel, I don't expect to see. My expectation would be that it's for Peanut, but it could also be a flex for Gideon.
Very true.
Depending on what they want to do.
This is an amazing poppy angle.
It's a really good poppy angle. Yeah. Which I assume will be Faker playing it. Could be Chovy as well, though.
Chovy has had a few times where he's been playing Poppy mid in solo queue over the years, but has never really brought it out. I'd expect that one to be in Faker's hands.
Is this where you go like Faker, Poppy, and then Chovy set? And then you're like, yeah, dive into us. Watch us care, yeah. In case.
They right now need a little bit of magic damage.
Where is Sylvie going? What is the deal for him?
I'm not entirely sure. The Orianna is going to be banned away. That means that Closer isn't going to be able to go towards that one. I believe Azir was also banned in the second phase.
Yes, it was.
Mid last time around.
Definitely not BDD.
Yes. Oh, BDD is now playing Melio.
Yeah.
He's going to
but I mean, that
warm
game
hugging
also
and fire kicking.
Wasn't banned against BDD.
Yeah.
It was against Closer.
No, it was against BDD.
It was against BDD.
Yeah.
Oh, I like
ban.
that.
Me too.
That's a good ban.
I like it mainly because we don't have to have Jhin.
But the Jhin was actually really good.
It was, and it worked out very, very well.
Doesn't sway you?
No, I'm just not a huge Jhin
Okay,
fan.
but I know he was bad for a couple of years. But what if he's actually good again and he does stuff?
Then I have to deal with it.
Oh, that's still not. Have you always disliked Jhin as a champion?
Yeah, I just often feel underwhelmed.
Yeah, that I get that actually.
You know, it's just the vibes. Ooh, Ari, a bit of a favorite here of Closer. In fact, a bit of a favorite for all of the players on this team, unsurprisingly. So Ari will be locked in here. Closer, big grin on his face as well. Very happy about the lock-in. And now Jungle. Where is everyone going? What are we locking in? We got a lot of engage, we got a lot of dive. See what Sylvie wants to put himself on in the bottom side of the map.
Is it going to be Callista or something of the sorts? Wait. No, okay. Yeah, this is fine.
One?
This is Yone top.
Yeah.
Which, again, into Poppy, I don't know if you should, but...
Seraphine Rel is the bottom lane.
Okay, no, wait, that's so good.
That's a Lowy. Oh, no. Oh, my good. This is another one of Chovy's favorites.
Chovy, please. Come on, Chovy. No.
No, not Jax. That's way less fun. Oh, Aatrox is, I mean, that is the original Chovy top laner,
I knew the
right?
moment that Cassandra was banned, this was going to be it. But this was his chance.
Yeah. could have
This
played
was his
allowed.
Oh my
opportunity.
god, cut it much.
Um,
So that is
I
your name
kind of love
Seraphine.
Seraphine. This is an extremely short-range comp from Team Mid. And you know what Seraphine
Hold up.
does? She takes every... Wait. Okay, now they're gonna... It's not gonna be support Seraphine, right? Sylvie's not playing... No, okay. It's fine. So, because Seraphine, much like Ziggs, takes any form of skill out of bot lane. As soon as you have lost chapter, with every double Q, the wave is gone.
Yeah.
And then obviously it scales really well into the mid to late, where you can use the rest of your team to set up their dive, to follow up on it, to keep them alive, to counter dive the enemy team, which is relatively short range. But it also is able to just, again, you don't really want to engage with the laning phase of Lucian Milio because you're not going to win, generally.
Nope.
And now you don't have to.
We'll see whether
Team Jungle.
Yeah, Team Jungle they've been picking well, they've been playing exceptionally well. Man, very impressive. Largely impressed by Sylvie and what he's been able to make happen on the bottom side of the map.
And that's kind of interesting, because that's generally not when you're impressed with someone on Nongshim. It's Jiwoo, it's you know, Peter, not Sylvie. But I agree with you. I'm right there with you, Atlas.
We'll have to see how it goes. We jump into the Rift here for the final game. The best role in the LCK will be decided after this. And we almost had fan chance, but then we didn't. So let's get right into it. Looking at Team Mid, once again, very stock standard style of composition. I would say, you know, they've got some scaling elements towards that bottom side. They've got a mage in the mid lane. They've got a bruiser on the top side. Chovy and Owner are having a great time here, not hitting one another. You know what? That's poor form.
Wow, Owner.
That is poor form.
Unbelievable.
That's
now you gotta let
crazy.
him Q you.
Chovy's
Yeah,
back to
he's
it,
gonna
though,
do that.
making sure that he shows us that he's absolutely not perturbed.
I am. Wow. I'm a little bit disappointed in Owner right there.
Yeah.
I was going to say they're both true top laners in spirit, but
know.
now I know they're not.
Who won?
Only one of them is Peanut.
So this is not how you win this lane.
No.
It's in fact the other way. As Faker on vision right now. Gideon and Lucid will come around and give him the bad news. Faker not going to be at risk of losing his life. Was that Gideon that got the smite as well? I'm pretty sure it was. Faker may also die. There he goes. And first blood, 1 minute 40. Gideon's on the board. My goodness. You can see Faker looking a little bit flustered here. Gideon just getting to work. And even looking for a gank in mid, deciding not to head towards... Oh, he lands the Q! Closer not having to flash, but the lane is going to be a lot harder now.
And the one saving grace for Team Mid is that Sylvie and Peanut, for some inconceivable reason, actually tried to contest early on and are now deep in a ditch.
Oh, Owner and Chovy fighting one another. Chovy taking the worst end of it for now.
But we are yet again seeing a confirmation of the junglers getting big early jungler leads. Faker has no farm.
No. And you can see Gideon not going to bite off more than he can.
The last hitting. No! Sylvie, stop!
Oh no!
Okay, so this is a if you're a you know, a Seraphine bot laner of average skill, this happens to you. And you're like,
yes.
It's fine. It's fine. Once I got lost chapter, I'll hit all of them. It's okay. I can just double Q the wave. It's no problem. Don't worry.
Had to head to top lane to see a cannon minion be taken, to try and alleviate the stresses of watching CS when it is quite difficult, especially when it's junglers. A jungler playing AD Seraphine, that's rough. That's got to be like...
No, that's
the biggest test.
No, because that's what I do. Because it doesn't require skill.
Well, once you get the item, yeah.
Yeah, you just need a lost chapter. You do have teleport, which helps a little bit, and then you're fine. You can hit everything. As Chovy has a lot more added safety now, thanks to the new Rift. Top lane dives not going to be as easy as they once were.
Yep.
Which we're going to be feeling quite good about.
Nice crash down to alleviate the stresses of Sylvie, as Karis gets a warm hug from BDD. And Peanut not losing too much of his health bar, just trying to keep Sylvie okay, as the Unbound Soul will happen here, as Owner does have to go back. No flash going to be used there by Chovy. Just holds off, knows that Owner is now not able to enter the lane. And currently, Chovy is very far ahead as far as farm is concerned. Chovy known for farming, Owner known for jungling. So you could imagine that that is going to be a factor. And Faker now looking for an opportunity bottom side of the map.
Trying to clear. Sylvie isn't back yet, does have TP, but no help.
And the crash down is going to come through. That is such a weird interaction that just happened there. Faker is going to help grab the kill, but he goes down as well. And now Peanut just trying to get rid of these minions as best he can. He's actually doing a decent job, as we can see. Teleport immediately back by the Seraphine, so not going to lose out on too much more.
Okay, that was actually so well done by Peanut. He actually didn't allow Faker to get the stun onto Sylvie, which then meant that they were able to stall it out, actually get the return kill, because Faker did still have flash, so if he was able to get the immediate stun and flash out, it would have been completely fine. Not going to be the case as the recurring theme of junglers not hitting anything when it comes to
what I'm learning about 2024 League of Legends is CS just isn't really the metric that we need to be looking at.
Oh, again, take a look at Peanut here, because Faker just wants to get stun and then flash out.
The immediate stun,
yeah. He actually gets the crash down and with the flash takes down Faker. The only downside here is that it wasn't actually Sylvie that got the kill, and as a result, he's only been able to pick up tier, which is okay, but not nearly as good. Ideally, you really want to get that early lost chapter. But it also means that, at the very least, you have some mana regeneration. Should be able to do a little bit of a better job in staying alive. Chovy is just enjoying himself in a 1v1 matchup.
Yeah.
And Owner is not having the best of time.
No, he's getting a little bit zoned. Closer is also in trouble, but he does manage to Spirit Rush effectively.
Yeah, good ult.
Gets the ward down as well. Oh, some free popcorn chicken there from Closer as well. Must have been a special. You love to see it. And so Closer continuing his dominance, 20 CS ahead in the mid lane. But now has an ultimate that's on cooldown, so less safe
because
than he was
still
before.
in
Faker
cooldown.
gets the heroic charge. Collects himself some shellfish in this bottom side of the map. He's done a decent job trying to claw his way back, but that level 1 really not helping out. Still, mid within touching distance very effectively, and that is due to this huge farm gap in a lot of these lanes.
I love this though. Lucid trying to help Owner out of his absolutely abhorrent lane state. Much harder to gank this top lane though with the added space.
Gets
spotted here.
The flash out, making sure that that ultimate is not going to connect. That's the just 1v2. Well, I mean, it's not real. It's just a 1v1. Solo kill from Chovy. And Owner just went in a little bit early.
Thought he was fine. Had his flash available as well, and Lucid getting immensely punished for this play as well. They don't get the kill on Chovy. A ton of damage is done. Owner forced to now go towards mid. At least they were able to pick up some of the Void grubs.
Yep.
The small Wayne is going to try and look for a play here. Closer does still have his flash. Might have to use it.
X-Flash, and he's going to be denied the crash down with the charm. Closer does have flash, like you say, does use it to get over the wall. There's a knock-up onto Faker. Heroic charge is going to stun up the One, and One, he does manage to make his way out, but not without a few bruises. And we're going to check this one out one more time, as Chovy, like we said before, One was in a rough lane state.
Yeah, and then actually, that was so well done.
Whoa.
So,
yeah, that was my response as well.
So he flashes the ultimate, right? Flashes the ultimate, walks into the brush, then gets the sweet spot Q free, and then also gets auto W, auto reset auto.
Yeah.
As unfortunately, a bit of damage being taken here, as Karis making great use of, as he should, the mid-game power of this Lucian. But now with Lost Chapter available, Sylvie is going to press Q. Should be careful not to take too much of this free poke. And then we'll be completely fine. What is not fine is top lane. Top lane is not in a good place. And Owner seemingly finally has met his match. And I get it, you know, you saw Zeus pick Yone into Aatrox, you're like, pah. I can do that.
Yeah.
He, as it turns out, cannot do that.
And now Lucid actually looking for Closer. He lands the Shuriken very nicely onto the Ahri. Gets the ultimate out. Does have ult 2 available. Uses it to get on top of Closer, who knew exactly what was happening. But Lucid does skirt out of the way of the Orb of Deception.
So I don't want to get ahead of myself, as again, I love how committed Jonas Strongest is showing that junglers can in fact not last hit.
Yeah.
Is Lucid the best Akali in the LCK?
Yeah, I don't know. He's definitely the best out of the junglers, in my opinion, based on what I've seen of all of the junglers.
Without a shadow of a doubt, right?
Yeah.
Sylvie's just, again, just clearing waves.
We have some really good Akali players.
No, it was a joke. I did not mean
Yeah.
But he is really good. As Rogue Charge going to knock Gideon into the wall. Faker picks up his buckler, creating some space here, but now Faker is just going to get collapsed on.
Nice bit,
That is the kill for Gideon. Lucid coming over, collects himself and assist as well. So Faker not having the greatest of times. Very much opposing how Chovy is feeling this game, who is just having a romp in this top lane. But Closer
really
also
bad
is
in this
very
game.
far ahead in his lane. In fact, all of
Faker.
them at very similar CS numbers, interestingly enough. Just showing that mid laners love farm. And now BDD not loving what's happening here. That's going to be Sylvie kind of bailed out with that one. The Encore going to connect onto Karis as well, who flashes, gets the culling down onto Peanut. A fair bit of damage there as well, as now he's trying to turn it. Gideon, fair bit of damage there as there's a flag forward from Peanut, and you are not going to escape that one. Beautifully done there. The turnaround, just an overstep from Karis.
At the same time, though, he is able to deny them the dragon. I don't think it's necessarily worth, but I do think his play had some merit there. Denying his dragon denies the snowball as well, as Chovy's just gonna, if he hits that, yeah, Owner might have just died. He still has ultimate available, but Chovy needs to be respectful, because Owner still has flash and ult. So take another look at this play. And if you're even in this matchup and you get this wall stun, maybe you can get something going. But crucially, there also isn't an ultimate available on the Closer. He had to use it defensively. And then Gideon just really well done. Flashes, able to get both the reposition and doesn't get hit by the ultimate. And then here, yeah, I don't know if you need that. I got nothing to say for that one.
Sometimes you're Emilio lost in the room.
Yeah, okay, but if he doesn't walk up and he stays alive, they can outplay this.
Yeah.
Because Karis actually does, I think, a really good job of using his burst. And then, oh, Peanut with the flash auto from his mount up, sets up the CC chain.
What's BDD
Oh, and this could be our first time that we're going to see the little Voidlings.
Fun.
Because we have 4 out of 6, and this is going to be 5 out of 6, so here we go. Void Mites.
The Mites.
Sorry, the Void Grubs are the ones that we're taking down, and the Void Mites are the ones that we're going to be able to utilize. I'm sure after about 6 months, I will be able to get those names correct. Or maybe I'll make up.
Give yourself some credit, Atlas. it'll be playoffs.
Yeah. And it won't be the right names. It'll just be my ones.
Yeah, we need to think something.
Ooh,
Exactly.
that's
We've got so
correct.
many more things to name. I need to go and have a
All the
There's
new
another corner.
items. What about Kuei's entire skill set?
Oh yeah, that's going to be something that we'll need to sit down and have a conference about, I think.
Yeah, give all of them nicknames.
Yeah, we're just gonna call all of them like QQQW.
No, because I don't want to do the thing where you call them like just other skills, right? Like you can't just call, oh, that's basically an equal language. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, no.
That's
not
not the
doing
high
this is
standard.
trophy.
No.
Uphold for
But you
ourselves.
can't
Absolutely.
do
In the
it
LCK.
trophies.
Owner's still taking jungle camp. That one he can't miss, so that's gotta feel good. Chovy used Shojin first, and he's almost 50
I will
CS
see
up.
you again tomorrow at least.
Lucid, you walked over. Oh no.
For the next stream for Guardian of the Galaxy.
Chovy's just gonna walk it off.
Or maybe
Kill Lucid.
Yeah,
Lucid?
you may just wait for him to turn up and then
Boom.
hit it. Yeah, there he goes. I mean, Lucid's accuracy with his shuriken backflips is very impressive.
Been on point.
That one, of course, not mattering even a little bit. And now Peanut finds a Magnet Storm onto BDD once again. He's trying to keep himself alive. The Encore not going to connect, though, and BDD is still alive. Sylvie's dead, and the teleport's coming in. Peanut is not long for the world, and Karis is now massive.
And Sylvie, unfortunately, misses the mark there on not one but 2 skill shots. Doesn't get his E, doesn't hit the ultimate. And Karis and BD do a great job turning it around. Closer arrives as well to ensure that they can continue the play, even if any reinforcements will arrive. That means that Team Mid actually pulling back in this one.
Yeah, this is the first time the jungle's snowball has been challenged as well. We've seen in other moments, once they get that bit of an edge, they haven't let go, but this is the first time.
I know you want to make plays, and that's the first.
Yeah, the beat drop, and then the,
He gets it on Karis, but Emilio's right there, right? So it doesn't actually end up doing that much. And also, you don't need to, you're Seraphine lane. You don't need to try and get the cheeky all in. You know, if this was
the
Draven,
Void Mites!
they're there.
Thanks, Jonas Strong.
What?
Appreciate that.
Wait a minute.
As Jovi's here towards his bottom side, he has 4 friends now available.
Oh, no.
And I don't think he's surviving this one. Lucid's going to collect that one.
That's a big bounty.
Yeah.
Just
and they're going to grab some plates as
you
well.
out.
Look at these Void Mites just having the best of times. And that is right before those plates fell down. Faker getting to work on this Rift Herald as Karis trying to deal with this outer turret. So it is going to be a trade of turrets.
Look at
that is first turret blood going over to the junglers.
Look at their hops. They're so cute.
Yeah, the Void Mites are really cool. As Karis dives forward, but Lucid gets himself out of there. We'll be fine for now. Dropping the beat, Sylvie practicing, getting his eye in.
This is a worthy final.
Yeah.
This is great. It's pretty even as well. Not again.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. As the Umbral Dash is going to get Chovy to relative safety, but he had to invest his flash as well. So a suboptimal teleport, I think we could say. And Faker eventually will be able to take down this Rift Herald.
I'm just happy Chovy shows he is truly a top laner. You know, like...
I will teleport to my turret.
Gets dove by 4 people, dives, or immediately teleports back into the same amount of people and is forced to flash. That's peak top laner. That's peak gameplay right there.
By the way, huge shout out to the LCK lower third creation team. The fact that they actually call the Rift Herald Shelly in the lower third is my absolute favorite. Exceptional. We just love you guys. Peanut tries to stop the back, but that one is relatively improved. So Faker will make it back to base very happily. Crab gonna go over to Gideon though, 3-0 and 2 on this Lee Sin. Just loving his life right now, level 9 to level 9. So Faker is actually doing fine as far as experience is concerned. And Karis looking for Sylvie. The Encore will connect, but it's not looking like Karis cares.
And yeah. So Karis actually, even as free one, I kind of thought he had a kill angle there, but he just doesn't have the damage. Gideon might be in trouble here.
Yeah, he does get charmed. Closer, though, isn't exactly fully safe himself, as the Rift Herald is going to get started up. Faker can get himself in there if he'd like to. Biddy finds himself a fire kick, and now Faker is going to crash into the wall.
What?
I mean, that wasn't a steering issue. I think that was a parking issue from the very beginning.
Yeah, shouldn't have
Can
driven at all. Should have just gotten Uber.
Yeah, that's this is not where I parked my car type situation. As now Lucid is just going to kill Shelly. So suboptimal use of the Rift Herald there towards the top side of the map, but it was great to see that we can in fact drive the Rift Herald.
Yeah, this rivals some of the Bard portals I've seen where you're like, oh, I really did not.
Oh, yeah, some of those can be. But sometimes Magical Journey is difficult. As now Chovy fighting against Owner here. The Infernal Chains did connect. The Umbral Dash going to be utilized, and Chovy just takes him down. That looked like he had a ranged auto attack, but the auto had already started by the time he was going back, and that is the solo kill from Chovy as Flash is going to be denied there from Closer, who's trying to Spirit Rush away, but there are too many junglers here on this top side of the map, and he's going to be taken down. His tower goes with him.
Team Jungle's map play is just genuinely good.
They're all ganking all the time.
Take a look at this.
He misclicked, unfortunately. Sometimes that happens.
뭐야 이거?
What is that? What's going on? You had a good time. I crashed it.
I thought.
Oh, Owner. This is also. I'm just happy to see that it's not the player, it's the role. Owner's like, no. I can take him 1v1. I have crack and it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not fine. He's
No.
still very far behind.
I mean, Chovy almost lost some health.
Yeah, as a closer, the Flash gets pulled him at a Magnet Storm anyway, but let's not kid ourselves. He was dead. He was never going to get out of there.
I mean, it's just unfair when there's 4 junglers coming to gank you.
Oh, Peanut. He does not.
Gets the ward over, though.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's something.
He knows that they're going home. Aw. He was surrounded by people, and he doesn't even know that he was surrounded by people even more than he initially thought. Gideon going to be just clearing through his jungle once again. Not quite 20 minutes yet, so that not able to
surely this time it'll
everyone.
work.
No, you want another fight?
Well, if you have a buddy.
Oh.
Yeah, if it like they've realized that they need 4 people to kill Chovy. That worked twice, and then Owner tried the 1v1. Realized they hadn't killed Chovy enough. Well, sort of worked twice. They didn't kill him the second time, but they got Flash and he left, you know?
It was good. You dealt with him.
Yeah.
It was good enough. Look at that gameplay. As uh-oh.
Well,
yeah, he had to.
I could understand. I could understand, absolutely.
He would have died. Oh, Lucid, oh no.
Well, Buzz is diving in, looking for the opportunity. There's a heroic charge from Faker. Gets the knock up onto 2 as Peanut just going to be trying to save his mid laner, and he does so effectively. Teleport to come forward here as well. As Peanut's charmed, crashes down to get himself out of the way. Sylvie just trying to keep his teammates alive. And they clear out the wave, and they'll be fine. Gideon clearing out his jungle. We'll be getting back towards this one. Control ward over the wall there by Sylvie. Will be cleared by BDD as the mid laners setting up for a siege on this inner turret. Of course, this is one of Karas's favorite champions. Back when he was like MVP of Challenger, he was playing so much Lucian. It was Lucian and Lissandra, right, that he was like kind of known for?
Always Lissandra when he was back on Gen G. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Exceptional. Really, really good. I think we're learning a lot of stuff here. We're learning that Sylvie...
learning that Faker really likes flashing over walls and getting stuff done. Closer connects the charm as well. That's going to be the end of Owner this time around. Karas now just trying to keep himself alive against Lucid, but it's just not going to happen. 5-point strike. It's going to connect it with a kill onto BDD as well. Not entirely sure what BDD was doing there, but it didn't look like a great idea. Baron's going to launch himself under the rift, but we got a team fight as well, as Gideon's having to get out of there. Chovy, yep, the World Ender is feeling aptly named in this particular game, but mid lane is still down a bit of gold here against the junglers. And we've got a new Baron this time around, the one with an extra block out the front.
I really like the fact that the Barons are now provide different terrain. As we take another look here, and it's quite funny because the initial charm doesn't, or the initial charm setup isn't there because there's still minions in the way. And even with Faker hitting the wall stun, you might think that that's going to be the case, but no. And then, oh yeah, if you're an AD carry, like the moment you see that Shuriken flip, even with Shuriken flip being used not on Paris, actually does quite a good job of staying alive for a little bit, but not enough. And then BDD is like, I'm gonna help you!
Yeah.
Like a true support. And then dies unceremoniously. And
he held his flash.
Which was good. He would have definitely died. No, so what I was saying earlier.
Yes, please.
Before we were interrupted by the fight is that Sylvie showing that, I swear, hitting skill shots on Seraphine harder than it might look. And secondly, I think Peanut, you know, when being a jungler doesn't work out anymore, just swap to support.
I mean, right now he's
looking
a jungler.
Great. Yeah, he's just playing a jungler.
Just playing a jungler.
Yeah, I know, but he can do that as a support.
Yeah, and actually, his Blitzcrank and Nautilus looked absolutely fine. As Joby going to get caught out by a few people, but the rest of the team are on their way in. There's the ulti. It gets rid of Gideon, and that means no more Peanut. Maybe that was a caster curse. I'm not entirely sure. As Closer going to Spirit Rush, finds the charm onto Gideon. I don't think that was his intended target, but it worked out quite nicely. And Sylvie's going to be taken down to his Seraphs. And mid are looking to try and push through and grab the inhibitor turret. Closer had to go back. Chovy gets over the wall.
Lucid is coming around. I don't think you want to go into that many people. Might be an angle here. 14 minutes to get an early soul, though. Mountain Soul into a team that is this burst focused could be quite good.
Shout out to Team Mid as well for taking all of the dragons this game against 5 junglers.
Yeah. It's pretty impressive. Still securing those. Faker now building up a bounty. And this game.
Why does Faker have a bounty?
I have no idea.
I feel like he's had the roughest time so far in this game.
No, that's
But he's oh well, yes. I mean, on his team, he's had the roughest time.
Yeah.
But he's one of the ones outside of Chovy whose like CS bounties were, you know.
Oh, I get it.
That is his thing.
The game knows that he's Faker.
Ah,
so the
bounty auto bounty. Okay, well, he's also going to dive on top of Gideon here, who can't safeguard until that Steadfast Presence does wear off. Closer moving on in as well, and the junglers are looking to try and scatter to the wind. And it's feeling a little bit like the tides have turned. Faker's still just rushing forward. There's the fate sealed, though, from Ona, but it's just not enough follow-up, and he goes down. Closer will be taken out as well, but Karas is there with the damage. And Lucid will be taken down. 3 kills for mid to the 1 of jungle.
I think mid gonna be win the fight.
And this feels eerily reminiscent of what happened in the game against Team AD Carry. These mid-game fights, they're executing extremely well on, and to me, that power spike for Chovy hitting the 2 items, they are playing around that really aggressively, and if they can get a Mountain Soul, I kind of love their odds in this game, and it starts with them engaging on Chovy, but Chovy doesn't really care. They immediately notice they don't have the damage. He's 3 levels up.
Yeah.
On Gideon. 6 levels up on Peanut. So Peanut dies unceremoniously. And the Seraphine ultimate, well, you don't have that much ability haste. It actually has a really high cooldown, so they're not really able to make use of that. I think they have the turn here, but then the Milio ult from BDD, plus the burst that comes through here. Chovy literally killed Lucid in his Shroud.
Yeah, and Sylvie's ultimate that time was actually really good. Just wasn't good enough. And of course, he is not been having the greatest of times, so maybe it could have been more impactful, but it was more just the coordination wasn't quite as there as now Lucid. He's taking his opportunity against Chovy. The Akali seems to be working out for now. Peanut is going to turn up as well. Chovy now trying to hang on as best he can. The backflip is going to connect, doesn't get the Q3, and Lucid is the one that puts him down.
And is that by itself enough? Sylvie walks forward, no!
Oh dear, the encore is going to come through, but unfortunately, there was a Poppy coming on in. The heroic charge is going to stun him up and take him down. Caught in the wrong spot. Even in gold though, this is neck and neck.
This is great. Immediate counter-strike from Team Mid. As soon as they see Chovy go down, the investment from Team Jungle, very heavy. Is that alone going to be enough? We'll see. They do actually tack closer, but they're not aware of that. At least right now, Sylvie's still dead for 20 seconds. Chovy does have TP. Oh, they want to go.
Yeah, Gideon does find the resonating strike mid, keeping them at arm's length though as best they can. Heroic charge from Faker initiates the fight as Ona goes back, and the Light Slinger was not in the air. Peanut so incredibly low though, and it's just Lucid that can stand forward and try and clear out this wave. Does so, but it looks like Baron might be in the eyes of Team Mid.
Oh, Sylvia's back up though, and that is going to provide a ton of sustain. I don't think they want to take the risk, especially with Gideon picking it up. But it really does feel like whichever team gets the first Baron might be able to actually run away with this game, but for the moment, that's not the case as Lucid.
Oh yeah, closer knocked in again.
Oh my god!
Calm there, Lucid actually going in.
Can he go in?
Okay, that's fine. He's not going to follow the backflip. But he is really good at Akali.
He's a maniac, man.
This name.
Junglers.
No more
Yeah.
Lucid. No more
Also,
Akali.
like, I'm just so glad that Lucid is in this tournament as well. I'm also a bit sad that we don't get to see more of Execute or Jonghoon, who it's really just cool having him back.
I'm so happy
in Korea. But seeing Lucid play this well really helps get the hype going for the LCK.
All right, Chovy,
it has delivered their red buffs.
bait. We've seen this many times.
Yeah, Gage on the Aatrox.
He has Spirit Visage. and to be fair, like, is Ona really a threat for him? No, not really. And outside of that, Gideon is also going for more of a hybrid build, a bit more tanky with his third item. So Chovy doesn't really die. Now,
Paris is doing a lot of damage. Gideon looks for the kickback though, and Paris is just eviscerated. The teleports are coming through. Faker needs to land this, and he does manage to get rid of the Akali. That is a lot of the damage missing. Is now Faker trying to get Ona out of the fight as well. They're staying alive for so long, and now Lucid dives in, but Chovy's already picked up the double. The onslaught could be happening as Lucid tries to be the hero. Chovy surviving for so long, but it's a double kill for this Akali. Make that almost a triple, but Sylvie takes that one away, and it's really starting to feel like Lucid versus Chovy. And right now, Lucid's winning.
And it felt like they were able to absorb the initial burst. Chovy with Spirit Visage, with the Milio ult, was starting to drain tank. Faker hit a crucial ult, but Lucid wasn't there for the beginning of that fight. And now, yeah, with the Seraphine sustain, it's so hard. Faker gonna try and have to go for a smite here. They're not going to be so loaded. You can kill one of them, but you can try to just flip it.
He has flash available.
No kick for Gideon.
And he's giving them the good old thumbs up, seeing whether he can get in there for a potential flash smite. As Lucid says, no. I don't think he gets into the pit.
Oh my!
Faker takes it away 1 versus 4. All right, Lucid gets another kill, but that may have kept the mid laners in it. And also the rest of his team had respawned. This is crazy.
I'm so sorry.
Some of the games before this might have felt like this is not for fun. This
is
for real. As it starts with cards getting taken down, and it feels like the fight is already won for Team Jungle. But then here, crucially, due to the teleport, they get Lucid out of the fight. So much damage has gone, and look at how much damage Chovy does and takes here. And it looks like he's going to turn it. Lucid arrives just in the nick of time and is able to actually chew through the health, but level 16 on that Aatrox, but still not enough. But then,
Oh, okay. We are straight back into it. The Encore is going to connect. A lot of damage. That's Karis taken down immediately. Closer's going to die as well. And now Chovy, 1 versus 5. It feels like he's been in this situation so many times today. And that's going to be the end of him. The junglers managed to take their first dragon as well as we tick over to 29 minutes. And maybe Team Jungle is just too good.
And Team Mid, that was amazing. But you got Baron buff. You don't need to contest the first Mountain Dragon. So interestingly enough, without the kick, it's basically impossible to keep him out of the pit.
Will they cancel the dragon? Maybe no, but at least they have the turrets. Right? At least they have
but then I think this is one of the first big mistakes we've seen of Team Mid. Trying to contest this, just don't take the risk, right? You don't have your jungler. Unless you hard stomp the fight, there's just no way to actually get this dragon. And if it was Soul versus Soul, I say go for it. But this was their first dragon, right? This is the first dragon, and I lost free buff for no reason.
But also, it's a game like this, like you just want to be fighting as often as possible.
Just fight.
And I'm pretty sure Chovy just said Kesanyo, which means like, can I pay?
Just give
it just means like thank you.
Give the Baron buff to push.
Oh, good.
Man of many words, Chovy.
Yeah. We actually, we will have Ji-sun with us momentarily, but we can't hear her just yet. So she was trying to sign language to me what it might have meant.
Not minor.
But the Korean not overly helpful for us.
The Koreans are getting some explanation as to the item choices that Sylvie has been opting for.
And right now, the Baron power play actually ending up as a net negative. If I'm not mistaken, this is the item that gives additional heal and shield power the longer you stay in
it's the Dawn Claw. I am going to look up what it does. It doesn't do anything. So never mind.
I fell for that one already as well.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Will do
plenty of time as the season progresses. And right now, Owner is going in.
And then he's going out. Thankfully, that is a thing you can do. But wait, has this game stabilized?
It is. It is, in fact, very stable.
And so now, in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, mid will have... Okay, jungle, not...
Nice.
The jungle is not really paying attention to the lane state in mid.
No, they're trying to look for a flank. Or catch someone in rotation, but I don't think Team Mid really cares. But they also can't really push because of the wave clear of the Seraphine. And Lucid's just waiting. Oh, Closer. He doesn't know.
He doesn't. He is going to Spirit Rush. And now looks for Lucid. Lucid doesn't connect. The perfect execution towards the end. And Closer now trying to get back to his team desperately. There's a heroic charge. Closer almost dying, but it does not happen. Faker says just leave. Gets him out of there. It's Sylvie that they want. Owner getting himself in there. Another heroic charge from Faker. They want to kill his Seraphine, but she is surviving for so long. Eventually, Team Mid will win out. They get their prize and an Owner as well.
And, Lucid? My man?
I thought that perhaps he was going to go for... Oh, he is. Okay, he's canceling it.
This is the school of Pool Bay.
Yeah.
He is flanking.
He is flanking.
Okay, but they're down a member. Although Close does have TP. TP it back to mid. Oh, they can look for this. There's no way they're going to see this one coming. Karmas is kind of low.
Yeah, I mean, Karis is kind of a sitting duck here as well, and his positioning is going to be as if that side of the map is safety. Oh, dear.
He doesn't know.
Oh, no.
Oh, he has no idea. Oh, he's so dead.
That's catastrophic. He walks into the brush and he's just going to get taken out. Lucid, he's doing what his mid laner struggled to do. Back in Challenger last year, he flanked and it worked.
I am somewhat perplexed as to why we didn't just have him run away with the rest of his team. They could have just taken...
Yeah, I mean, Karis could have just pressed the B button.
Take the jungle exit as well. It's fine. So here, crucially, they're not actually able to get the jump on Closer. Really hard to take him down. Last minute, Faker jumps in, and then here, it's very disjointed. They don't really want to go in. If Sylvie hits a big ultimate there, which he does end up doing, it's good if there's follow-up, but there's none. So even with the sustained, Seraphine ends up going down. Owner ends up trading 1-for-1, recognizing that he is definitely going to be dead. And then here...
앞으로 더 밀면 일단 안녕하세요.
His face. But this is really big because this probably means that there's no soul.
That
for Team
giggle at
Mid.
the end was absolutely fantastic. And he just said hello as he walked into the...
Because this should be the Drake just gone, right? Like, Owner can take it by himself, has Oldbreaker as well. And as long as Team Jungle threatens enough, should be an opportunity for Team Mid. And there won't be. This is all due to the pick on Karis. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Mid starts it up now, but there's no vision. Trap gets spotted out, though, and doesn't look like it's going to happen. And now Team Jungle, they're looking for a front-to-back. They want to fight in the choke point, use that ultimate from Sylvie.
Looks like it's Mid that are looking for it. There's the Magna Storm, but Peanut doesn't have a lot of friends right now. Lucid turns up immediately, and Owner, he comes in as well. They take down Karis. But Mid won fights without him before. Sylvie is the one now that could be in trouble, but he gets so many shields. Chovy as well, doing the same thing, and there's Owner with the double. Launches into the backline, turns it into a triple kill. And now Faker once again, the last man standing, and I have a feeling this is it. It's over, and Team Jungle, 3 in a row to prove themselves the best role in the LCK.
And I was not expecting this team to do well. Yes, better jungler wins, but that alone can't be enough to actually win. Surely not. The laning phase should be too big a problem. Even in this game alone, I lost count of how many creeps they lost. But it doesn't matter.
Killing creeps isn't what this game is about. It is killing Nexuses, and they killed 3 today. Team Jungle, absolutely exemplary performance. And from the brink, it looked like Chovy was going to be unstoppable. Just doesn't end up being that way. Gideon as well, just casually, 0 deaths on his Lee Sin. Phenomenal play from the junglers, but the mid laners also having a great time. There's PD having a chuckle with Peanut as well. Having a giggle with Chovy as well.
Like, haha.
Yeah.
I was impressed by everyone on Team Jungle.
Me too.
Amazing. Man.
I'm excited to see what Bro are going to be able to do this year as well. With Gideon making his debut for the team. Thought that the loss of Umpty was going to be really hard for the team, but if he can keep up this level of performance, could certainly be a good thing, as the mid laners will take a bow. It was a great performance from them, but unfortunately, this guy and the rest of his team just too good today.
Captain Owner doing a great job. I gotta say, Faker, I think, as you pointed out, the best jungler that wasn't a jungler. Even Baron Steel, Chovy, as expected, was exceptional. No real surprises there.